Oh, hello. Just finishing up a few things. Give me one sec. Okay. All right. We're live. What's up? How's everybody doing? Stinky Danky. Dude, you got one of the best names. Like, I seriously, you grabbed one of the best names. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. Oh, boy. Hey, what's up, Squishmallow? Yes, free Palestine. All right, yeah, we're definitely covering that because there's a lot of just, like, contradictory information going on, so we gotta sort that one out. Because, you know, it's bad when even I'm, like, today just thinking, what's happening with the ceasefire? And I can't really find any information on it, so what's going on with YouTube? Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second. Twitch is working. I'm having a problem with YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Is my stream not uploaded? Hold on, guys. Technical difficulty, apparently. That's a big one, too. Come on. What's going on here? Huh. It's not letting me do any of this. What is going on? Hold on, guys. There might be a problem with the stream. I might have to restart. What is going on here? Oh, here we go. Okay, here. Wait, no. This is yesterday's stream. God damn it. Okay, yeah, so hold on, guys. One sec. All right, hold on. I gotta go get something. Just bear with me. Okay, it did work. All right, cool. And that's something. Wait a minute. No. It's still not doing it. Hold on, guys. Something's going on. All right. Can any of you guys hop over to YouTube real quick and see if it's working? Because my wife says it's working, but it's... Oh, here we go. Okay, there we go. Wow. Okay. It just... I'm not sure what happened, but I think that YouTube might have crashed and had to reset on their end, because it was frozen for a good minute there. So can you guys just give me a little report also, Unimoogle, if you can hear this? Works. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so it's definitely on the studio side then. Okay, it works. Good. All right, well then, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I feel like something's up. Either way, yeah, let's get the show on the road. Hope everybody's doing well. Works for you? Okay, cool. Then it's definitely on studio side then. Hey, what's up, Distracting? How's it going? Man. Okay, so everything's working, but none of the numbers work. Great. So, whatever. It's almost better that way, I guess. I don't even know. Like, I'm not able to see how many viewers I have, who's in chat. None of it. And it just keeps popping up with an error message. So that's why I was like, this is weird. I know that I had an internet outage, so that could also be part of it. But over on YouTube, if you're there, can you also like the stream? Because that'll help me in the algorithm. Alright, well, either way. Let's cheers, because I haven't been able to do that yet. Also, drink some freaking coffee, because... Man, I've had a day. I've already had a day. I'm not sure if everybody else is like, maybe this is completely special to me and I'm just speaking hyperbolically at this point, but is anybody else noticing that like people are just acting like really, really shitty out there? Like, man, just straight up rude. About to head to work for a few visits. Saw the notification on Discord. I'm glad you got used to using wants alerts. LOL. Yeah, I know. It was one of those things where we had enough people pop in and just say, "Hey, I didn't receive any of the other alerts, but I got the at everyone." So if it's yeah, you know what? I'll do at everyone wants alerts. Try not to annoy everybody. But yeah, guys. I just I caught some very, very bad energy out there, and I'm not even like one of those types of people where I'm like, guys, I brought my crystal and it was getting foggy. It was just, yeah. Been opposite for me. Moved to a red area from Asheville, North Carolina, and it's been getting more progressive here. So folks are nicer and anecdotal though. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Even because I live in a nice area. Like I live in not the nicest area, but I live in a nice area. Like people are nice to each other for the most part. But today, man, I must have had just that kind of luck where everybody was just being straight up mean. Yeah. Had a woman legit close a door on me, where I was just like, what was that? I'm not sure if she saw me though, so I'll give her that. But the look she gave me afterwards is what bothered me. Where I was just like, I think she saw me. Either way, no, I'm glad that you've actually had an opposite experience. That's much better. You're napping before work. Nice. I appreciate that. I get my stream is helping you in your nap time adventures. Oh god, am I kind of like one of those ASMR channels now? Yeah, Bristol. Oh, nice. Yeah, Asheville, North Carolina. I've been there. It's there. No, North Carolina. I actually got to be completely honest. The Carolinas, they're beautiful. You got some really, really just scenic land there, but people are something else. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to shit on the South in general. I've had plenty of fun, but I was in Georgia when Obama got elected, and oh boy, that was fun. She was testing your door dodging. I mean, dude, she was so small too. It was this, just little lady. She wasn't even old or anything. She was just this little lady who wham! I'm like, what was that? There's no wind or anything either, so I was kind of like, maybe she just has like that thing where like she just closes every door behind her, and that's, you know, I just could have been the unfortunate soul that was just like, ow. I'll admit I probably wasn't paying as close of attention as I should have, and I definitely, you know, had a couple, you know, bingers before I went out, which maybe I need to stop doing that, because maybe that's it. Maybe that's the problem, is I'm just perceiving everything on like a hyper, you know, sensitive level where I'm just like, oh, everybody's so mean, but they're all looking at me like, dude, you're ripped. Could totally be that. Actually, yeah, you know what? That could be it. One of my favorite moments I ever had was, I was standing at the deli counter, and I was looking at this guy, and, you know, when you meet a fellow enthusiast, you can just kind of go, hey, what's up? Yeah, man. Like, you taking a break later? All right. All right. Well, this guy was definitely an enthusiast, but he was the one going, like, he kept doing that, like, looking around, and I'm just like I was doing the same thing, because I'm like, it smells delightful. But holy crap. And then I did the thing where I patted my my jacket pocket, and this was before, you know, things were, you know, kosher, so I was like, oh no. And the guy caught me like having that moment. He's like, I'm like, I gotta make this quick, dude. So it's one of those things where I'm just like, please, nobody don't come near me, don't come near me, don't come near me. That was amateur hour on my end. You know, I'll admit it. Could have definitely been a little bit better about that. I'm sure we've all had that moment, though, where it's like, someone smells awesome. It's me! Bristol, Virginia. I'm not sure if I've been to Bristol, Virginia. I've driven through Virginia. Hey, what's up, Bloodstone? How you doing? Glad to see you. I'm glad everybody is finally able to pop on in here, because this has been weird. I've had a really weird technical glitch over on my YouTube studios, so right now it's doing it again. It literally went from everything was aces to just everything's reading 0 again, and what is going on here? We just opened a Hard Rock hotel or casino. Come visit. No kidding. We actually got one of those. Not like near me. It's in like far off country land compared to Chicago, but it's over in Rockford, Illinois. It's yeah, it's a nice one. It's got like a really cool hey streamer. Dude, that was hilarious. Oh, by the way, your comment on the video. Wait, oh cool, my grandpa owns a Hard Rock franchise. What? No kidding. What? Wait a minute. No way. Jesse Ventura being your uncle and that? Although, wait a minute. It could be. I don't know, man. I just don't know anymore, because people surprise the crap out of me. You know how many times I've, like, tried to call BS on somebody, and then they come, like, with actual receipts? I'm like, oh. The one in Rome? No kidding. Yeah, my mom's been to that one. That's cool. I went to the one in London, and I also went to the one in Paris. And that was it. As far as, like, the European ones. One in London was fun, but oh boy, I got trashed. Like, I got trashed. And I was 17 at the time. But it was completely legal there, so that was cool. Long Island iced teas in London are quite different than they are in America. So, yeah, Slash's bathroom near the bathrooms. That's crazy. Awesome. Slash. Hell yeah, man. I accidentally looked like Slash at one of my buddy's weddings because I wore a top hat. And I was sitting there. I was just in the corner vaping, and I had my sunglasses on. They're like, holy crap, you look like Slash right now. I'm just like, yeah. I used to go to the one in LA a lot because my mom worked there. She would bring me on her shift. Dude, you like had legit like the movie life with your mom because like she was only so much older than you, you know? Like, dude, that's so crazy. I can't believe your mom is like so close to my age. That kind of it bothers me a little bit. I mean, 6 years is a lot though. I mean, if we're going high school years, you know. That's how I break things down. I'm just like, okay, so, you know, adult years, yeah, that's no time at all. But if we go back to high school, like freshman to senior, that's a gap. Laughing my ass off. Long Island iced tea was invented here in Kingsport, Tennessee, just 15 minutes away. No kidding. Stanky Danky, actually, we're gonna be covering Tennessee Brando. I'm not sure if you know who he is. He's a really good content creator who had a awesome video today, so he is going to be featured today. Also, we're going to be covering pretty much everything in the title there. We're going to be covering the ceasefire, figure out exactly what the hell is going on with that. The rocket go boom, and we got GOP Civil War. We got Hassan. Oh, I actually wasn't able to put this in the title. We got Hassan getting interviewed. It's the interview that clip came from yesterday, where he was asked about like the IP getting taken by Jank. So we're gonna cover that. Updates on the Ethan Klein situation. Updates on the LA fires. We got another Rogan video and just a bunch of other stuff that is kind of peppered in here. See what I did there? Brando's based. He's just a hop and skip away. Yep. Wait, if he's a hop and skip away from me, then you actually might be pretty close to my my pops. My dad lives in one of the like nearish suburbs of Nashville. Actually, the funniest part is I couldn't even tell you which one. I just know that it's near Nashville. Kirk seems to be living a very full, interesting life. Dude, like you have a movie life. Like your mom worked at a Hard Rock. I'm literally picturing you like with your little coloring book and you just got like people bringing in rock star merch and the occasional like band setting up and you're just like, hi. I mean... Dan Soder had a really funny experience like in his life where his dad used to like on his time take him to the bar with him and just he'd be like, we're going to the arcade because they had a Mortal Kombat machine there. So he was like, yeah, I got to play Mortal Kombat. But meanwhile, his dad's just, you know, picking up chicks at some like dive bar. Hey, you know what? Builds character. My life was miserable. Drugs, prison, manslaughter. Whoa. No, I know, Ben. It's still interesting though. Apparently, I met a lot of famous people I don't even remember. Angelina Jolie used to come in every now and then. Damn. Yeah, I've had experiences where like legit. I had people tell me that like that. It's like that guy was famous. It's like, oh. What's even funnier is Nashville's Bristol's sister and city. Bristol is the birthplace of country music, and Nashville is where it ended up. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, you guys got that in Hucktua. God, you had to claim her. That's fun. I mean, it was fun for a minute, but now it's like, oh, now that the fad is done, and speaking of fads, dude. Yeah. Being into like nerdy hobbies is just getting annoying at this point, I have to say. Like, at least Warhammer, we don't have to fight over like new drops and stuff like that. The Batman mug. Indeed. This is the Batman mug. I love this thing, dude. I've had this for years. But no, like I went to go try to even just get like the new Pokemon drop because, you know, I'm a dork. But Yeah, dude, scalpers are ruining that hobby now. I'm just like, great. And then comic books, distributors, like the main distributor, Diamond Comics, is now filing for bankruptcy, and it may cause another death of like comic book stores, which is insane. Like, I hope not, though. Like, my local comic book store, I will do like any GoFundMe to keep that one open, because the guy is like legit one of the best people I know. So, actually, you guys might get to see him, because he was talking about, he's got his own podcast, and I was thinking about going on it. They actually have some pretty decent numbers. I'm gonna be completely honest. What they do is they watch like classic movies that most people don't watch, and then just kind of like comment on it, and then make jokes, but not like, they don't watch the movie on the podcast. It's just like bringing up like pointers and then just kind of making like writing down whatever jokes he had. Pretty decent format. There was a line down the block at GameStop by me today. Yeah, no, every GameStop was sold out by like, it was like a half hour, because I went right as like the line was dying down. And yeah, when is this thing happening you teased us with already? Oh yeah, right, sorry. My bad. Here. Oh wait, which thing? Because I know that I've also I have a few things. I'm number one, almost done with my video for my experience in my religion. I'm excited to release that. You guys, the members, will get to have that for, I think, about a week before I actually release it to the public. So, have you ever thought about painting your room? Yeah, white is such an adult color. It's actually not white. It's like a weird gray. It just looks white because of the way that the light hits it. But yeah, it's such an adult color. I know that I may not act or look right now, at least, like it, but I am in fact an adult. It is kind of funny. I do have that moment occasionally where people are just like, they'll even just be joking. Do we have any adults in the room? And I'll just be like, do we? Because I'm not. No, man, it's just weird, because I also did I felt bad, because when you see like the fact that kids want these things, I even feel bad, like just being like, no, like I've done that so many times, where if it's between me and a kid having, some freaking Pokemon cards, I'm just like, no, give it to the kid. I don't build the decks the way that I used to. Yeah, that guy from last night went off crazy. Pep, I don't want people who don't respect trans rights here in my community, Frenchie. I don't like trans people, but I respect your argument. What argument? At some point, I kind of remember, like, I'll admit, I was like maybe 1 or 2 in at that point, so I may have said something. My room is light blue. Well, the nice part about this is when I actually get my lighting reset here, I'll be able to just reflect whatever color I want to. Like, I know every streamer has like bi lighting and all that crap, but I do like, the neon effect of that. The funniest part is I have like pretty much bi lighting all over my house except for my studio. It's just too funny. I just love that it's called bi lighting. W chatter. I mean, dude, that was, yeah. He started off in debate mode, which says something about his intentions. Well, yeah, the way that the French. I just would have loved to see him pop up in Vosh's chat, because I know that Vosh has a special thing against the French. So I don't know where that came from. Did he just like arbitrarily one day just go like, no, I just don't like French people? It's just like, why? This seems odd. But no, he also like, it was weird, the whole I don't agree with trans rights, but I see where you're coming from kind of thing. And I kind of saw a little bit where they were coming from, mostly in the fact that I think I'm starting to see that a lot of these people that pop up in here and have these kinds of like thoughts are the ones that it's kind of like if I never broke from like my parents and like what they kept telling me, like the fiscally conservative thing. My dad, he harped on that hard, man. He's like, you're going to one day be fiscally conservative and socially liberal. I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Our economic conditions have pretty much kept me at being just all in all, you know, on the left. I hate the fact that it's like, oh, you're a liberal though. Like, dude, it's funny. My dad was just like, my son is a liberal YouTuber. He's telling all his friends on the golf course that. I'm just like, oh, in Tennessee, great. I'm eventually gonna have to meet all of these guys, and they're just gonna be like, oh, look at you, the hippie. You look exactly like I thought you would. Oh, ho, ho, ho. It's just like, here, you want to smoke a joint, old man? Calm the F down. Which is weird. The people who hate French are like pro-Germany, but they hate the French for not kicking Germany's ass. I do not like French people personally. It's 90% French here in Maine, and they're like the most racist people I know. You know what? I don't like saying this, but like, that's kind of like the Polish like immigrants that live in Chicago. Like, I have noticed that they are very racist and very rude. Like, they are so rude. But I don't like generalizing that much. But it's just, it has been enough of a thing where I've noticed where I'm like, huh. But then I also had one of my Polish friends explain it to me where I was like, oh, okay. And they don't like the Sicilian people, so we don't vibe. Really? That's a thing? Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Like, in the slightest. That's odd. You surrender one at a time, and it's all you're known for. I mean, culture, they got good culture. I don't know. I loved France. I didn't really get to see much of the countryside. I did stay like in Paris, but I had a great time there. It was one thing that I was really happy to do. I did it went with my mom when I was 17. So that was a while ago. Oh my God, that was 21 years ago. It's been a while. It's been a while since I have been to Europe now. Alrighty. So, sorry you called me on the whole, when am I going to get to the thing? Well, let's get to the thing. Oh, also, wait. Before I do that, ha. Hey, streamer, are we playing that band at the end of stream? Crap. I need to check my email. Give me 1 sec. I forgot to do that. Thank you for reminding me. Please tell me that you sent it. I would love to play that right now. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, this is starting to piss me off. What the hell? What I might do is, this might be weird, but at the end of stream, I might just, like, pop back on with a new stream just to play his music, so just in case it does hit the copyright thing, then I can just delete the video. Because he didn't get back to me, unfortunately, and I want to play his music really bad. It's really, really good. Polish people are kind of, at least have a reason to be racist, not excusing it, but like if you look at how Polish people have been oppressed for so long, they kind of have an excuse to be afraid of outsider countries. Well, then maybe don't go to an outsider country. Sorry. If they if they're gonna be like, no, seriously, if they're gonna be like that, and then they're gonna be like, they're gonna go to another country and still be like that, that's kind of you're an asshole. But then again, I don't know that many Polish people. I know some, though, but they all have this, like, never again mindset. I know, the thing is, I know enough where it's like, as I said, I don't like using this as a blanket thing. It's more so something that I was told by one of my Polish friends that are like, oh, no, there's definitely, like, a strong, side of Polish people where they are definitely racist. It's just like, oh, okay, because I made it, like, as more of a generalized, like, a general observation around them. I just kind of asked it curiously, where I was just like, hey, is this like a thing? So there's also how I found out about, like, the history over, like, with Japan, Korea, and all them, and China, and how it's just like, yeah, there's a lot of not getting along and a lot of bad blood, and then you learn about, the atrocities committed during World War II by pretty much everybody in that one. But more, I hate to say, one side that was a little bit worse. It's kind of the same thing with the, World War II really did just go, it was like, this is going to be the most black and white, like, version of, like, oh, that's evil. That's literally, like, although our branding, the axis of evil, like, come on, man, that was pretty good. Everyone has an excuse to be racist. I think it's stupid. Honestly, I think it is. I think it's stupid. I just don't, it's like, part of the problem there is then it can just be reverse kind of like coded at that point, where it's just like, then you have people that are kind of like, you can't bring up people that are just being an asshole at that point too. Like, because then they're just like, oh, you were being racist. They already do that. And now it's turned into it's reverse racism with a bunch of the conservatives. Like, again, I am politics. I am, and one other thing. Yeah. Japan was like the most evil country. They were so evil. Germany was like, damn, calm down. Yeah, that was the one. I was kind of going there, but I was like, yeah, I learned a little bit about that, and that I just didn't know before, and I immediately went, whoa. What up, Mike? What up? Japan's rearming. Oh, God. Can I make the Godzilla joke? That's not racist, is it? Because I know somebody that was just like, that'd be racist. It's like, is it though? Because Godzilla, he only attacked Japan for so long. It's like, come on. Thank you, Danky. Ziploc baggy. USA, most evil, hands down. Yeah. Nah, dude. I hate that. I hate the just blanket America bad. Like, dude, I'm not even trying to be exceptionalist, but I'm just saying, no, everybody's got their problems. There's good, there's bad. But yes, it does suck. Like, I wish that we could just, stop with the coups and just blatant, trying to control the world stuff. Hey, replaced guy's blood with seawater just to see what happens. Oh my god. That happened? Oh my god. That's what the hell? That's crazy. Sorry, did I mention that I laugh when I get, like, nervous, and, like, that was also one of those ones where I was like, what? Mike! And everything can be used as an excuse for racism and for anything else. People will always justify their hatred and ignorance, yeah. Kissinger alone killed more than Japan did. Yep. Mike. Alright, guys. I did promise that we were going to get to stuff, so we're going to get to stuff. I'm getting to stuff. Also, I am going to post the links. You know what's up. Here we go. First off, tip link is back up and running. So, no, it's not. Give me 1 second. Turn on. Thank you. I feel like if I don't thank my computer, if it works, then it just won't do it again. So it's just like, okay, thank you. I catch myself doing that occasionally with like Alexas. Or I'll ask them to do something, then I'll just be like, thank you. I got you. Gotta wait till 6, man. Oh, wait. Oh, no worries. No worries. Anyone else see that motorcycle chase? No. Wait, the GOP is already having a civil war. I bet I need to go collect. Oh, dude, this is gonna. All right, this one's fun. So we could start with that one since you brought that one up. But here, let me get the links out. Hold on. So you can donate to here. Because for some reason my clipboard's not working. Again, dude, that Windows update yesterday really screwed up a lot. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured out what's happening here too. My browser wants to update. Oh, crap. I just realized that I never did restart my computer. Well, not happening now. All right. This wouldn't be a pep talk show without me having some form of technical difficulty. So, come on. Check that one off the bingo card. Oh no, yeah, I got another one. Wait, I didn't nap. I took a shower instead, and we'll get ready for work. I'll be here. Oh, cool. Literally, the scientist in the notes was like, we're gonna do... Oh, geez. Yeah, you're still... Back up. USB went poof. Ugh. I'm telling you guys, I don't know what the hell happened with this Windows update, but it screwed up my computer. Like, specifically, everything that I use for streaming is great. It's just awesome. Actually, funny enough, the only thing that is not doing that is Twitch. Twitch is fine. YouTube today, though, I have no idea what the hell is going on. Again, it keeps happening where my YouTube studio will just poof. Like, just gone. Did it again. Here's got the coronavirus. What, did you spill a beer on it? Gah. Here, give me another second. And then... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Where is it? Here. Ha. All right, and then for this one, you can use this for a Ground News subscription, which you can get 40% off at if you use my code here. So I should probably put that in too. There we go. Skynet has my PC. It is a PCU. PCU. CPU. I have a CPU. Oh my god. Doing dishes at work. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Man, I'm already having one of those days. The funniest part is I woke up feeling great. Like, absolutely great. And I just had just that one little bad interaction. I'm just like, ah. The water is hot as fuck. Yeah. Oh, hey, Undead. Where, Undead just popped in. Hey, oh. Sorry about that. You know what? I need to just change this overlay. Give me 1 second. Make it so much easier for me to see. There we go. All right. Well, welcome in, everybody. I know that was kind of a long intro, 41-minute intro, but I appreciate it. So Yeah, definitely. If you guys are interested in getting ground news, try it out now, because it's gonna be it might be the best time to do it, because news is about to get crazy off of social media. So if you even read one, if you want to have the ability to read one story and then just go, that doesn't seem right, and then just be able to use take the link to ground news and do a check on it, it's one of the most useful tools. Which I have found that USA Today, get this, guys, it's not the most credible source. Because did you know, like, they have been burying half of their news stories under opinion now? Like, they're literally the news equivalent of Fox News. Because that's part of the problem with Fox News, is they are very good at conflating the part that's news and opinion, and they have been forever. Like, that's the way they made, like, their bones. But we have to also we have to admit it. They're good at capturing the public, which sucks. Although, are they? I haven't actually looked at, like, who's watching TV, because the way that, like, ratings used to work, it would kind of give you a general idea of, like, the demographics and things like that. Now, they kind of buried the demographic, so I wouldn't be surprised, though, if it's, like, over 50, because that's who, they still have cable. Although, I've had cable for a while, just because I had, like, one of those, like, internet cable packages, and now I'm just like, I can't, this is so dumb. I forgot to actually take a cheers here, so. A lot of people watch Tucker. Yeah. A lot of people did. Not as many people watch Fox, though. That's kind of... That's where I was assuming that, man. Until they got tuckered out. Oh! Where's the doggo? He actually just... Good question. Where is he? He got mad at me because I wouldn't let him have some of my granola. Where you at? Aw. Aw. Okay, he's laying on the couch. He's I'm sure he'll come and visit him when he gets overstimulated or understimulated. I don't know. Tucker was an interesting guy. He could admit the Iraq war was stupid. Yeah, he shifted on that, though. Because he did the thing where he'd be like, the war is bad, but we need to support our troops and also support these other corporations and not really mention it. Oh, see? Look, there he is. It's almost like he knew. You didn't have to get up, bud. Thank you. Say hi, everybody. I like the little in the background. Which one? Wait, the little... The doggo! Yep. Alright, guys. Here. First off, we're just going to go into the news, because this will lead us into the rest of the program. So, real quick. You guys like what you see here with ground news, then you can use the code PepTalksTV and the link in the description here. I keep doing that. Oh, the little window. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Honestly, it's one of the little perks with the house. I was just like, oh, hey, look at that. Like, that was the one thing they did. They built like an office -- studio. So it was kind of a selling point on the house for me. Although I used it stupidly as a as a storage room for a long time. I think everybody has that, though, when you first, like, move into a house, like, no matter what. It's like one room has to be a staging room. And if you can't, then you're just like, well, nope, main room, like, the living room is going to be a staging room. I always, like, try to be like, hey, can I help you, unpack whenever, like, a friend moves? I'm just like, if you need some help, because I know how much of a pain in the ass that is. So... I've only had one friend ever take me up on that one. They're like, no, you can help me move, but I don't need help unpacking. I'm like, that's okay. That's the part that annoys me, so I was being nice. All right. And I'm still knocking hard today. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Let's see what's going on in the world. Trump's official portrait echoes mugshot ahead of the second election. Or a second inauguration. For real. Oh, where is it? Oh, they don't have it. Damn. They just have the actual... Yeah, did you guys see this? The Trump says inauguration to be moved indoors due to freezing temperatures, which you know he's pissed about. Supporters can watch the ceremony on screens at the Capital One Arena, which accommodates 20,000 people. What do you mean, only 20,000? I mean, last time I even said, they said that it was 250,000, so you're telling me that I'm only going to be able to have a little bit of that? I don't believe it. He's going to be so pissed. But I just can't wait to see how he's going to try and spin it. Trump holds hearing, or Cannon here holds hearing on Trump documents, report as Democrats urge its release. Yeah, go figure. She's with... Oh yeah, this was the important one. I mean, God, how was I just going to brush past the fact that, yeah, TikTok is definitely getting banned, so... all them Southern Trump supporters can't handle a little cold. Yeah, no shit, right? The Supreme Court has upheld a federal law banning TikTok unless it's sold by its Chinese-based parent company. Law will take effect on January 19th, prohibiting app stores from offering TikTok, although existing users can still use it. What? What? Oh, damn. That's a change. Hold on, guys. The decision concludes TikTok's legal battle against the law, which the company argued violates the First Amendment and would fundamentally change the app. Sparks conspiracy theories. This has made a bombshell decision. Leans right. What will happen to TikTok? Kind of know. So we get to keep TikTok then. That seems like it was much ado about nothing. So yeah, everybody, if you are looking to use TikTok in the future, you might want to just download it now. Just to have it. Not the worst idea. Because I guess that's a big deal, guys. Sorry, I kind of did just brush over that, like... But they just kind of brushed over it, although existing users can still use it. That's just... What? Here, I need... Alex Jackson. Let's go BBC. At least I know they'll let me use their stuff. U.S. Supreme Court, no, the ban, What happens now? Here we go. Can Trump overturn the ban? Trump may once have sought to, but he has repeatedly indicated during 2024 that he is now firmly against the law and tried to unsuccessfully get it delayed. As expected, everyone must respect it. Oh! Okay. Interesting. My decision on TikTok will be made in the not-too-distant future, but I have time to review the situation. Alright, here's the most important one that everybody wants to know. Of course, its ban is to order the app stores to make it unavailable for download in that region, but the DOJ has said that the actual process of implementing the law and making sure that the firms are compliant will be a process that plays out over time. If people can no longer use a legitimate means to access TikTok through digital storefronts, it won't impact those who have already gotten it on their phones. But because the app most likely won't be publicly available anymore, new updates will no longer be available to new users in the US, which makes the app buggier and eventually unstable. Not to mention that many updates are provided to fix security holes in the app, so if TikTok stopped getting updates, that could present hackers of millions of dollars to target. Wow, it's almost like this is doing the opposite of what they wanted it to do. Great! I think it's like Flappy Bird. If you don't delete it, then you'll still have it on your app forever, on your phone forever. I have an old, I think, iPhone 4 that has Flappy Bird on it still. No, it was an iPhone 7, I think. A VPN should work. Oh, no, the VPN would work. It's just, oh, to get the updates. Would it? No, because if you updated it through the VPN, how does that work? Like, actually, I'm asking. TikTok's own lawyer told the Supreme Court that he believes the app will go dark in the U.S. Who could buy TikTok? Billionaires. Whatever. All right. Well, that's fun. Let's take a look at the LA fires. Really? What the hell? There's just like no LA news? Two men in prison for crimes connected to General Hospital actor. Eaton fire victim. Yeah, there's like no news about the fires on ground news right now. That kind of bothers me a little bit. I don't think that's on ground news though, because I mean, nothing's popping up on it, so that means that there's very little reporting on it. Interesting. Well, that just means that we're gonna have to go searching ourselves. Well, that brings us to the what I consider the more important news, the ceasefire that, again, doesn't seem to be being talked about, so. Israeli cabinet to vote on ceasefire deal after Netanyahu says hostage agreement here. When was this? Last updated 4 hours ago. Okay, here we go. Netanyahu announced that a deal for returning hostages in Gaza has been reached, leading to a vote in the Israeli cabinet on a ceasefire agreement. The ceasefire would pause fighting in Gaza and allow hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians to return home. Yeah, okay, we got that part. All right. Well, here's the thing. Now, does this set it up to, like, is Gavir just going to... Is it all bluster from him? Because what's he going to do? Is he going to shut down the Israeli government and then just... like, tank the whole thing? What's going to happen? Like, because I think it was all bluster from him. If that's my opinion. But I am legitimately curious about it. Here, we got a CNN updated news report on this, so let's take a look at that.
The Security Cabinet approving the deal. What more can you tell us about what was worked out?
Well,
oh, it's my boy. He looks like Seth Rollins.
The Security Cabinet did indeed just vote in favor of this agreement, voting that the full government, meaning the full cabinet
really
of
does.
the Israeli Prime Minister's government, vote to approve this deal and put it in motion. And so we expect that that will be the next stage of the process here. In the next hour or two, most likely, we will see the Israeli government likely approve this agreement.
Wow. This building on the side here, like that one, It looks a lot like one of the prisons in Chicago.
That will then set in motion this process where the Israeli Supreme Court will hear petitions from Israelis who have been impacted or who are victims of the crimes of these Palestinian prisoners who are set to be released. But that is largely a pro forma process. The Israeli Prime Minister has
There are now landslides happening in the fire zones.
leeway to
How is it?
release those prisoners in a deal
All right,
such
here.
as this. And so it does appear
We got to find some California wildfire stuff after this.
on track for this ceasefire agreement to go into effect on Sunday. We don't know exactly what time the ceasefire will start.
Oh,
or
come
what
on.
time those first hostages, three female civilian hostages, we expect to be released on Sunday. We don't know exactly what time that will happen, but it does appear as if finally, after quite a bit of uncertainty yesterday about the fate of this ceasefire agreement here in Israel, with a lot of political wrangling happening between the Israeli Prime Minister and his right-wing governing coalition partners, it does appear that at least now everything is back on track, that this ceasefire agreement is likely to be implemented on Sunday, and that we are on the way.
The fire burnt out the root system that was holding the hills together.
Gaza Strip. One that will see the release of 33 hostages, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails, the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid. But it is important to note that until that moment, when that ceasefire goes into effect on Sunday, the war is very much still continuing in Gaza. The Israeli military is continuing to drop bombs and missiles inside of the Gaza Strip. People are continuing to be killed. More than 100 Palestinians have been killed since this ceasefire agreement was announced. And so that is the tragedy of the moment. Even as we are on our way towards better days and towards a moment of calm, 6 weeks of calm inside of the Gaza Strip, right now, people are still dying, and the final victims of this war, until that ceasefire goes into place, likely have not yet happened yet. Fred?
And so, Jeremy, you mentioned there's been a lot of political wrangling for the Prime Minister Netanyahu. If this indeed goes through, gets the full support of the full body, the full cabinet, does this fortify his position, or does this still reveal vulnerabilities for him?
It certainly does still reveal vulnerabilities. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the national security minister,
here we go.
held a press conference last night where he said that he will indeed resign from the government. Alongside altogether 6 seats that he and his party hold in the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli parliament, if this ceasefire agreement is approved, and that is indeed what is happening right now. That means that Prime Minister Netanyahu's
I don't think the ceasefire will do anything in the long term.
margin.
I disagree. Just with Gavir resigning, that's a big deal. Like, that's more than couldn't have been accomplished.
8 seats.
You know, I'm sorry. No.
Of majority.
Getting the Warhawks out of the cabinet is definitely something that is just a tentative good with this. So.
Of what is the finance minister Bezalel Smotrich going to do? He and his party, who holds 7 seats in the Knesset, have made clear that they will leave the government unless the Prime Minister provides them with assurances that Israel will go back to fighting the war in Gaza once the first phase of this agreement, meaning that 6-week ceasefire, concludes. And we don't yet know the extent of the assurances that the Prime Minister has provided Smotrich, whether in fact he will wait until the end of that 6-week period to decide whether or not to leave the government. But certainly if the Prime Minister is listening to Smotrich and to his right-wing political allies, then that will short-circuit a process that is supposed to begin on the 16th day of this ceasefire, and that is negotiations to extend that ceasefire and to ultimately bring about a permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We know that that was the intention of the Biden administration, to start this with a 6-week ceasefire, but that ultimately the hope being that negotiations could ultimately lead to a permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and an end to the war as we know it today. That is very, very much uncertain at this stage.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, so where is any permanent resolution in this?
All right, Jeremy Diamond, thank you so much. So once
again, damn it, Bloodstone. I think you are right. I was trying to be a little bit more optimistic about it, but yeah, don't want the toxic optimism here. So you're right. You're right.
Later on in our program. All right, both President Biden and President-elect Trump are taking credit for this ceasefire deal. Take a listen.
I told him what I was doing, what I thought could happen. What we did, we brought in the people, or going to be his national security people. We brought them in closer to tell them what was happening as we hand this off.
It was so ungracious of Biden to say, oh, he did it. He didn't do anything. If I didn't do this.
The stark contrast between the two. Yeah, you know, I had a talk with him and I was kind of just saying, yeah, we're going to get this done.
If we didn't get involved, the hostages.
He was so ungracious to me, Biden. You know what?
Would never be out.
He's such a child.
All right, let's bring in Margaret Talev, senior contributor for Axios. She's also the director of Institute for Democracy, Journalism, and Citizenship at Syracuse University, and is joining us now.
Joe Biden, he's such a meanie bobini. He controls the weather, and you know what he's doing? His last action as the president, he's bringing a cold front, so I can't have my crowd. It's totally a Democratic ploy.
So, all right. So at least the Israeli Security, Council has agreed on this deal, and now we're looking at.
I want to be hopeful, but people are people. They're gonna do what they want.
Kind of clarification of who held the deal this far, Biden or Trump. Biden did say that this deal was one that he offered last May. Trump's envoy was at the table. We heard Biden say they invited them to help collaborate. So, I mean.
No, I mean, they broke the ceasefire, but then they were like, meh. Like, that's the thing about this is not like, because if they're both taking credit, then they're both admitting that it's like, no, this is still the same ceasefire agreement. It's just that we may have reported on it a little too, a little too quickly. Both sides were kind of just like, nah, wait, what do you mean?
Is it
wait, did I just say both sides?
Who kind of gets the upper hand on credit?
Come on. We know how that went.
If you are a hostage and you are going to get your freedom back, it matters 0%. If you are Joe Biden or Donald Trump, it apparently matters a lot. And so I think, Fred, what we're seeing here is sort of maybe not the best of politics.
Can I have my hand back, please? Thank you.
Which is that public servants in both parties come together to get something over the finish line. And that's what we've seen with Brett McGurk, who is President Biden's longtime negotiator in the region. And with Steve Witkoff, he's a
you can't get rid of people's violence for their form of justice just because you signed some papers.
As President-elect Trump's
That's true.
Incoming envoy for the Middle East. And we saw McGurk and Witkoff kind of divide and conquer, take different meetings. McGurk sticking with the parameters of the deal that the Biden administration had been laying out and developing for months.
I can't not, sorry.
His and Donald Trump's relationship with Bibi Netanyahu to be in the room while McGurk was on the phone. Okay, that's all fine.
This was a ceasefire from a few months ago. Israel started shooting Palestinians, people trying to get aid. Yeah, I know.
It seems to have worked, but Trump.
My big thing here is the fact that if this does stop it, then again, like they're already doing the bombing. Like they keep doing the bombing right now. If this stops bombing, then that's good.
Saying he should get all the credit. Biden
I don't understand what like the whole thing here where you're not necessarily doing it, but I have seen it a lot like more in other people's chats where they're just like, oh yeah, well, we'll see. Like, come on. Like if the way that the Palestinian people even yesterday were celebrating in Gaza, these are the people that, they are feeling this and they're elated that they can maybe start living their lives again. Especially if it keeps too. So like, we'll see. I hate to say it. And I really do hate to say this because it's giving Trump credit, but I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to make Trump look bad, because if he does, then Trump's going to retaliate. I want to be optimistic, but I can't believe it. We'll see. I am totally in we'll see mode. I'm also going to be careful with my words with this too, because I was getting to that point yesterday where I was being a little too optimistic. And yeah, somebody actually said it. They're like, there's toxic positivity. I'm like, okay, I was bordering that. I'll admit it. Yeah, same. I want to believe in good people, but I just can't, man. Nah.
In Israel, but
there's enough people that want to help.
This is a big political moment, the inauguration of Donald Trump on Monday. And there are some
And again, if this causes chaos within the cabinet, then this is a good thing. Like if Ben-Gvir is actually doing this, then I'm telling you right now, this is more than could have been accomplished in the the last 2 years.
echoes. It's definitely
Like this
not
is
a direct
good.
parallel,
This is
but
good.
some echoes of that transition from Carter to
Hasbara propaganda that Trump did this. It's dude, they're both saying this. Stop with the Hasbara fucking propaganda thing. I know that you think that you're like exposing something there. You're not.
Reagan. At the
Yeah,
end of
I can't
the
help but think of that.
Yes. Does it help them with their propaganda machine? Yes. But is it actual direct propaganda from them? No. No. Dude, that came from Trump himself. You think that Hasbara or Hasbala, whatever, how the hell ever you're saying it, but come on, man. No, Donald Trump was going to take credit for this regardless.
and
Where you had a point was that Hassan was daddy trumping this one a little bit.
it was a little bit different.
It was literally reported on from the Times of Israel from the start. That's,
in that case.
I'm just saying.
But again,
Oh.
it's clear
Oh, you're saying, okay,
that both
my bad.
presidents would like to take some
I thought you were
credit for this,
misspelling
and I guess the
Hezbollah.
truth is that it's not clear whether this deal would have gotten done on this timetable, if not for the timing of the start of Trump's presidency. But it's
I believe regular people can be good, but the whole government, that's hit or miss.
also true
Yeah.
that
Well,
Biden's team
I'm not saying that the government is going to be good. What I'm saying is that without Gvir in the government, that's already taking away a major demon in the pudding. I don't know, it's a
absolutely
demon
spent
in the
months,
pudding.
working on the defense.
Hey, whatever.
More broadly, it's true that this is not a United States war. This is a war between two
It's
other,
Friday.
nations or governing groups. And
Yeah, no, I
there
realized that. I just realized what happened. I was just
are
like,
factors at play that,
I was being dumb, but at the same time, I did think that you meant Hezbollah.
putting pressure for the deal now. So it's sort of typical U.S. political egotism to make it seem like it's all about these two presidents and either one of them can claim the mantle. But the bottom line is, in a few days, this is going to be Donald Trump's situation, the
Yeah.
U.S.'s situation under the Trump administration to manage. And President Biden will
Yeah, and that kind of goes to my point that Trump doesn't want to look bad, so he's going to play the strongman to be honestly, this is kind of funny because Benjamin Netanyahu is now kind of getting that he bit off more than he could chew. And he is starting to learn where it's just oh, I might be working with the wrong side, the wrong guy here because he's strong-arming me. Great.
former President Biden.
Because that's exactly what's happening. All right, let's to some funnier but also not so funny news because it did actually cause flight disruptions and a little bit of chaos. So, yeah, let's take a look.
All right, the reaction to seeing the remains of the SpaceX mega Starship rocket streaking across the sky. The rocket.
Yeah, nations are great, or people are great, but nations are evil. Maps are evil. Without them, we couldn't draw lines on them.
Ever built was on its 7th uncrewed test flight when minutes after takeoff, it experienced what SpaceX called a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. as
A rapid, unscheduled disassembly, guys.
civilians you heard right there, as they might say, it blew the F up.
Blew the F
CNN
up.
aviation correspondent
Oh my God! Thank you, CNN, for just being no, that rocket go boom.
Martine is with us now. And Pete, this actually disrupted air traffic for some time.
Don't let the PR speak get in the way of the story.
Elon, what happened? What happened, Elon?
There, John. That's
Elon.
very significant. And it could be the first time falling space debris has ever had a major impact on air travel like this, though not the first time that falling space junk has been seen by pilots. Remember, it's the Federal Aviation Administration that controls airspace in the U.S., the same federal agency that grants...
Just remember, there's so many people that are going to ignore that.
SpaceX.
How many rockets have exploded? But yeah, they're just look, you got the one that went up and then go down, which is impressive. I will say that, but that's also not him.
So there could be an interesting rub developing here. Pilots reported seeing the view of Starship breaking up about 10 minutes into its test flight, 90 miles above the Earth. That's when the link to Starship was lost. And there was apparently some real concern that some of this could fall on a commercial flight below, because the airspace in the Caribbean can be very busy, especially in the wintertime. So the FAA put into place this rare sweeping delay for flights leaving Miami International Airport, also Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. And this was the peculiar line. Flights were delayed an average of 45 to 60 minutes because of a rocket launch anomaly. A separate alert from the FAA said this was due to debris. And I want you to listen now to this recording from liveatc.net of air traffic controllers telling pilots of this space debris delay. Listen.
It's got a major streak going from at least 60 miles with all these different colors. Just curious, it looked like it was coming towards us, but obviously because of the distance, just letting you know.
The good news is this does not last for all that long. And here's the statement from the FAA. The FAA briefly...
How much did this, like, yeah, did this cost the taxpayers anything, though?
...and diverted aircraft around the area where the space vehicle debris was falling, and that normal operations have resumed. Now, the FAA says it was able to divert some flights away from this, but also keep incoming flights out of the area of concern. This is exactly why the FAA restricts airspace and will slow flights because of a launch. And private spaceflight really makes the skies all the more crowded. They're crowded already with airliners and such. So this is the first time maybe that this has happened, but probably not the last. The FAA says it establishes what it calls a...
I wonder how much gold was in that payload. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing that's landing over the ocean, so all the minerals can eventually go back to the Earth.
Until Pete Montine just told me. All that's really interesting, Pete. And for a child of the 80s like me, what it really all looked like was an advertisement for Reading Rainbow. But that aside, thank you.
Pirate Amir. Hey, how's it going?
All of the colors. As always, thanks for your reporting, Pete.
I don't know what you're responding yes to, but thank you for joining. Here we go. And this is what I know you guys are definitely waiting for. We want to see the GOP Civil War. Let's go. Because apparently, guys, there was a fight in... There's like an actual physical fight that's breaking out. So, yeah. The only tax money he gets is from government contracts. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, so that tax is paid for this. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I was wondering, like, there's definitely tax dollars that went into that because it was technically a NASA contract. I don't like it, or I don't like that they think that they can do whatever they want because of Elon and money. There are ways to do this without causing such a fuss. Yeah, I know, dude. Like, the thing is, I think this should scare everybody, including like the MAGA heads, that they're just being so brazen with it anymore. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. That should scare the crap out of them. But this also scares the crap out of me that they're still convinced that they're gonna be these billionaires. Oh.
It has gone too far. I have an obligation to be in that room. I represent 200,000 people in Northwest Georgia who duly elected me to be here today.
Look, folks, we were not kidding when we said that there was a
Ben got a new camera,
war taking place.
Which I will be too.
Republican on
if
Republican
you guys can
now, we
help me with that. I mean, well,
this week, the Civil War.
I've had a lot of help with that, but also, yeah, just so you guys know, I tried to update the bar here, but
head of the intelligence.
Had some problems with that.
Republican, been a member of Congress since 2003 because of his support for Ukraine and NATO. Trump wanted him off the Intelligence Committee, so MAGA Mike Johnson got rid of him. That's pissed off a lot of Republican Congress members. That's at the federal level. What you just saw there was in the Georgia State Senate. What was happening earlier in the day was the Republican governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, who's really no fan of Donald Trump, banned a Republican state senator by the name of Colton Moore, who's like a total Trump cultist, said the most outrageous culty things for Trump. But Brian Kemp was giving his State of the State speech.
I'm not seeing it.
As the governor, the big speech. He banned Republican Colton Moore from attending. Colton Moore shows up, and then other Republicans...
People don't realize that they're not getting tickets to Mars with Elon. They will be used as fodder for the rich to go off on their own. No peasants allowed.
The
Yep.
police is what you saw there. They kind of physically pushed him away. I mean, as I watched that clip, you could go back and rewind it. It looks like Colton Moore took a little dive there. I mean, that push didn't look like it was that hard of a
He took
push,
it.
but
I mean, it did kind of look like he just went,
Republican
"Whoa!"
violence between the kind of real Trump culty people and I guess the less Trump culty
Yeah,
people.
I
That's at the
have been
state
trying to
level.
do this
We're seeing
less,
that at
but
the
we're
federal
doing
level as
playback.
well, and that's in that
That's
MAGA Mike
enough.
Johnson,
Come on, man.
Turner dispute. Let's show you what else happened though at that Georgia State House event during the State of the State address. Colton Moore was then arrested. So Brian Kemp and the Republican Speaker of the House, they're all Republicans.
They have mostly like a center liberal audience. So
in Georgia, they then ordered that Colton Moore be arrested
Mostly.
by the police. He then gets arrested. Here, watch this.
Excuse me. Oh, he's getting arrested? Highly recommend doing some research into Midas Touch. They aren't who you think you think they are. What? A corporatist, like leftist, like not even leftist, but like Democrat propaganda machine? Yeah, I kind of see them for what they are. Trust me, they're no friends to the progressive movement. And if they are, then they do it begrudgingly. Not that it's about what they're doing, but with their lack of transparency involving cash flow. Yeah, no, I know.
Now, one of the ironies that our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski pointed out was that now that Colton Moore was arrested, his case is going to be prosecuted by the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis. And Colton Moore previously demanded that Governor Kemp stop Fani Willis or else a civil war was going to take place. Now, of course, Colton Moore is one of Donald Trump's favorite people. So about a year ago, Donald Trump said the following about Colton Moore. Highly respected Georgia State Senator Colton Moore deserves the thanks and congratulations of everyone for having the courage and conviction to fight the radical left lunatics who are so badly hurting the state of Georgia and the USA. Failed DA Fani Willis, who has allowed Atlanta to become a murder zone with almost no retribution. Shockingly indicted your favorite president, me, for a perfect phone call. She's bad for America. So Trump went all in on his praise for Colton Moore about a year ago or a little bit more. And just so you have a sense of who this Colton Moore guy is, this was his statement about kind of civil war. Let's play it.
My goodness, how many people in my district questioned that election? I mean, and now that we've got 19 people who are facing the rest of their life in prison because they spoke out against an election.
What does this guy look like? Oh my God.
I mean, you know, I told one senator, I said, listen.
Oh my God, he kind of looks like the guy that was just like,
I said, we
Denali.
got to put our heads together and figure this out. We need to be taking action right now. Because if we don't, our constituencies are going to be fighting it in the streets. Do you want a civil war?
Progressive Democrat? Yeah. Yes, I can. AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Katie Porter. There's a bunch. There honestly are a bunch, and that's why I get sick of like when they're just like they're all corporate, blah 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 blah. And that's insinuating that again the entire thing is broken, and then it's just like what? So we're supposed to lock, stock, and barrel just
I want to make this problem
get rid of the entire
legislative means of doing
Democratic Party and just be like, all right.
Is defunding Fani Willis of any Georgia.
I mean, again, perfect world, sure, but practical reality, no.
And hopefully Representative Jordan and Representative Biggs will follow suit in Congress and strip her of her federal dollars too, because she is not upholding her oath to the Constitution.
And now the irony is that Fulton County District
Only AOC has not taken corporate donations. That's not true.
Fani Willis will be prosecuting.
There are other people that have not taken corporate donations, even Bernie Sanders.
Here's what he previously had to say about her. Let's play this clip.
And on top of that, technically, yes, they have, but like it's kind of like the way that I'm sponsored, where, I stand behind the sponsor. I know like exactly what they represent, and I know that there's like it's like not a bad program. So,
what type of action do you want?
I have a feeling it's the same thing.
Emergency right now. I'm calling for an emergency special session. I've had senators ask me, what do you do when you have an emergency special session? First step.
Because part of the problem with that whole mindset is also then how are we supposed to, like, this is the reason that we're kind of self-defeating in that regard, because then how are we supposed to fund this media? I get it. Trust me. Like, to actually practice a full, the full life of a socialist, then it's impossible to support capitalism. But we have to in order to defeat capitalism. We are in a very bad place right now, but I hate to say it, like it doesn't help us if we just keep going, well, we can't accept funding.
Step, Steve, defund Fani Willis. Now, these senators, they want to use semantics with their constituents, and they want to say, well, she receives local.
It does suck that, like, you know, you got GOP, TYT, where you got Polymarket coming in. So I think the biggest thing that we can do is just do it, take money from people that we kind of agree with.
Funding, or she receives federal funding. Well, she also receives Georgia state tax.
I know, big brain take.
And my constituents do not want their hard-earned tax dollars funding this type
We just
of
need to fund this, guys. We need to fund it.
We have to do is we have to investigate Fani Willis. They say, well, what would you investigate? What about the fact that the indictment comes out the day before the jury even finishes and concludes, right? We need to investigate what coordination she's
I don't listen
had
to
with the US
TYT.
Department of Justice.
To be fair, not a lot of people do anymore.
There's so many things to investigate. What about the fact that half of her
Bernie's definitely taking corporate donations, my friend. Again, like, so is AOC. Go and look up her record. She is too.
The Fulton County Jail have yet to be charged with
You have to play politics.
Start paying for this, and not my citizens in Northwest Georgia.
I'm not trying to insult you or anything, but you have a very idealistic way of looking at things where it's just like, okay, so this is how it should be, and like you're not necessarily wrong, but again, practical application of it is not there.
Across this state, they're going to think twice about what she's doing, because instead of their neighbor getting murdered and their other neighbor getting robbed.
Being a socialist has nothing to do with not engaging in capitalism.
And all she's worried about is taking on political prisoners. You know, maybe she'll stop and think about that.
Now, finally, just
tell that to the people who attacked Hassan for having a house.
Remind you about the dispute at the federal level, right? MAGA Mike Johnson, this is undisputed, was ordered by Donald Trump.
Well, I'll ask you the same thing. You can actually, no, you do it. You source who Bernie took corporate donations from, and then you can also simultaneously find where AOC took corporate money.
You got to fire Mike Turner, who's the chair of the Intelligence Committee. Mike Turner, Republican from Ohio. It was Ohio's 3rd congressional district.
But the corporate cash doesn't influence them. That's the key. Yeah.
It's now Ohio's 10th congressional district, and Turner was the chair of the powerful intelligence.
Believe it or not, there are some like also principled donors that don't actually expect them to just be mouthpieces for them.
But he was very critical.
Not saying that they're like great and altruistic or anything.
Putin's talking points. He made that very clear on the record. So Trump said, get rid of this guy, MAGA Mike. We need people who essentially will be weak to Putin and will do Putin's bidding, in essence. So MAGA Mike got rid of Mike Turner. Just to show you kind of what Mike Turner had to say about other Republicans. This is from April of 2024. But, this is what Mike Turner's views were. And ultimately, Mike Turner had to say positive things about Donald Trump, because if you're in the Republican Party, you have to. But in terms of someone, if you had to pick a Republican to chair the intelligence community, Mike Turner's a pretty normal guy, all things considered. But that's why they kicked him out. They want more people like Colton Moore to be their leaders and less Mike Turners. So you saw Colton. Let me show you Mike Turner, Republican from Ohio. Let's play it.
Let's turn to Ukraine, an issue that's important to you and your fellow Republican chairman, Michael McCall, who runs the Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman McCall made a comment this week about what he says sounds like Russian propaganda from some conservative media, and why it's so difficult to explain to Republican voters why supporting Ukraine is important. He told Julia Yaffe, quote, "I think Russian propaganda has made its way into the United States, unfortunately, and it's infected a good chunk of my party's base." He singled out primetime shows on conservative channels. Do you agree with him, and how big is this problem?
No, it is absolutely true. We see directly coming from Russia attempts to mask communications that are anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia messages, some of which we even hear being uttered on the House floor. I mean, there are members of Congress today who still incorrectly say that this conflict between Russia and Ukraine is over NATO, which of course it is not. Vladimir Putin having made it very clear, both publicly and to his own population, that his view is that this is a conflict of a much broader claim of Russia to Eastern Europe, including claiming all of Ukraine territory as Russia's. Now, to the extent that this propaganda takes hold, it makes it more difficult for us to really see this as an authoritarian versus democracy battle, which is what it is. President Xi of China, Vladimir Putin himself have identified it as such. We need to stand up for democracy. We need to make certain that we know that authoritarian regimes never stop when they start an aggression. Ukraine needs our help and assistance now, and this is a very critical time for the U.S. Congress to step up and provide that aid.
Well, there you have it, folks. We're going to keep an eye on this. Infighting at the between Republicans. We'll keep you posted, of course, every step of the way. Thank you so much for watching. Hit subscribe and let's get to 4 million subscribers together.
Love this video? Continue the conversation by following us.
Hey, glad you got a new home too. All of them literally, like, they got all that YouTube money and were immediately just like, time to go to the gated suburbs. Let's go. Ugh. Ben Marcellus, like, it was funny. He was in between a move, and at one point he accidentally broadcasted, he broadcasted from his kitchen, and everybody in that broadcast was just like, what the actual crap, dude? That was kind of funny. I'm currently looking at AOC. She's never taken any corporate PAC donations. Bernie's taken National Cannabis, blah, 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 blah. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and National Mining Association. He took $3.35 million from lawyers and lobbyists since 1989. That's not much. From 89 to 20. Come on, bro. I mean, I don't understand what you're even arguing here, because, like, again, this is one of those things that you're like, what's the point? Like, where are you going with it? Like, I don't care. I don't care. What's this change? Who you're gonna vote for? Because it's not changing who's available to us to vote for or any of that. Like, what? Okay, so AOC's not taking any PAC money, it says, but it did say that she took lobbyist money. So, yeah, I'm not finding any list for anything that she did take, but I'm actually trying to. Give me one sec. Why is this so damn bright? What the hell? Okay, hold on. I gotta change the settings on my fucking screen too. This is ridiculous. Windows. I'm looking into it. Like, Bernie technically took money from corporate lobbyists, but it was individual donations, like $1,000 max from individuals, according to the PolitiFact. Point accountability matters. To, like, what accountability are you, like, what's the accountability here? Like, because again, what you're doing is if you're going to say accountability matters, then you have to put it on both sides, but you can't. You can't play this game because the right doesn't give a shit. And that's just handing, like, do you understand? That's why I'm saying, like, that's just handing them the wins, like, every single time. Oh my God. What is going on with this? Okay. This is ridiculous. Sorry. So the right doesn't care. We should just cut all regulations and lie about our money? No. No, I'm not saying that, dude. I'm not saying that meet them there, but what you're kind of insinuating is then at that point, why even, like, because you're kind of damaging your own argument here, because Bernie did report every, like, dollar that he got there. So, you know, but again, just not having any, like, you can't play the game if there's no money to be had, especially if the other side is taking dark money and just constantly overfunded. Like, look at the way that the APAC funding damaged this election. Like, look at the fact that it actually damaged us, like, as far as we lost, what, 2 progressive candidates? No, what we need to hope for is that, you know, some leftist on that, you know, or some leftist politician or leftist billionaire out there who honestly, like, he got his money from luck or something, or like a lottery, just decides, screw it. I'm going to just anti-Elon Musk this, but I don't know. Stinky Danky, to be completely honest, win, take or not, this is like, I think this is just a dumb thing to argue right now, where it's just like, dude, we're already so on the back foot. Like, this is some almost borderline psyop shit, where it's just like, let's keep micromanaging until we just don't even have a party anymore. Because that's why I'm just personally saying, I don't give a shit. As long as they actually vote on things that help us, that's what I care about. That's what most Americans care about. I'm also not looking for my politicians to be completely perfect people. I don't understand that. I don't understand this need for somebody to reflect your exact positions and ideals. Trust me, if you wanted that, then go run yourself. That's how that works. Because I'll tell you what, it's part of the human condition. Not everybody's we can't even agree on everything when we agree on most things. And that's also why I keep harping on I'm not going to do this, like, micromanaging the left and micromanaging every little nuance. Like, fuck that, dude. Number one, I'm too high for that and I don't have the time. I mean, if you want to spend your time doing that, by all means, have fun. So the right doesn't care. If finance accountability is what's killing the DNC, there's much a larger issue with the DNC. That's not what's killing the DNC. What's killing the DNC is the fact that they're not playing into populism. That is killing the DNC. Like, leftist populism. They're not seeing the fact that, like, abandoning, like, dude, for real. Cenk Uygur has been right about one thing pretty consistently, and that's if they actually gave a damn, they would run on socialized medicine and not just keep capitulating and doing these fucking, like, weird things where they're like, oh, we'll give you a little bit of it, like Obamacare, we'll give you a little bit of it, and then just doubling back on it. And then, you know, we're already in this position where even if we make that stride, then they're like, we have the Republicans who then take then they take power and immediately are just like, nah, we can't have that. And they'll just get rid of it. That's kind of my biggest thing, dude. Like, this would be great. Great. And ironically, this is why you honestly should have rooted for Kamala to win. Because it's easier to change that and argue against that and show people that, hey, see, these corporate leftist policies don't work. Now we're in that position where we can say, hey, look, these corporate leftist policies don't work, but now we're back to it, where we're arguing about, is Bernie Sanders technically virtuistic enough, because has he taken corporate donations? Because again, that's why I was asking you, what's the point of that? What are you trying to get out of the argument? And I'm actually I'm asking, like, what do you want out of that? Because this isn't even really a debate. This is more so just like, okay. Actually, I should start asking that. Because this is where Ben Dixon was actually, you know, he had a great point here, the call to action. So here's the call to action. What's your ideas? Do you have any, like, solutions to, like, the corporate problem in politics? And I'm not talking, like, you know, rainbows and lollipops and in a perfect frickin' world, like, kind of solutions. I'm talking about, like, yeah, 2026, we can start instituting this. Because that's where I think that we, like, as a movement, start shooting ourselves in the dick constantly, is we always are overshooting what our goals are and then getting disappointed that we're not meeting those goals. Like, again, dude, we didn't even take the time to appreciate the fact that we got gay marriage. We didn't take the time in certain states to even appreciate the fact that, like, we're getting, you know, legal cannabis legislation, like, passed. It's just, part of that is also, you know, a lot of, did you guys live in a world where you had to hide it? Like, or do you live in a world, I should say, because I know that one of you is from Tennessee, so, because that's another thing, too. Like, did you, because that's, like, I could ask that about both things, technically. It's like, no, dude, like, being in the closet like pre-2003 was way different than it is now. People get to leave the closet a lot sooner now. This is too lived up for me. Yeah, this is like, yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. Because Duke, honestly, what's the solution? Like, I'm trying to figure that one out. I have kind of come to that point where I'm like, all right, we need, like, Ben Dixon kind of said it. He had a great point. Outside of a violent overthrow of, the system. I love what Sam Cedar said about that, and his own, like, the MR chat was totally attacking him over it, where it's just like, wait, so you're telling me the solution for what specifically? Bringing progressive policy that we can sell to the American people in 2026. You know? What kind of organizations can we start supporting to actually, like, get candidates out there that are worth a damn? You know? Because there's a lot of that, man. I've seen a lot of that, like, just here, even locally, where, like, we have a lot of protests by us, right? Do you know how jarring it was to go into the voting booth and see that there was a open like just a uncontested position in my district where they had protests for things? Like, and it was just, again, vote Republican or just vote for nobody. You can write in, well, we can't write in somebody in that one. We have different, like, rules than a lot of other states, I know, so. But yeah. So. And I feel like I should have asked that a little differently. I'm not asking, like, for a solution necessarily. What I'm asking for are steps that we can take to build into a practical solution. And I keep using the word practical because, yes, I would like to see this by the time I'm, off this mortal coil. Like, as I said, if I can leave knowing that we're moving in the right direction, then that's good enough for me. Because I'm realistic. We ain't gonna see it if we keep, again, I can only repeat this so many times, but guys, like, arguing about the finer, like, nuances of who's corporate and not in the current system over, hey, how do we get a non-corporate candidate that we can all unilaterally support and, feel comfortable with and get like a true grassroots movement behind. I don't think I'm wrong on this one. Because I think it's just, yeah, it just keeps us in this cycle of not moving. So, anyway. Speaking of capitalism. Here. I gotta do the tippy tip thing. So if you guys can donate to the stream, I really appreciate it. It really helps me out and helps me keep doing this as long as I have been able to. Because I like doing these long streams, but yeah. It's those other pesky responsibilities of life that sometimes start hitting a little bit, so. But there we go. Sorry. YouTube is a little bit behind, more so than usual. I did like a soft count. It's usually about 6 to 8 seconds. This is about 11 to 12 seconds for you guys to essentially respond to me, so. I think we need to focus on labor organizing mostly, inside and outside strategies, or inside and outside strategy following Bernie's example for inside, and also joining groups like DSA for outside pressure. Everyone plays a role. Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing, Duke, that I was trying to also kind of like, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, is you have people like in our circles, like online, that are arguing that DSA is not doing enough, that they're just like, don't support DSA, go support this other chapter. Like, somebody had said it and it kind of clicked with me where I was just like, yeah, dude, like they said PSYOP, and I was just like, I was trying my hardest to not laugh it off, number one, and also like not take it too seriously, but think about this, guys. Like, it's so weird how like this happened in 2016 too, where we spent so much time arguing with each other. Like, dude, you want to talk about, like, wasn't that the bread tube drama like thing? DSA fed up. See, right here, guys, this is it. Stanky danky, honestly. Okay, so don't support them. What's your answer? Now what? Man. Are we, like, you guys are getting me in a mood now where I'm just like, okay. What the hell? Because, like, calling Democratic Socialists. So who is the group that is past your litmus test? When did I say I don't support them? Well, I thought you didn't support FedOps. Or sorry, did I misread that? I don't know. At this point, I am kind of just like, support who you want to support. Do what you're gonna do. I just hope that, yeah, it actually, like, I just hope it helps. So, as I said, man, like, that's all I'm like. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, guys. One sec. Oh, geez. Okay. That sucks. Two things can be true at the same time. An organization like CPUSA can both be a fed up and have good things in the past and future. Well, yeah, dude, you could say that about Christianity. You can use that. You could say that about a lot of organizations. Everything is a PSYOP. The point is you must engage and not spend all your time doing the work of the State Department, discouraging people from groups like DSA and progressives in the Dem Party. Exactly. Thank you. You actually just summed up my point right there. And you did it very well. Thank you. Because this doesn't do anything. Like, again, how does this build a movement? How? And why? Why is this so like, dude, why is this always asked? Like, dude, the fact that I'm even asking this, I'm just another leftist content creator out here that now has it on record, just like, why do we do this constantly? You know what the right doesn't do? This. Because this isn't just having, like, good-spirited debates. Like, this right here, the exchange I'm having with you, Stanky, is the fact that, like, I just don't see where this is building. Like, I don't see what this is building towards besides just kind of nitpicking everything. DSA and CPUSA have not done genocide like Christians throughout history. That's what I'm saying. I feel like, Stanky, I feel like I was at your I was at the same point in my political journey when I was about 23 years old as you. And this is going to come off as a little condescending, like, oh, old man, preaching down, but for real. Like, I used to think like that. Like, that was when I was very active in, you know, the anarchist party in Chicago, and nothing was good enough. Everything was a conspiracy. I mean, I was actually, I'll admit this, I was definitely more down a rabbit hole than you are in any way. Which is saying something too, because you have a lot more like being thrown at you like online than even we did. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like once you get to my age, it's all noise at that point. And that's why I am kind of treating it like that, where I'm just like, okay, cool. Like, still don't see where it's going and how it helps, like, and how we're going to build into 2026 with that. I'm absolutely not an anarchist, and I don't believe in conspiracy theories, my friend. I'm not saying you are, Stanky. I'm saying I was at that point, and that's what I believed. I'm saying that you think a little bit linearly the same way, where it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I thought that I had all the solutions for all the world's problems. Like, I definitely had that, like, brain about me where I was just like, wait a minute, why is this so hard for everybody to figure out if I can sit here and, like, be stoned and figure this out? Like, realistically, it is kind of one of those things where I'm just like, oh, well. And yeah, you start to, like, I'm not even going to say, like, you age out of it. You just age into just going, okay. I mean, even if it's true, you're like, well, that doesn't do anything. It doesn't help anything. Like, as I said, man, I think that I brought up a pretty solid point there, where me seeing all this call to action and then seeing nobody actually doing it locally and being there to take a local seat, that was enough for me to go, okay. So it's a lot of faux outrage. Like, you know, they can go online and crow about this all day, but then when it actually comes to change it, like actually putting themselves out to change things, nah, they don't wanna. I'm absolutely I don't see how it's linear to say two things can be true at once. I've never even offered a solution. Well, that's true. No, what I'm saying is, again, like, it's the whole, like, where we started this argument, just like, oh yeah, well, where did AOC get her corporate money? Well, Bernie got his. Like, again, what does this even, like, what does this matter? It's weird my last name, or my last comment didn't make it through the on-screen. That is weird. Hold on. You're right. It didn't. For all you know, I could be a card carrying right now, brother. Oh. I'm just going based off, like, what you're arguing here. Again, I don't know. If you are, cool. Like, am I supposed to know that? That's also kind of a weird take, I have to say. Like, I mean, Stanky, you've been in my community for a few days now. So just in general, anybody that I know for a few days, I'm not going to sit here going like, oh, I know them very, very well. Duke, I know, like, he's been here since the very beginning, but I still don't know all of his positions or any of that. So I can only go based off what you're arguing. And no, again, it's just, again, I know I'm being a little bit condescending, just a wee bit, but a little bit of condescension in this one it's needed, because it's like, yeah, dude, again, once you get old enough, you're like, ugh. There's things that I can change, and there are things that I can't, and there's also things that I'm like, I just don't want to spend time arguing with. But anyways, I said I think we need to draw the line at the neoliberal Dems. Why? You do know that we have more of a shot at changing some of their minds, right? And also getting them to vote along the lines of socialized medicine. No, the ones we got to watch out for are the ones that are literally, like, you can say neoliberal Dems, but if you mean corporate bought Dems, then okay. And what is it that I'm arguing? That was kind of the thing. I don't understand exactly what you're arguing. From my point of view, it's just kind of doing like the You know, oh, well, who isn't, or who is better than AOC? And then we just kind of went from there. And then you start arguing against just Bernie in general. Like that's how I, you know what, that's how I read it. But you know what, could be completely wrong. Sometimes things get lost in text as well. I also think that I've been missing some of your comments. Because I know that Duke's last one and then another few that are just not there. But they're on my YouTube side. If they are neoliberal, we have no shot at convincing them to socialize anything. It is an ideology of privatization and austerity. You do know that nobody's actually going to, like... See, this is the thing, Duke. Nobody thinks like this outside of us where we place these labels. Like, nobody's going to self-identify as a neoliberal. You do know that, right? Like, I don't know a single person that would do that. Because the people that I would consider neoliberals, they think that they're leftists, or they think like I can identify as leftists. You know, most of the neoliberals in my life that I can think of, they watch things like Majority Report, but they also watch MSNBC, you know, and they do think is linear, like in the linear terms of Democrat and Republican, which is annoying, but it is just how it is. Duke is based. Yeah, no, he is. No, Duke definitely knows more about this than me. I admit that. I know, I made the cardinal sin as a streamer. Oh, my chatter knows more than me. Whoa. I'm talking about political operatives, not voters. Well, you do know... Okay. Like, I kind of get who you're talking about, but... outside of literally being able to have a system where you can just have like a stamp for every time that these people show up on like any screen ever and go, this is an example of corpo Democrat, or I don't know, at that point, because like, dude, you do realize that this is also what kind of made Trump like so appealing, and this is why we had the split vote in AOC's district, right? Like, a lot of people, it's not even about politics to them, guys. Like, dude, that's also why I have, like, I kind of went the way I did, just saying, like, yeah, you know what? We can sit here discussing theory all day. You know who's not sitting there discussing theory? The people who now run this fucking country. In every capacity. Because somehow, some way, we're so good at messaging that this is where I'm sitting here defeated, man. Like, dude, literally, Monday is when it starts, guys. Like, that's when the all of this reality starts to come in and really wash over us. But, sorry. This was also kind of like the wrong day to have this argument with me, because I am kind of just like, I feel so powerless right now. I am angry. The people that run this country know all these things are... know all these things. They are educated. Yeah. Are you really saying Marjorie Taylor Greene is educated? Okay. Don't know about that. What the hell is that? Wow, I just literally had to do that. Thinking of... Alright, guys. If you haven't already followed on Twitch, please do. Also, leave a like over on YouTube. It'll help me out in the algorithm. And also, sub to the channel if you haven't already. Oh yeah, speaking of, we did it. We hit 11 hundo. So, I'm quite happy for that. Hopefully I'll be able to get some more push in the algorithm here. I don't know why I said it like that. All right. What the Sorry, guys. Dude, like, this Windows update really screwed up Streamlabs so fucking bad. Here we go. Man. All right. So we're going to go into the Hassan interview.
Welcome to Better Bad Idea.
All right. I can already tell you that this is going to need to be sped up. All right. But before we go into that, I do want to finish this. So I'll just say what I want out of this, like, and what I want. I think I've kind of articulated this throughout the previous streams, is that I would like practical solutions that we can sell on the American people, like Medicare, and getting everybody on board with that. The fact that we have as many Republicans and Democrats in this country that thought the thing that Luigi did wasn't bad tells me that we can accomplish this. It's just about messaging. And it's also about, like, really pushing back on, like, the whole, guys, are you really mad at the trans, like, community, or are you actually mad at, you know, the insurers, the people robbing us? Like, just, I don't know, man. MTG does not run the country, thankfully, knock on wood. Yet. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that party does, dude. Like, you have, like, that guy from Ohio that's just like, we need to defund California and put on whatever. Honestly, I'm kind of sick of it. I'm burnt out, guys. I really am. I'm getting ready for Monday, and it's just gonna suck. Like, because honestly, my big concern is if we get to June and I'm literally lamenting the whole, like, oh, Biden wasn't that bad, that could be a problem. Oh, man. Because outside of the Gaza issue, now I am kind of like, oh yeah, back to reality with our, where I, like, yeah, oh crap. Like, I didn't think about this because I was in the same boat, guys. I was sitting here thinking, like, oh my God, like, if we can get them to move on this, this would be great. And then halfway through the election, I was kind of like, uh-oh, I kind of feel like we're separating the electorate again. And then they went and did the Cheney thing. That one really got me, guys. It's Friday. Oh my God, you're... Are you really singing that? Yikes. I haven't thought of that song in a while. It's Friday. Oh my God, I just realized something. That has to be close to, like, what, 20 years old? That has to be, yeah. God, when did that hit? Yeah, W. Rebecca Black. Oh boy. All right, well, I'm gonna do the I'm gonna put the donation link in chat one more time, and then we're gonna start the what's going on here? Come on. What? Oh my God. It's happening again, guys. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for just being so awesome today. Okay. All right. Well, Hassan Piker was interviewed by Better Ideas with Sean O'Brien on the topic of why the Democrats lost and the future of the Democratic Party. So I wanted to take a look at that. We have already kind of seen a clip from it where Hassan was talking about Cenk Uygur possibly taking a little bit of leniency, or taking a little bit of God, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh no. Well, taking his IP is what it was, under the auspices of like, oh, your family. Trust me, I've said this before. Don't work with family, guys. But let's take a look at the interview. This will be a good one.
Welcome to Better Bad Ideas. Today we had Hassan Piker on the podcast. Where we
What's up, Can't Speak
discuss politics,
66?
where we
How are
discuss
you?
mainstream media. We discuss Amazon and many other subjects.
I'll
For
be
those
back.
of you that
Hassan's too
Hassan
annoying
Piker,
for me. I'll see
you're
you
not
later.
watching
Cool.
YouTube or Twitch. And today we find out who has a better bad idea. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
Oh, this guy?
It's a full contact sport. We're going to find out who has a better bad idea. So I appreciate you doing this, my friend.
Of course. I didn't listen. I did not know that you had a podcast.
I didn't either.
I did not know he had a podcast either.
You're coming into my territory now. This is
No, I appreciate it. You know, I obviously been following you, following your work, and where are you from?
I'm originally from Turkey. I grew up in Istanbul and Ankara, but then I came to America when I was 18 years old to go to college. And my parents wanted me to go to
Oh wow, I didn't know that he lived there until he was 18.
Oh. I got a scholarship from George Washington University. And I think it was Boston University as well. And then my parents wanted me to go to one of those good schools, but then I ended up going to Miami.
You don't think BU is a good school?
No, they do think BU is a good school, and I thought so as well. But I wanted to party a little bit, so I went to Miami, and they hated that, so they made me transfer to Rutgers, and that's where I graduated from.
So what was it like growing up in Turkey and then coming over here when you were 18?
I mean, I grew up with a lot of American TV and American movies and stuff that I watched. That's why I don't even have an accent. Like I grew up learning English by just like simply watching a lot of American television. So I always wanted to come here. I always wanted to go to college here. So it was like a dream come true.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of friends from my neighborhood that can't speak English as well as you do, and maybe I should encourage them to start watching a little more TV.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of Americans even don't speak English that well anymore.
They don't.
That's true.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, that could be helpful. It definitely was helpful for me, at least, because with a name like Hassan, if you don't also have a decent American accent, I feel like some people sometimes are like, they're a little shifty about it.
So you wanted to come over to the States, go to college, get a great education. Did you ever think you'd be doing what you're doing for a living?
No, not really. I mean, I was a political science major. That's what I graduated with. I probably am one of the only people that took advantage of that degree and actually uses it, and is not just like, I don't know, selling insurance or something. I never thought that I would be in
That's actually a really good point.
I never thought that I would find
him and Vosh are pretty much the two that I think that when they got their poli-sci degrees, it was just like, oh, we're going to use it with
success in
making a podcast or making a stream.
Just, I think random.
I know that Josiah with Pondering Politics also has one.
It's luck. I mean, I worked hard, but I think luck definitely factored in.
Well, you clearly work hard. I mean, you are the #1 influencer on Twitch. You have a phenomenal following on YouTube. What drove you to have the political views that you have, or the platform that you possess on all these social media platforms?
I think, well, there's a couple different moments in my life. Number one, I came from a very affluent, well, not like super affluent, but like pretty affluent family for Turkey originally. And that's when I first encountered the concept of just people not having enough money, where my parents sent me to public school, and I don't even know why they did that originally, but I thought, it was an interesting experience overall. But that's when I was like, damn, some of these kids that I'm going to school with, like, they just don't have access to nice shit. I don't know what that's about. So that was my first encounter with that. Then, my father lost all of his money by the time I got to college. But boohoo, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I still got that important early start, So once I got to college in the United States of America, I'm like super excited. I'm like, oh, greatest country on the planet. Like, and then I had to go to a hospital, and then I was like, oh shit, they just don't have free healthcare here. Like, this is crazy, because like even in Turkey's a poor country, but they still have nationalized healthcare, and on top of that, you can get private.
Evan the Reactionary, hey, how are you?
So
welcome.
For me, that was definitely like a radicalizing moment where I was like, this is crazy. Like, you have to pay $5,000 to get on an ambulance. Like, what the hell is this?
And that's a struggle, that I think people don't realize. You coming from Turkey, where you wouldn't expect that to be free healthcare, right? And then you come to one of the richest nations in the world, and healthcare is outrageous, and the cost is passed on. So that was a defining moment, as you put it.
I love how he just went, whoa.
You graduated college.
Wow.
And you weren't certain what you were going to do. What was the first job that you had?
Yes, that's Hassan being interviewed by Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters Union.
With my uncle.
Who
Yeah.
I did not know how to podcast.
So
I don't think, and Hassan said that he didn't know either.
Nowhere to
So
go. I mean, I graduated with honors, but it didn't matter. It's a terrible job market. There's no applicable.
hear this.
You know, I didn't have the network. Like, I didn't have any people that I knew that worked in, you know, any of these like big four consultant firms or whatever. Which is ironic. Now that I look at it, that's what I thought I wanted to do. I was like, oh well, this is applicable. I'll become a consultant.
Right.
It's disgusting. The
Right,
fact
those,
that
those are the people that you target, I think, on your audience.
100%.
Hassan is an idiot.
You know, causing a lot of these problems throughout this country.
I wouldn't call him an idiot.
That's quite a shift in attitude.
Yeah, it is.
he's at least educated enough to, you know. No, I mean, honestly, if you're gonna argue anybody would be an idiot, like talking politics, I mean, I will gladly throw myself in that fire.
To go work for like PricewaterhouseCoopers or like a McKinsey, and now I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
At least today.
Were you like taking gummies or smoking weed back then at all? Or what was
no,
up?
I think. Well, yeah, I guess for sure. But no, at that time, it was just like I didn't have any sort of like serious principles. I was just thinking about it like I want to make money, and this is prestigious. You know, that's what I thought in my mind. But I started working with my uncle, and look, I think it might be a little Turkish of him to do this, but he definitely let's just say he definitely took advantage of the fact that I was his nephew in terms of, you know, the pay structure that I worked
So you
under.
definitely needed a union with a relative.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt.
Exactly. They actually did unionize the producers, but that was after I had left. But there was definitely a little bit of issues there as well, and I think that was my third like final.
Just because you're educated doesn't mean you're not an idiot. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe maybe we have an opposite thing. I don't know.
Moment, I guess, was I had this IP, this intellectual property of the show that I like.
Hassan looking extra creepy today, dude. He really does confuse me with his drip, because it's like he's the only person that looks at it and goes, yeah.
That I did because I wanted to do it on the side. It's something I wanted.
Or I don't know, maybe his audience does too. But
they were not going to let me do it unless I do it for free, which is, you know, kind of lame.
This is your uncle's company.
Yeah, it's my uncle's company. You know, so I'm just like, I want to help. I want to be beneficial, and I also want to do this thing. I'll just do it. I'll just do the extra work for free on the side and like maintain this thing so that like you know, I can prove that it's good. And so I did that. But it blew up. It got very popular. And instead of giving me additional funds to be like, here, let's build out the show more, let's give you a writer, you know, because I did this in the supply closet, basically. I put a green screen
that's
out
why it's
there,
so
and I
low.
started
My bad,
filming
guys.
myself. They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to take this IP and we're going to give it to all the other hosts so we can, like, make more of the same type of videos without spending any extra money. And that's when I was like, damn, I have no ownership over this. Like, I have no control over my hours. I have no control over this IP, this thing that I created, right? Like, this thing that I put a lot of thought and effort into, and I did for basically free. I don't
get the hate for Hassan. I mean, listen, he makes me feel like I'm not educated in this as much as I can be. So, like, maybe people feel that way and they're just like, oh, I don't like him.
Sounds like you're describing the third-party leasing arrangement that Amazon is using right now.
I mean, it's the reason I watch him is because I do think he's like more educated than me on this.
Yeah, that's actually a great segue. You're a natural. You're a natural at this podcasting thing.
Right. We'll see.
Because of his creepy mustache.
All right. No, I will. I asked my friends that do a labor report, and they were shocked that you have podcasts. They didn't know that this was happening. Yeah. So this is going to be exciting.
Well, I think like you, we recognize that we do have a lot of influence. More importantly, we have a lot of opinions, and I think it's important to sometimes step out of our comfort zones and create a narrative that is inclusive, that can have differences of opinions, like you do as well. But it's important to have programs like this.
Dude, that was strangely nuanced and like
that are unscripted. And, you know, I think, you know, segueing into...
I've met people who are educated but terribly illiterate on some topics. Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, most, like, academics are some of the dumbest, like, people as far as, like, street knowledge. That's been kind of known.
I think the mainstream media, and this is an unqualified opinion.
That's why it's so rare when you do meet somebody that is, like, so educated and also, you know, streetwise, you're just like, wow.
All the time. Is not as effective or influential. It's more like a totalitarian rule when they want to control the narrative. And whenever you have a difference of opinions or you want to have a narrative that they're not comfortable with, they blow it up. So in your opinion, being a social media influencer is one of the best, one of the most brightest, based on your background, where do you see mainstream media moving forward in this country?
I think you're nailing it. They're definitely cooked. They are losing their ratings they have virtually nobody under the age of like 45 watching at this point.
I said that
I look
earlier.
at those numbers, they're Nielsen TV metrics, and it's abysmal, especially post-election. I have a much larger audience than they do in these primary demographics, 18 to 35, and I'm just one guy who is filming from their living room, right? Like it's incomprehensible. If you were to ask me 10 years ago, like you're going to have a larger audience than CNN in the 18 to 35 demographic, you know, live streaming in your pajamas, I would laugh. I was like, that's insane. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. And I think part of that is, I mean, most of that is because of their own failures over and over.
A lot of hate comes for Hassan comes from the left too. A lot of people believe him to be champagne. See, that's literally part of what I was arguing against earlier, though. Why? What's that accomplish?
Over again, routinely.
What is this? Like, this is, again, something I hate saying it, man, but it's so exclusive to the left, where it's just like we constantly just self-police. Like,
I think
it's ridiculous.
There are moments where
micromanaging. It's ridiculous. I'm not sure if I've ever disagreed with Hassan on anything. Sean O'Brien, on the other hand, he's an idiot who sold out his union. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm kind of shocked that he has this podcast, and I'm kind of like, I wonder what his union thinks about this.
There's a huge pandemic in Main Street media. It's called liabilities.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's one aspect of it for sure.
Right.
And I think everybody does it.
He sold that pretty well.
I'll be the first to recognize, I think that like Fox News does it also with regular frequency. The problem is a lot of people don't consider Fox News to be lying in general. When they say mainstream media lies, they think like CNN, NBC. I think part of that is because they're supposed to be objective. Like they've supposedly presented themselves as the objective arbiters of truth, whereas Fox News is editorial. Everybody knows that, right? And I think they get away with a lot of that for that same reason. Even though, ironically enough, when push comes to shove, when they have to make coverage on a strike that's happening, for example, they will immediately hit the same exact button. It might be Fox News, it might be ABC, it might be NBC, it might be CNN.
The left seems so divided. I'll stay here on the right. See, that's kind of you're actually proving my point, Kirk, right there, where it's just like, no, we should be able to like make you realize, hey, you do have some, left. Like, this is also why I hate doing the label thing so much, where it's just like, do we have these agreements on like the finer points? Okay, then we can start moving on those. That's where it's like, oh, but then we start getting into other like the stuff that really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Immediately pit you against obviously you know this better than anyone else.
I'm just a dumb freeloading Canadian looking in.
Rank and file striking union work.
Hey, throw a dodo this way then.
Against other
what's the exchange rate on the loony?
Consumers, even though they themselves are workers as well, and they have the exact same interests in their own personal individual workplaces.
This is why I'm on the right and in a reactionary.
The guys that are out there picketing, but they immediately divide it. They go,
if you see some of the media we've done over the Amazon, even over a lot of other situations, our union under our leadership, which we've been in there for 1,004 days, we've had over 200 strikes whether it's a direct strike or direct action. And it seems like Main Street media in our world, we're not embraced as doing something that's just and right for working people.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They focus on the narrative of, oh, they're hurting the consumer, or they're hurting the general public. No, we're helping the consumer. We're helping the general public. Do you see a shift from major media markets to what you're doing, what I'm attempting to do, and other people are doing?
Don't even ask. It's in beavers now. We traded beavers.
Where we can capture that audience of 18 to 35-year-olds and influence
All
them.
right, hey, I want one of those bags of milk. How many beavers will that be? Oh, that'll be 2 beavers there, okay? Okay there, guy.
Way where we are getting the stories out accurate.
Oh, if you'll give me a canoe, then I'll give you a new pair of shoes.
Uninhibited, but with credibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
God.
I think that you have most likely a much easier time getting your message across to Joe Rogan and his audience than you do going on, I think, CNN. Like, you're going to have an infinitely more hostile interview. It's going to be much shorter. And also, you're not going to be talking to a labor reporter. You're going to be talking to a hostile entity that is, whether they acknowledge it or not, absolutely working at the behest of corporations. Why are they working at the behest of corporations? Because right after your 5-minute spot is done, where you just like got across as many talking points as you possibly could, what happens? You go to an ad break, and you got big pharmaceutical corporations, you got Amazon, you got all of these companies that you normally are delivering for, and you're trying to make sure that you're protecting your drivers on. They're paying hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to have these slots immediately after your interview. In that situation, of course, they're going to have a little bit more loyalty to those people.
So you look at what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
And you've been very supportive of and critical of corporations.
I stopped watching CNN too. I pop into CNN specifically like with the wildfires that got me to finally like check in and be like, hey, what's going on? And I have to admit, they do good on the ground reporting with that.
Amazon in particular. Now, Amazon owns Twitch, which is your largest platform.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So that's actually really interesting.
See, I just get the French Canadians here.
I think Amazon wants to, just like every other sector, they want to monopolize. So they understand that Twitch is very important for live streaming. They see it as like the next step in the next medium that they want to be an important player in. So they bought Twitch for that reason. And Twitch is a very expensive company overall. Live web service is really like live streaming is very difficult to maintain. But Amazon owns AWS, so they don't mind hosting it because they already own all of the servers.
Do they mind the criticism that comes along with it?
I think, well, I play ball. I got a contract originally with Amazon because,
At least you did.
Yeah, well, but that's...
We're trying like hell, man.
Exactly. But see, they would much rather have one rich guy be able to do a contract than have an...
See, he wants that money. See, but... that kind of goes back to my point where it's like, yeah, being well-funded isn't a bad
actual
thing.
contract with a labor union, right? Obviously. Like it's a much more divided
Quebecians, they're awful.
Field, and for that reason, they don't have contracts anymore, for example. They no longer even have to offer them.
I'll be honest, in my travels, that was probably, like, Montreal is beautiful, but, oh, man, yeah, they especially do not like the American tourist.
But... overall, I think
I did not get treated very nicely.
And it's interesting.
Toronto, on the other hand, they love me.
Yeah, I am very critical of Amazon. I've fundraised for the ALU originally. It's actually the shirt that I made. This is also union made. All my merchandise.
Yeah, I know you have a swag company.
Yeah,
that's 100% unionized, right?
Yeah.
So am I gonna have to use that company too now?
I mean, you probably do actually. The garment manufacturing side is Bayside. So they are I think one of the largest,
no way.
largest like unionized garment manufacturer in the United States.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Actually, yeah. When I was just toying with ideas, I was looking into like who would manufacture that stuff. They were the first one to pop up.
Just getting back to your point of Amazon
all right.
making tons of money off of what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Not being too concerned about the criticism thrown at them because, they're making money. And
they're making money, and I'm powerless at the end of the day. Like, that's the reality. We have, a 10% union participation rate in this country? That's lower than the country of Chile. We literally rewrote their constitution in a neoliberal fashion, and they still have a higher union participation than we do. They don't see us as a threat.
Right, but I think, like anything else, I'm confident that we continue on this path of being vigilant and capturing the audience of the 18 and 35-year-olds, where we're looking at our demographics as well. I believe, are going to have the ability to organize Amazon because people are pretty fed up. People are fed up with how they're treated when they're working for Amazon. People are fed up on just Amazon's attitude, where they think that because they're a $2 trillion company, that they can control the narrative and destiny of working people. But what's more frightening to me is they think they can control the policy in the United States. They actually think they set policy, just like many other billionaires in this country. And I'd like to know your opinion on the influence that the Amazons of the world and other big billionaires have on the direction this country is going to be moving forward in.
I mean, it's terrifying, right? You got both Amazon and Starbucks, I think, actively trying to undermine the NLRB, and I think they're doing that deliberately. They want to take it up to the Supreme Court. They want to have that battle, and they want to undermine what remains of labor protection.
Right, you know what's funny about Amazon? So they want to dismantle the NLRB, which, my day job, I deal with the NLRB. There is no doubt that reforms need to happen in the NLRB on both sides, right? But here's Amazon claiming they want to, a ruling saying that the NLRB is unconstitutional.
Yeah.
And here we are fighting with them, with the ALU, Teamsters Local 1, where now they're filing charges with the NLRB as a result of what we're doing nationwide with this strike and everything else. Now they're looking for the people they want to dismantle for a resolution currently claiming that we're violating federal labor laws. So they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, right? What do they actually want? Do they just want extreme wealth and control and influence?
Yeah, of course. They just want to be able to continue accumulating capital, and the most malleable and also the most significant aspect of that process is our workers. So,
in your opinion, we fight this battle. In your opinion, what do the Amazon workers need to do to win this battle?
It's really difficult. I think, but I would say, especially on the logistics side, distribution facilities are probably the closest to an assembly line. I feel like commodity production now, the way it's designed, is so white collar focused that it's very difficult to instill any sort of class consciousness, any sort of recognition that like you and the guy next to you have the exact same problems. So it's better that you know what everyone's salary is, right?
Well, that goes to credibility with like UPS, United Parcel Service, or DHL. You go to work at UPS under a collective bargaining agreement, regardless of your age, race, color, religion, or creed, you're going to be paid and treated the same way as everybody else, regardless.
Yeah.
And in Amazon, that's not the case, right? When does Amazon, when do they finally get exposed publicly? And what do we need to do outside? I mean, we're striking them, and we're going to continue to strike them. We're going to continue to expose them. But what do we actually need to do to infiltrate them and make them act accordingly?
Honestly, I think is what you guys are doing right now, just slowly but surely chipping away at it. Because overall, in the minds of Americans, they just only care about everything from the perspective as consumers. That's all they care about.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of what I was saying earlier.
They don't care about how the sausage is made. They don't care about who's making the sausage. Ironically enough, they can't even identify an Amazon delivery driver, UPS driver, Teamster guy, and
Friday night, and I'm hanging with you guys. The F is wrong with me.
Their own goals.
Thanks for that.
In their own immediate workplace.
Damn.
They can't identify it with themselves, even though they have the exact same problems. Like nobody wants their fucking bosses, right? Like your boss is telling you it's the holiday season, you want to maybe take a little bit of time off.
I love my bosses. I work with 1.3 million working people. I love my bosses.
Okay, fair. That's different though. I'm, in most circumstances, you don't like your manager because your manager's like, they're not gonna.
Well, you look at your manager, you look at your boss.
That's not true. Most of the time I had pretty good managers. I had like a handful that were kind of like corporate douches, but even them, how many times I would come in and they'd just be like, guys, all right, so here's our hand-me-down from the corporate overlords. Here's what we need to do. Planograms was always a big one where it was just like, the second they were just like, all right, we got an update from the corporate office, and I knew it was planogram.
Awesome. You're like, they could never do my job.
Yeah.
And they're benefiting. Like I used to say this narrative all the time through the UPS negotiations, and UPS is a very tough company. We have 350,000 members, and they're tough. They're tough to work for. They got productivity standards. They got demands and service. No one likes their boss because you look at them and you're like, you could never do my job, right? And I think that's part of what's going on as Amazon as well. You've got all these directives and policies put in place, unrealistic productivity demands.
Did they put out the battery fire in LA? I don't know.
And people are getting hurt. People are getting
I actually tried to check. There was no news on it.
Injured. And people don't respect who they work for, right? That needs to change as far as Amazon's opinion. And you make a great point. Like they want to streamline everything. They want to make technology important. They forget about the human element that goes along with it.
Yeah.
And that human element has proven itself, whether at UPS, DHL, or Amazon. Think about who produced or provided the goods and services to this country through the pandemic. It's the same Amazon employees right now that are fighting for their right to organize and work under a collective bargaining agreement. And you're right. Mainstream media keeps trying to put the customers in the middle of this and blaming the Amazon workers, blaming the teams.
Stopping by to say hi, doing family stuff tonight. Yesterday I saw an orchestra perform the Rite of Spring. Nice, wonderful. Have a good one. Hey, Robin, thank you.
And I think we just got to be consistent in our messaging and be concerned what that messaging is, but never lose sight of what our main goal is to organize those Amazon workers.
Yeah, I think, but ultimately, I think it's important to just, keep chipping away at it regardless of how difficult it may seem, because I don't think, there is definitely a lot more, there's a lot more positive sentiment towards unions right now than ever before.
3 out of 4 visits complete. Hell yeah, distracting.
At least.
Yo, what's up, Fen? How you doing? It's good to see you.
I'm
glad that you're here.
Historically speaking, in the last couple of decades, I think the union approval ratings are at its highest level, right? People seem to be appreciative of union activity. Now, that might be because they're just kind of oblivious to it. They don't fully understand it, or because maybe the Capitol won this war already, so that they didn't really spend a lot of additional time routinely criticizing unions in general. Because you don't even hear that from Fox News for the past 2 decades, I would say. Like, since the Janus decision, at least, I haven't really heard anyone talk poorly against unions, left or right, I think, in media.
That's true.
But even if there was a time when people would get frustrated, like we kind of saw a little bit of that with the ILA, the longshoremen's, right? When they wanted to, when they were talking about potentially doing a strike, the media immediately started talking about how this is going to collapse the entire economy.
But don't forget what the media started doing as well, highlighting the fact it was going to collapse the economy, right?
Yeah.
And those big shippers are making tons of money.
Yeah.
But what was their pivot?
The future is looking good. I think I'm looking forward to redirecting myself to my goals this month. I'm using Monday as a starting point. Hell yeah. See,
was.
you know what? That's also a great thing. Yeah. Personal goals, personal positivity goals. Guys, yeah, this is also something that just in your own life will definitely put us in a better position to move like politically on our space here. So
attack personally the leadership.
Yeah.
We got to be more positive, guys. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
And they were
The
they weren't
power
focused
of
on,
positivity.
what these workers go through every single day, the risks versus the rewards. They were controlling the narrative.
Unions really are key to widespread organizing for the working class. People need a structure to facilitate, and from there, people tend to organize politically more. Yep.
Attacking the leadership is salary. And look, I don't know what a salary is. Whether
Listening to you while at work, building parts for the escape. I'm an employee for Ford and a proud union member. Solidarity forever.
Exactly.
Hell yeah,
Not-
Mr. Anderson.
but the main task
Mr.
is to get these people the
Anderson.
best contract.
Yeah.
And these shipping lines were making billions upon billions of dollars, and it was time to reward the workers. So, as far as that stuff goes, and the ILA and all that other stuff, that's just another example of, to your point, where the focus is not on the actual problem at hand, is rewarding workers. It's about attacking people so that narrative is controlled.
I've been doing that too, cleaning my aura, removing broken things from the home, fixing things, and been able to toss out some old hand-me-down furniture and get my own stuff. Nice. Yeah, see, that's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that you're making positive goals, because I'm planning to go visit my boyfriend in Africa for the very first time in our 4-year relationship in April. And to do that, I'm planning on getting a second job while I'm still only in the beginning of my master's program. Oh, you know what? That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope that works out, and I hope that you can make it there. That'd be awesome.
Corporations and global conglomerates.
Is very cynical. They want to present you as a villain because they can't talk about your message. They can't counter message against what you're saying, because what you're saying makes sense. What you're saying makes sense in a way that every American can understand it, because just looking at it by pure numbers, there are far more people that work for a boss than there are bosses in this country. Even though a lot of people a lot of people see themselves as like their own little bosses. In their minds, everybody's got a little, millionaire waiting to happen.
Yep.
Right. And I think that informs the way that a lot of people think about the world, and maybe create some unique problems, especially in America. But at the end of the day, you're
no way. My boyfriend is the Nigerian prince I haven't met either.
Working, and you're working for somebody else.
Are you sending them $10,000 a month just to make sure that they can get their funds?
So when you make that message known, when you go out on television and you talk about it in that way, that's going to be a terrifying prospect for a lot of corporations. So
Sorry, we're not trying to make fun of your boyfriend.
But they do. They come after you. They attack you directly.
Making fun of the Nigerian prince scam. Thanks. Hope so too. We'll see how things go, but it's strange. I have a feeling there's a good chance I'll fall in love with the place, never come back to U.S., complete my degree, and immigrate to Africa and start working remotely out of Europe. Nice.
They try to separate you, like I said, from your rank and file.
That'd be awesome.
And then they try
I
to
hope that also goes well too, because I have a feeling that the world is going to start treating us the way that we treat immigrants, and it's going to be one of those things where it's just like, oh, you're an American now, huh? Interesting.
From the consumers, even though they're workers on both sides of that.
How did you know I sent 10K specifically?
Well, the good news is I can't be attacked for my wealth.
Yeah.
I can be attacked for my lack of.
I get attacked for my...
Well, you see, my friend.
I get attacked for my money all the time.
Look, here's the reality of it. In my family, in my neighborhood, who I hang around with, we don't inherit wills. We inherit bills.
Yeah.
So, they can attack my wealth all they want. They're going to see, wow, this kid needs a financial advisor.
They say that about me too. But speaking of wealth, by the way, I would... I told you already. I worked with the ALU before we started.
Right.
I raised $170,000 for them, and it was actually the shirt the union made shirt that I fundraised for. And any type of help you guys want for the Teamsters, for the ALU, like I'm here for it. I try to use all of the influence and all the time I have to try to urge others to go organize their workplaces.
Socialism never took root in America because the poor see themselves as not as exploited proletariat, but as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. John Steinbeck. Yeah, that's very true. Hey, Ryan, what's up?
I have a lot of fantastic community organizers and union organizers as well in my community in general. Some of which that started off kind of oblivious, and maybe
my boyfriend is the sweetest though. When we fell in love, he only had his Xbox 360 and an iPad with a broken screen, and this absolute treasure sold his Xbox so he could afford to buy me a promise ring on Amazon.
Got a little bit radicalized.
It's adorable.
During COVID or whatever, and then joined a union, joined the DSA and many other organizations. So you know, I'm here to help.
Well, I appreciate that. And there's going to be a lot of call to arms moving forward. And
2 a.m. and I'm drunk. I'm loopy and slow, tired and stupid, but I'm vibing. Cool.
You know, to your point is,
and make sure you get to bed at a semi-good time tonight.
We provide a lot of those organizations through our members and member-to-member interaction. The reality of it is we're going to need economic support. And, you know, the Teamsters Union, thankfully, we're in a position where, you know, we have $1 billion in assets, so we can sustain a fight with Amazon. But we also going to need support for nonprofit organizations while we're trying to organize when Amazon tries to fire employees and everything else. So it's great to hear that, and we truly embrace it. The one thing that's been a little troubling to me, dealing with a lot of these fights we've had, not just with Amazon, with a lot of corporations, is the political involvement of politicians, both federally, statewide, and locally. As you know, we settled a $30 billion contract with the United Parcel Service, the richest contract ever. We protected against automation. You know, obviously we're going to continue to fight over that. We've guaranteed jobs, and we guaranteed and we leveled the playing field within the parcel delivery service industry. And a lot of times when we're in these battles, you know, the threat to strike is sometimes more effective than the strike. And early on in our administration, when we took over, you know, we walked right into the rail workers, you know, that are covered under the RLA.
Yeah.
And, you know, the problem with what I have on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, is that everybody wants to support workers. Everybody wants to be in the fight until it's time to take a campaign contribution, until it's time to go against corporate America. And, you know, the same holds true in any and all fights with these politicians. I'll give you, for example, through UPS, which is a great example of an direct employer model, although they're tough to deal with, but they do the right thing because they're under a collective bargaining agreement. They have no other choice. But when we were fighting to get the best contract and created a contract campaign, we reached out to all Democratic legislatures, Republican legislatures, to sign on for a letter of support. And you would be amazed.
What's going on here? What are we watching? Hassan's being interviewed by the head of the Teamsters Union, Sean O'Brien, who I said this a few times now, but I didn't know he had a podcast. It doesn't seem like a lot of people did. Not the worst I've heard either, honestly. Like, this has been a really good interview. They're talking specifically about, you know, unions in America and how we can improve.
And how many Democratic people didn't sign on to that letter of support. People
I would not be amazed.
And like you look at Amazon, for instance, right?
I used to work at UPS worldwide. Their union program is impressive. Nice.
Right? We've been
ironically, it was the Teamsters. Nice.
Fighting Amazon, and we've constantly sent letters out to these politicians, and you know, people that have pointed their finger in my face because we didn't endorse a candidate for the presidential election. You know, like Chuck Schumer's of the world. Chuck Schumer pointed his finger in my face and said, "We fixed your pensions." This is 2 weeks after I gave him a check for $550,000. He wouldn't sign on a support letter for the Amazon workers, and I questioned him on it, and he said, "Oh, I never got the letter." I said, "Well, you can say that as much as you want, but the reality of it is we think that you didn't sign on to the letter because you're taking campaign contributions." And it's not just Amazon, it's big tech and everybody else, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, then finally we found out that his daughter works for Amazon as a lobbyist. So it's like, come on, you know? So what is your opinion on the political influence?
Yeah, see, now that's the stuff right there where it's just like, yeah. I mean, and this is what drives me nuts is for any Republican that would hear that, they'd just immediately go, see, it's the Democrats. But then they immediately ignore the Republicans doing the exact same thing, if not even worse. I mean, can we just look at Donald Trump and just be like, yeah, they were perfectly fine with Ivana being there, or Ivanka Trump being there.
These
like,
battles,
come
what
on.
position should both Democrats and Republicans take?
I think that this is yet another part of the uphill battle that is like impossible to contend with. That, yeah, no, these guys have their children. They go to the best Ivy League schools. They get the best possible education. And they do that so that they can get a job at Amazon, so they can become a corporate lobbyist. Kamala Harris's brother-in-law is Tony West.
Uber.
He does Uber legal. I mean, that is like Uber's entire business model is basically gutting what remains of labor protections for the regular employment structure and turning it into gig economy workers so that they have less power overall, like the DPS.
Yeah, they essentially destroyed like the taxi medallion industry.
So we're talking about right now, 300,000 of them work for Amazon, right? Like they're in the last line of delivery. And they're under a gig structure, so they're, you know, so that Amazon can go to the NLRB.
Which ironically was part of the city.
And say, oh, this is illegal that you're trying to unionize these people. It's a ridiculous structure, and it's been going on for far too long. And I think the only way to actually push back against it is through labor militancy.
Right,
really.
and the militancy is important, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, talk about, you know, we gotta be militant. We want to be, you know, a militant union. We have to show militancy, and that rhetoric is great, but we actually have to show action. right?
Yeah.
And you look at like the Kamala Harris of the world, right? You look at the Gavin Newsoms of the world. You look at everybody that, and there's a lot of social issues out there, and we could sit here and talk for days about the social justice or social injustices that are out there. And these are the people that have claimed to be social justice warriors to a certain extent, right? But when they're embracing big tech, when they're embracing, automation, aren't they actually contradicting what their platform was as fighting social issues? I've been in the union 34 years. I'm a fourth generation Teamster, and I've single-handedly have witnessed in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and present that we have been fighting social issues all along. Wage inequality, race discrimination. But yet you have these politicians that are out there, saying we want a livable wage, we want to increase the minimum wage, we want to do all these programs, but yet they're embracing and getting in bed with, so to speak, the big tech who are trying to destroy jobs, who are not opening their doors to organize, the Googles of the world, the gig economy, as you spoke of. Why are people not talking about that in mainstream media?
Good point. Well,
like I said,
I mean,
because they have a Google ad right
Yeah.
after the 5-minute slot. So obviously they are financially incentivized to continue churning out the same propaganda over and over again. And this has been going on for far too long at this point. But luckily, with independent media out there, you do have a real opportunity to try to get this message across. Just like, think about it this way. You've been around for quite some time. You've given interviews to the media over and over again. Have you ever talked to a person that has my ideological background? Like, have you ever, in mainstream news, have you ever talked to an anchor that automatically is like, yeah, no, I am unconditionally pro-labor. I understand that when there's a collective bargaining agreement happening, or when there's any sort of work stoppage happening, I know that my automatic position is never going to be, I'm blaming the union striking. I'm blaming the picketers because they're selfish and they want more money. That's what you hear from media, right? That's all they say. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter if they're at Fox News, it doesn't matter if they're MSNBC. That's what they say. They go, oh, you're being selfish. You already get $22. What do you want? The other workers out there get $7 an hour. How dare you ask for more? Someone like myself looks at that and says, you have a democratic process that you have to abide by. You have to take that back to your rank and file. They have to ratify this contract. You have to make sure that you get the best possible contract for your workers that actually ended up, voting for you to be this guy. On the other hand, you got the bosses. They are not beholden to anything. They're not beholden to anybody. They can unilaterally make a decision and say, oh, this contract that you brought to me is fair. We know that you don't want to destroy this company. That's ridiculous. No one pays your fucking salary.
No one wants to destroy companies. That's a narrative, obviously, the mainstream media puts out there.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, why would you want to destroy the company?
Again,
it's your salary. They're paying the salary of your workers. Like, is ridiculous, right? So, have you ever talked to a person in major media that understands the situation like that, even if they themselves are a part of a union, even if they do personally in their individual, their secret opinions are like that? Have you ever seen someone demonstrate this understanding?
Absolutely not. Your point is well taken. The funny thing is, it's like, you do these interviews, and I do a lot of them, and it's one-sided, to your point.
Yeah.
And when you're out there trying to get your point across, people are interrupting you. People are not embracing difference of opinions. And I love the fact that mainstream media is suffering right now. I don't like to see people suffer or wish ill will on anything, but the way they have constructed a false narrative over the years, especially towards working people, I think they deserve what they get right now. And I think people like you, and hopefully people like me and other people, are going to be able to change the opinion, but more importantly, have discussions. And our discussions don't have to be controversial and or one opinion matters more than the other. It can be a collaboration of, hey, you know what, I'm having a discussion with you, and
he has 6K subs.
You know what, you opened my eyes to something I didn't realize because I allowed you to speak.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen on mainstream media.
I don't think they're.
That actually kind of says something, though, because like, if he can't even get his union buddies to sub to the channel,
I don't think they're interested in honesty. Is the point? Like, they have a goal.
It's ratings and money.
Yeah. Whereas I feel like, at least in the Wild West style world of podcasting right now and independent media right now, there's still an opportunity to talk to a genuine person, even if they're making tens of millions of dollars. Like Joe Rogan has a $200 million contract from Spotify, right? But I don't think Joe Rogan is going to be as expressly anti-union or anti-labor as a person that's making significantly less than him but works at like a CNN or an MSNBC, because like they have a direct.
They're compromised.
Yeah, they have to present your position as like bad automatically across the board, whereas he doesn't have to do that. And maybe he's a little bit more naive as well in terms of understanding the dynamic between the bosses and the workers, right? And you could take advantage of that, especially because he's charitable. You could talk to him and describe it to him. This is something that I see, at least in my personal experience communicating this kind of stuff to otherwise oblivious people who don't even recognize like how they should demand more, because it's their output, it's their work that is actually generating the value. There's no value without them.
I'll tell you, the one thing that's been encouraging to me,
dude.
and I think most people, is this target audience, the 18 to 35 year olds.
Holy shit, dude! Like,
they are demanding what they're worth.
Yeah,
and it's encouraging for me.
Hassan in the last 2 weeks he has done more for this movement. I have to give him a lot of credit, man.
Because, coming up through the union and fourth generation.
Speaking of mainstream media, though, like he is also using them to kind of like make people more aware of like obviously him on Twitch, but like just how effective alternative. Well, I almost called us alternative media. I guess we can.
We were always brought up like, hey, you know what? Always believe in your union. Always.
I'm very skeptical to like cheer that on fully, though, because the problem there is there's a lot of voices out there, so it could get really murky.
Take their word as gospel, and you follow that. You follow that to a point where
I have such a positive bias towards Boston accents. Most based MFs rock that accent like 70% of the time I hear.
Unions.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bill Burr recently.
Always, in my opinion, always did what's
also,
right.
What's
by
up,
the members.
Smite Night? Nice to have you here.
But now you have people 18 to 35 years old that are first generational trade unionists, and they're demanding their worth. They are telling you why they should be making a certain amount of money. They are telling you what they want in benefits, and I think that's great. I think that's going to be huge moving forward.
Crap.
Now, getting back to organizing for a minute.
Set that timer.
These big tech, these media opportunities. Is there an opportunity to organize in big tech and media?
I think so, but I honestly don't know how you would even. I guess you'd have to salt them, but I don't know how. I don't know how you even broach that subject, because like, especially in the white collar side of things.
You mean the white collar crime syndicates known as corporate
yeah,
America?
Exactly. But in the white collar side of things, like, the more divided you are, in my experience, like what I've seen, the harder it is to recognize how you're being screwed over by your bosses. And I think that the people that work in these high rises, like they don't see it in the same way that someone in a distribution facility is seeing it. And that's precisely the reason why Amazon has basically brought this down to a science where they tell you, we're going to give you a severance package 2 years in. There's a reason for that. It's not because they're punishing your body for 2 years. It's because if you stay there for 10 years, by the end of the third year, fourth year, you're probably going to be like, damn, me and this person, like we're united in this. Like, I'm familiar with these people.
And divide and conquer mentality.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually kind of interesting because
you know that they have 150% turnover ratio.
Yeah, I mean that's by design. They scientifically they got a bunch of Ivy League students to get together and mathematically dial it down to figure out like how many years to instill some like class consciousness and people that are working on these.
They are creative little fuckers, aren't they?
Yeah, and very devious too, like surveillance technology. The time off task stuff on Amazon facilities is like truly abhorrent. Is out of a movie basically. We're living in it now. They're talking about possibly using these Boston Dynamics style dogs to like monitor the fucking workers and shit. It's like it just. I don't understand how people don't look at that and go, this is messed up.
It's an invasion of privacy all around.
Yeah.
And the one thing, Amazon's going to be a battle, and I think we're going to be talking about this for a long time. And it's a battle we're going to have a call to arms. I mean, we're going to have to partner up with people that may have difference of opinions on how we organize them. But more importantly, we've got to look at the future of what a new administration looks like for organized labor and working people moving forward. I've gotten criticized quite a bit because what I've been trying to do, even before this election, when we took over 1,004 days ago, was that, we realized that half of our membership are Democrats, half are Republicans, and we have some that are independents. And I've got a duty to represent each and every one of that demographic equivocally. And what we've been trying to do is find a way to collaborate with people that normally we wouldn't collaborate with. That may have difference of opinions on many of the issues that affect our members. But if we could find common ground on some of these issues, I just want to know what you think about, collaborating with Republicans or Democrats that may not see. Is that a path to try and get some resolution, get some support for working people moving forward?
So here's what I think. I think that every politician, Democrat, Republican, is first and foremost beholden to their corporate benefactors. There are some unique cases.
Yes.
There are some politicians who will make labor their top priority. Like I don't know how you feel about him, but you have like Sherrod Brown, right? I don't agree with his worldview for the most part. There's a lot of stuff that I don't agree with, but I think ultimately he has a solid track record, right? And And then on the other side, you have the likes of, I guess, Josh Hawley. Now, I need to see more from Josh Hawley, and not just like good media hits where he sits in front of corporate executives and like shreds them to pieces. But I need him to take legislative action.
So I can tell you this.
I brought him up specifically because I wanted to ask you.
Right,
about
no,
this.
exactly. And I watched the podcast yesterday, and we get back to there's an outside view of Josh Hawley, and there's been
It's weird when they call a stream a podcast. I mean, I know I did it at the beginning of this, and I kind of I caught myself doing it. I was like, oh God, I'm officially old.
Yesterday, Alex made a reference to Alex made a reference to this is politicking. Well, I'll tell you this: I didn't know Josh Hawley from a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
And again, getting back to what we talked about early on is look, we wanted to get in there and work across the aisle. We went and met with Josh Hawley face to face, and a lot of people don't get to see this, so it's glad that we're talking about this.
Yeah.
And he was right to work. Now she was pro national right to work. And we explained to him why national right to work is bad, why right to work is bad for workers. And immediately he said, well, I agree with you. I don't want to see this. And he changed his position right away on national right to work, which was a start, right? And then we started talking more and more.
Yeah, but did he? Because you can't say that without actually waiting for him to vote on something that would actually show that he changed his
Finding
position.
out how we can actually collaborate. And
Excuse me.
We had a strike in Missouri with Graybar, another big corporation that was taking advantage of the workers. We struck him. And he went out there and walked the picket line, and he made calls to the company, and collectively we solved that strike in a day after he was there. So that's some of the action that needs to happen. But to your point, we want to see consistency in these people that want to be pro-worker Republicans. We want to be for the working party. There's no doubt, and I think I've been clear, and I'm not sure whether you agree with it or not, that I'm a Democrat, lifelong Democrat. I come from Massachusetts, which has a long history.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democratic Party that I grew up with is not the same Democratic Party that it is today.
Absolutely.
And so my message has been clear. The Democrats lost this election because I think they lost focus on who they truly represent and who they should be representing, right? They fell in love with big tech. They fell in love with billionaires, and they've actually become what they've accused the Republicans over the last 10 or 15 years. Now, the Republicans, on the other hand, have said, hey, we want to be the working party. We want to be the party to support working people, right? They got a great opportunity to do that. And if they don't do it, people like me, people like you, have the ability to call them out and hold them accountable.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely very cynical, is what I mean. If I'm critical of the Democrats because my expectation is they're supposed to be pro-labor because historically they have been, right? And I'm critical of that. I'm extra critical of the Republican Party because I know what they've done, right? I know historically what they've done, and I think one of the issues here is going to be with the NLRB General Counsel. I don't think that I think that they're going to have a corporate lobbyist in that position, and it's going to matter a lot. That battle is going to matter, I think, for at least the next 4 years for the future of labor unions in this country. Do you put someone who's actually going to have the interests of workers there, or are you going to put someone who's beholden to the bosses? And I think that they're going to go with the boss guy.
Yep.
And I suspect that the likes of Josh Hawley, and there's not a lot of openly pro-labor Republicans out there. They do some lip service, like J.D. Vance talked about the PRO Act, right?
Well, the thing with the PRO Act, though, and I'm glad you brought that up, the PRO Act, as it's written right now, the Democrats, and I was there firsthand. We had a meeting with all Democratic senators over the summer, early in the summer, and it was an informal meeting, and there was 3 other international general presidents there, and they wanted to ask. They were asking, why are our members voting?
I got to be completely honest, guys. Usually, this kind of stuff would bore the hell out of me. This is beyond interesting to me because of this is kind of the behind the scenes stuff that we really need to know.
Republican. And so, 3 out of the 4, and I was the 4th general president there. Before we went into this meeting, Senator Sanders was going to call for, putting the PRO Act on the floor. And I'm not for putting the PRO Act out to vote as a political pawn, where we know it wasn't going to pass, get supported. It was going to be utilized so that the Democrats could point and say, see, the Republicans aren't for the PRO.
It's a dangerous game. Collaborating with the right-wing people means something different than you when they say they support workers.
Now, the discussions that's true. Had, and very, very premature discussions, and we're the only organization that's doing it. I know that there was some other organizations like the AFL-CIO that was very involved in it. But what we're trying to do is create a narrative.
I just realized why I'm having a hard time. My font all reset too.
To come up and collaborate
yesterday
with a PRO Act that would actually be something that people could support on both sides. Now, don't forget, during the Obama administration, the Employee Free Choice Act was our biggest ask, right? Organized labor. And we had a Democratic president, Democratic House, Democratic Senate,
yeah.
There
right?
we go.
And why couldn't we get that passed?
Yeah, because they did have the power at that time,
Right?
And they didn't want to do it. I mean, even in the PRO Act battle, though, like you had Democrats within the Democratic Party's caucus that was saying that they weren't going to vote for it, like Mark Kelly. So I think that I think unions play a very important role in this part of the process. Like we're getting into the boring, like legislative action side of things, but I think it is very consequential, very important. And I think the union side of this is something that you have aside from a war chest that other like corporate lobbyists also have, which is significantly larger than what you guys have, obviously, is numbers. Not only do you have numbers, but you're everywhere. So I think that you brought up Obama. Obama had organized.
I'm always surprised at like who's represented by the Teamsters. I remember seeing like one of the ICE crews was like it was a Teamster union. I was like, that's crazy.
For America. I think there was like 10 million active participants there. What did Obama do after he won the election? After he took control of the Democratic Party, he put that under the DNC and he completely shut that down. Originally, the way that was supposed to work was that was a outside of the political space organizing like a movement where he could go and bully congresspersons and like whip votes without having to rely on like whoever the Senate whip was or whoever the speaker was in the House, right? He didn't do that. He didn't use that. But I think the union still can do that, where you could just be like, listen, this is something that we want. If you're not gonna participate in this, if you're not gonna vote for it, we're just gonna go to your town hall or we're gonna yell at you.
Well, that's the other thing too. I mean, these politicians, again, they shouldn't be beholden to corporate America.
Yeah.
They should be beholden.
They are.
But 100%.
Yeah.
This meeting I was talking about, you know, I laid it out. I'm like, our members aren't voting for you, and I'm just speaking for the Teamsters, is because you're taking contributions from corporations and big tech that are trying to destroy Teamster jobs, union jobs. Yeah. That's why I go, every one of you in this room has taken money from big tech or corporations that we fight every day. And our members aren't stupid. Our members are very sophisticated. So that's the reason why. When are you going to change your behavior?
Yeah. I think corporate lobbying plays a big role in this for sure, because it ends up I mean, they
imagine if you had
legislation.
Imagine if you had to put corporate lobbyists on a polygraph. You made that a mandate.
That'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
I think they should.
That could be a podcast in itself.
I like that, but I want to do much worse things than that, I think. I won't say.
Yeah, but you can say it. See, being the general president of Teamsters, if I even think it, they want to indict me over it.
Yeah.
Right?
No, yeah, of course.
And I'm too pretty for prison. I know you've probably been thinking that the whole time, right?
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is, I think they should abolish it in its entirety. But as it stands right now, if you want to look at it, like I feel like the way that this influencing structure works in Congress, you at least still have an entry point. You can get into these meetings. Obviously, you should be able to, because you represent millions of people.
Well, think about this though, right? And you think about what's going on a smaller scale with this Amazon strike, and potentially we're going to have a strike with UPS. We control and are influential in almost every mode of transportation in this country: trucking, airlines, maritime, rail. Right? So we should be, we are going to demand, and we will be in any and all these discussions. My problem is these people that are supposed to be serving their constituency, who are union members, who are middle class America, they need to be reminded of who they actually serve. And I think the Democratic Party
call to action
in this situation in the last 4 years has lost sight of who they should be servicing.
I think it's longer than the last 4
Well,
years.
I'm just
but you're right.
What's been going on. And the Republicans, you know, who have, you know, been a poster child for corporate America and people, profits over people, are claiming that they want to be the representative. So I know there's a lot of skepticism and everything else, and that skepticism is well warranted. But wouldn't you agree that we should be having these bipartisan discussions and opinions to try and change people's attitudes? If we just draw a line in the sand, we're not going to get anything done for America, and more importantly, workers in this country.
Look, I always tell people, I don't give a shit what your politics is, as long as, like, when you're talking about unionizing, when you're talking about participating in collective bargaining, participating in work stoppages, like, it doesn't matter what your politics are, because I don't think labor unions have anything to do with the left-right dynamic. It's just about what's fair, right? You go in.
Well, that's why they are effective at turning these people against their self-interest, is because they are just like, look at the evil socialism. Look, they're trying to get workers united. You know, the last time that they, like, you know who's all about that, right?
And you go to work every day.
That's dangerously close to seizing the means of production. See, and then they're just like, oh, yeah.
And you generate value for your bosses. I think
Comrade's
it's perfectly
bad.
just for you to say we need some of that. We need some of that back. You don't get to turn billions of dollars of profit year over year.
I hate to say this, the Red Scare tactics that like permeated all the way like from what post World War II, they're still like so effective
with our work without giving us anything in return.
You generate tremendous wealth for these corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
So I don't really care about like what people's individual political opinions are, and I don't even care if there's like you and I have disagreements. I think in terms of the Republican Party, like I don't think that they're honest across the board. I don't think the Democrats.
I don't think any of them are honest.
Yeah, I don't think the Democrats.
Yeah,
are
we get
honest.
back to liabilities.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's a contentious relationship that mainstream media has with labor in general.
That's great for him to say, but you could literally just go back to this last election where he was kind of like, no, he was focusing on Democratic lobbyists a little bit more, and then he even tried to say, "Oh, maybe I'll have a better look with with Donald Trump."
Picket line somewhere. I'm going to support that. If you have
the leftist communism, bad too. Just look at the DSA; they are viciously anti-communist.
If there's any sort of labor action, I'm going to support it unconditionally because I understand that the goals that those people have are closer to mine in terms of demanding more of the value that they're generating.
Well, I think what's great about you and your declaration to support working people is you stated earlier on that you didn't grow up like I grew up. You didn't grow up in a neighborhood. You didn't grow up, generational blue collar America, right? And so
he kind of insinuated that he grew up privileged in Turkey, though. Like, you do realize that there's suburbs and like affluence in other nations, right? That's not a strictly American thing.
It's actually very encouraging for people that, like yourself, that know right from wrong, regardless of the means that you came from.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think a lot of people can,
instead of the alleged utopia at the end of the class exploitation achieved through a revolutionary movement led by a Marxist party, the DSA promotes the reactionary utopia of democratic socialism enacted through the Democratic Party and to reform capitalism. I hate to say it, that is way more like, that's the practical approach to trying to institute socialism and more social programs into the American system right now. Yeah. Stinky Dinky, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, honestly, you're not going to change the system overnight. That's just not going to happen.
A lot of people can understand that. Not every single person is immediately going into like Mark Wayne Mullen.
Also, the DSA equates the October Revolution, the most genuinely democratic revolution in history, in which the masses themselves took control of their own destiny with totalitarianism and the crimes of Stalin, whose bureaucracy usurped power and destroyed workers' democracy in the Soviet Union.
Their
Hey, let's pull out Mark Wayne Mullen here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Not every single person is like.
But I will tell you about this after.
Yeah.
This is kind of why I argue that, like, when you argue theory too much, people just tune out.
Like
people being me.
I don't like this guy. I think you're probably much nicer to him now than I would be.
The last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the key. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place.
Dude, this was awesome.
We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Stop it. Is that No, sit down. Sit down. You're a United States Senator. Sit down. Okay, sit down.
The only way for massive change to happen quickly is in the aftermath of conflict, so you should prepare for it if that happens, but also do other things.
All right, so you know what's funny? You know what's funny about this? After Senator Sanders popped the nitroglycerin pill under his tongue, it was funny because this was a second round of, and I never knew who Mark Wayne Mullen was. I didn't know anything about him. The first Senate hearing that I testified in front of, he attacks me.
Dude, it's so funny watching these guys who are edging 60 who take testosterone and automatically they're just like, look, bro, look, I'm so young, bro.
And I'm like, I go right into mode. Like,
dude, you're literally not like,
well, where I grew up,
come on. You're maybe 15 years away from doing the same shit. Stop it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not afraid of you.
I mean, you're already like a boomer and a half. Like, look at how uncomfortable your just little jabs and your little jokes were.
And we got into it.
Making Hassan, come on, dude.
I get off. My mother calls me and she's like, I just saw you on TV. And my mother is awesome. My mother's like a beast. I go, oh yeah, what'd you think? She goes, oh great, you just got us all fucking audited. That's nice, right? So But
his mom sounds badass.
So after that, there's again mainstream media perpetuating this.
Problem's not theory. The problem lays within the Fed operation, within their highest ranks, including the known CIA operative Gloria Steinem. Dude, no.
Controversy over and over.
No, I hate to say that's also taking away a little of the a little bit of just like the bad, like what I was saying about bad marketing or bad messaging. This is just no.
So of course, we're responding. He's responding.
You can get preachy about this, but you do realize that at some point you're just kind of sitting there on a soapbox, and then everybody's walking past you, like eventually going, okay.
You go into a second hearing again. It blows up, and it was funny because, I didn't really care. I don't sweat anybody, and we got into that controversy. Now stand your butt up. Like, all right, okay, if we're gonna throw down, I'm not taking my ring off. I'm gonna use my ring to dent you real hard, right? and I'm looking.
He looks like his skin constantly hurts.
At him, and I'm having fun with it. But
oh my God, he kind of looks like he looks like the dude from Men in Black that was just like, give me some water, sugar water.
My point on a serious note is you made a good point. Like
he's like the bug, just like.
So we were going back and forth, and I made a claim. I'm like, look, you're one of 100 of the most powerful people in this country. Act accordingly.
Yeah.
And then I just step back and I'm like, look, I'm a pretty influential person representing one of the best.
I agree with largely with the cheddar. Yeah, me too.
Organizations in the world.
I'm not saying it's not a problem.
I can act a little bit better.
I'm just saying, like, when you say this to a normie, they're gonna go, oh, cool.
A little more professional as well. And then this kind of ceasefire we had on one another, we sat down, we met, and we had a direct conversation. And I said, I don't agree with some of
Dude, how funny would it be? All of a sudden, you just see Hassan just like, and smashes a cockroach.
That you agree on. He goes, I don't agree with
and the guy just stops the interview cold.
you. I go, that's great.
Don't do that again.
I said, do you have a problem?
Do what? Smash.
With us on the stuff that we can agree with. He says, absolutely not. I would love to do that. Now, we haven't collaborated on.
If folks choose to ignore the reality, there's no legit leftist movement in America due to the Fed ops. No, it's actually just like, I hate to just break it down like this, but it's speaking to the idiots, dude. And you do realize like most of America are idiots like that. Like, look at the way that they just flocked to Trump. Like, this is my point, man. Like, this is great if everybody had like an academic frame of mind. Like if everybody was just naturally curious, but they're not. And they're not. And when you kind of talk like this to like people, they just immediately tune out. I'm literally speaking to the American condition.
A lot. And I'm not certain what's going to happen moving forward.
Yeah.
But I am having conversations.
Yeah.
Look, my best friend in my whole life grew up in my neighborhood. I had conflict with him for the first 2 or 3 years, from 4 years old to 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And then we became best friends, right? I'm not suggesting that's going to happen.
If he has a cup on the table, it's probably filled with sugar water.
But my point to all this is we can throw barbs at each other. We can criticize each other for our views. But at the end of the day,
I mean, all the testosterone he takes is making his head heat up to like an unnatural temperature.
I want to look for that opportunity to try and work together on things that are important for our members and also the American worker. And, if I'm going to get criticized.
Like, that's not sunburn. That's like blood pressure.
For doing that, and it doesn't work, I'm not married to any certain strategy. That's the problem with today. People can't get something done.
Right, and so let's let the idiots be controlled by the pseudo left and not try to have a real leftist movement. No, the thing is, if you can't get idiots to to follow, then maybe, just maybe, you're either trying too hard or your bait sucks,
and they automatically give up.
You got to make the bait tasty, dude.
You keep working that problem until you get the resolution you want.
The reason why I brought him up, not because of this.
Do you think he can take me?
But no, I mean, I don't know. You're pretty.
Such blindness to objective roots of this historic decline and lack of any objective analysis of the crisis of American and the world capitalism are characteristic of politics and the DSA and the pseudo left as a whole.
Do you roll? Do you do Brazilian jiu-jitsu or anything like that?
Oh, man, I do Irish karate. I just.
Do your professors pat you on the back a lot?
Put my head down and go.
I mean, you're pretty big. I mean, you work out, right?
He looks like a thermometer that's about to burst.
I do. Yeah, I work out a little bit. You work out too.
I do, yeah. But I mean, I think he's a trained fighter. I don't know how good he is, so maybe. But he's.
It's probably, definitely not the lighting because Hassan's not wearing makeup. So
now.
No, I think he's a pretty strong. I've seen him. He's pretty. He's rugged. And one of my buddies says to me, "You're really gonna fight that guy?" And I'm like, I don't think it's ever going to come down. He goes, he's got fucking cauliflower ears.
Yeah.
And I go, and I said, yeah, well, you know what? Worst case scenario, he can't fight an Escalade at 80 miles an hour in a crosswalk.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what happened?
Yeah.
No, but listen,
That's Limbo's New York shit.
Look, I'll fight with anybody.
Or
I'll argue
Boston.
with anybody. But at the end of the day, look, it comes
Yeah, that's like some East Coast ruffian stuff right there. Just what? Yeah, he's got to take a walk sometime.
roll our sleeves up, put our differences aside, and figure out how we can actually collaborate to make some change.
Yeah. But once again, the reason why I brought him up is because he is
It's not blind. It's just it is simply dealing with the reality we have. Yeah, exactly.
He took over his father's business. So from the jump, his perspective.
No, this is why I kind of like talk the way that I do about this, because honestly, it is kind of like
perspective.
We must continue to fight to bring people over. That is why I am here annoying Mr. Pepper all the time.
Immediately was aligned with bosses. He is not. He doesn't have a similar experience to like the hundreds of millions of Americans who don't immediately take ownership over their father's jet ski dealership or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most people work in the real world. And that, I think, is a very radicalizing moment for every single person. And in that, in the anger and...
There's a kid named Tanner who took over his dad's jet ski business. Is just like, oh,
resentment that they experience in their workplace where, as an adult...
Dad... This guy, he was on a podcast and he totally made fun of me.
Another adult tells you, like, you can't do that. You can't do this. And in many instances, the things that you're demanding are pretty fair, where you're like, well, okay, my mother is sick. Can I take some time off?
His son's just driving on the coast and there's a guy on a Kawasaki jet ski just mean mugging him. Just
And they're like, no, you can't. Okay,
like, what's up with this guy?
Moment for you, right? In that anger and confusion, I think a lot of people start focusing on these distractions. And I think the Republicans and the Democrats both take advantage of those distractions, where they start talking about
personal issues.
They start talking about personal issues. They start talking about like, oh, it's the migrants that are a problem. It's trans people that are a problem. And it's like, the way I see it,
stanky Marxism is a pipe dream. Dude, I really, as much as I love I would love to live in a world where that could be applied practically to the American system. Trust me, I want that. But I also, like Kirk was saying here, I recognize that that's pretty unrealistic within my lifetime, especially within this system that we're living in right now.
Those people are workers too. Like they are,
which is also,
closer to you.
Yeah, equally plausible as libertarianism. Yep.
In their attitude,
I actually
and the
agree
things
with that.
They want,
That's
and the things that they demand from their workplaces than anybody else, and a card-carrying union member. They have the exact same principles. They have the exact same interests, rather, not the same principles, but the same interests. And I think all of this division is unnecessary in that regard, because Democrats will be like, we're pro this, we're pro that, but they don't do shit at the end of the day. Like
Senator Kaine from Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay. My first help committee meeting, and we can talk about Mullen. We can talk about all of them.
See, this is stuff that I really like. I like where he's just like, yeah, I talked to the senator in a committee meeting, and this is what he said, and this is what he did. I like this stuff.
Thinking they hit a triple to get there.
Yeah.
Marxism is not a pipe dream because it's not a prescriptive system. It is a mode of analysis that is used widely and already.
That as well.
Okay, sorry for us that think of it as this.
And Senator Kaine, we're testifying
applying
about
it to
how
the
bad
system,
Arizona is, how bad they treat their workers, how they focus on distressed communities, right? And Senator Kaine says, no, he's a Democrat, says,
yeah, it'll forever be a pipe dream when we have an establishment known for establishment and known CIA operators controlling the DSA and stifling any form of Marxist ideals while claiming honestly, it's just about it's having an idea of how long things already take to enact. So it's like, okay, so if we're going based on an every 4-year format, you also have to take that into account and how long our lifespans are.
I have no problem with Amazon. They put 15,000 jobs in my area. I'm like, yeah, but the way they treat people.
Nothing is more frightening to the pseudo left than discrediting the Democratic Party, which raises... It's not the God. No. See, that's giving yourself way too much credit in thinking that it's just like, look, I bodied them intellectually and now they're scared.
And they prey on distressed communities. You don't have a problem with that? Absolutely not. So, when you get an attitude that, it's like a Stockholm syndrome, they fall in love with their captor, regardless of how bad that captor is. That's the problem that exists as well, is these people got to realize their constituencies are working for corporate America, corporate bullies. So, We've got to change that mentality. But again, circling back, we have to have these conversations, and we have to have true testimonials from people that are experiencing this bad behavior, that are taking, you know, the bullets for these corporations where they're making billions upon billions of dollars. So I think we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I think if people like yourself, myself, and other people, that voices can be heard, that we got a great opportunity to change the narrative in this country. And I'm excited about it. And look, if people who are in power right now don't do the right thing, we've got years upon years to build momentum, build a bottom-up organization where we can actually make change. Now, let me ask you something.
See? Now that is a good take that I would apply to what you're saying, Stanky Danky. So, but he also understands that you kind of got to work within the system that we are presented with.
You're 33 years old, right?
Yeah.
You're one of the most.
He's only 33. Nope. Oh.
Influential podcasters, social media influencers. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
This is a hard question to answer, but a lot of people always ask me, like, oh, do you want to go into traditional media or whatever? And I've always maintained the position that, like, no, I want to have the traditional media audience doing exactly what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. So where I see myself in the next 10 years is doing exactly what I've been doing, and offering help where help is necessary, and giving a voice to people that otherwise are not.
Marxist communist prescriptions are a pipe dream. It's not only an analysis, it's a manifesto. Marx simply applied the scientific method to studying economy and history. This is why academia is far more friendly to Marxism than the public in the West. Sociology was basically invented by Marx.
Not looked at by mainstream sources, and doing that in a way where I can continue to grow and continue to capture the attention of more and more people in a charitable way, and maybe even change their minds on certain things. But especially when it comes to labor unions, I think that's where I'm the most impactful, and that's where I think we have any sort of power to fight back against very powerful entities, because you could shut the shit down. And I think that's very important for people to understand.
Good. When I stop commerce in this country, just make certain you donate to my canteen when they put me behind the house of many doors. But listen, I think moving forward, we've got great opportunities here.
Oh, see, that's the nice part. This guy actually holds some of the cards there where it's like he could definitely force some movement on that end.
I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk to you today. Is there anything you want to...
He kind of like insinuated it too, where he's just like, yeah, you know, if all the unions banded together, we could shut down commerce and travel in this country, and that would cripple
plug or promote
like a lot of industries.
You can find me at twitch.tv/Hasanabi. I'm live every day from 11 a.m. Pacific to 8 p.m. Pacific time, usually 7 days a week. You know, I talk about politics, play video games, do a bunch of stuff. I do like fun collaborations as well, because you gotta do some entertainment as well on the side. You know, some broccoli and also steak. You gotta do both. So that's it. And thank you so much for having me. Like I said, anytime you guys need any support, I'm there. I love the Teamsters mentality. I went to the picket for the Writers Guild, and that in and of itself was impactful. But Teamsters that run those trailers would refuse to pass the picket line if there was at least 2 or 3 people at any of the assembly points, any of the entry points. And I think that solidarity that's baked in. It's something that Teamsters understand, and I've always really appreciated, always really valued that role that Teamsters play, because again, it's one of the most significant aspects of logistics in this country. And when you're able to demonstrate a larger presence through that solidarity, I think you do end up forcing bosses to concede on many things, and that's important, that's necessary.
Let's talk about Luigi.
All right.
All right.
Luigi Mangione. Do you see the perp walk that they did yesterday with Eric Adams? They had him looking like Lex Luthor. They were making it seem
this
like
was
it was
filmed a little bit ago.
They were making it seem like he had a superpower. He was going to fly away or something. Like they had all the FBI guys on there. Why do you think they are so scared?
Well, I mean, they're scared because everything I do with my life, right, professional life, when negotiating contracts or anything, comes down to the biggest priority is health insurance.
Yeah.
And it's focused around the cost of health insurance. It's focused around the hidden costs. And our members, we fight on behalf of our members all the time to make sure that they've got the best health care at the least amount of cost. But that's not the norm in the world. There's people out there that, you know, you look at CEOs of not just insurance companies, but all these companies making millions upon millions of dollars, in some cases billions upon billions of dollars, and the people they're serving are suffering the most. Now, we don't condone anybody getting murdered.
Of course.
We don't condone assassinations. You know, what we tolerate, unfortunately, is the exploitation of the American person who is falling victim to outrageous insurance crisis. And this is not acceptable, murdering someone in the street, but it's a reality of how people are failing throughout this country.
Yeah.
They may not act out, and hopefully they will not act out like Luigi did, but we can't make this guy a folk hero either.
I think whether
I think you're wrong about that.
With
Because if you ignore that and don't, then you're kind of ignoring the whole message that he was kind of trying to
get him a folk hero.
I hate to
seems
say
like
it, man.
people are
Nah.
still there. And why are they there?
He's going to be
Well,
a
you said
folk
we don't
hero
condone
regardless.
murder, and you're right. The problem is we do actually completely normalize murder as long as it's done at the behest of the profit margin. Because like these guys, these CEOs, people that deny claims professionally, right? They are responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans every year. And to the individual American, right? Normally, we're very self-interested. We're hyper individual.
Yeah, we don't get involved. We don't get involved unless the problem affects us directly.
Yeah, but insurance, for-profit healthcare is so devastating that it has touched the lives of virtually every single American, and they see it as murder. They see it as, okay, we paid these high premiums.
Hell yeah, done with work for the night. Cool.
And all of a sudden, the insurance started denying my grandmother's chemotherapy, and now she has to die. That's murder. The average American sees that in the exact same way that all these CEOs and all these corporate executives see what Luigi Mangione did.
Oh, we're definitely not in disagreement on that. I mean, we deal with it every single day. And it's not just the healthcare insurance. I'll give you, for instance, homeowners insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. Wait a minute. You know what? No, I'm going to take this back to, because remember what he was saying about like that guy that he wanted to fight on the street kind of thing? Like, nah, this guy definitely has a different mentality for like when it comes to somebody like that. And no. I think that he kind of sympathizes with the, you know, because he's at the top of a power structure. He's just like, no, we can't condone that. Because what if I pissed off the wrong person within my, you know, if I abused my power structure?
I was fortunate enough because I had a union job at 18 years old to save for 2 years, and I bought a multifamily home just outside of a city in Boston. And I've had an insurance policy with this same local insurance broker who deals with the bigger safety insurance and all the likes of those, and never filed a homeowner's claim. Recently, I had a problem with my roof, and it wasn't a major problem. I had a contractor come out and say, what's it going to take to fix it? $5,000. But, you know, a tree fell on it. Make sure you put it through your homeowners. When I called my local broker, they said, it's not worth putting this through your homeowners. I said, why? My deductible is what it is. And they said, no, they'll drop you. I said, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Here I am. I've been paying into your insurance company for 33 years, never filed a claim. And insurance is insurance. It's you're paying for something. In the event that something happens, you're covered. And you're going to drop me after 33 years?
Yeah.
It's a disgrace.
No, it's called theft. They just stole
It's-
your
yeah,
money.
right.
There's no other sector.
Can I call the insurance cops?
Yeah, exactly. There's no other sector where
Oh.
they're just like, we are going to give you, let's say you go to McDonald's, right?
No, honestly, guys, I can just tell you right now, I'm dealing with this right now.
You're like, here's
Like,
my
it's
money.
great.
Give me a Big
It's
Mac.
freaking just so awesome to be paying into something for so much, like so much time, and then when you actually use it, then they're just like, okay, here. Not only are we going to give you a quarter of what you would actually get had you just put that money into a jar somewhere. Yeah, you know what? We're also not going to cover you anymore.
And they're like, no, thank you for the money. Like that doesn't.
Well, by
that
the
doesn't
way,
make any sense.
You just brought up McDonald's, all right?
Yeah.
And this whole Luigi thing.
Yeah.
The government puts out a reward.
Yeah.
Right?
60,000
Right.
total.
And the person who works at McDonald's, probably living day to day,
Yeah.
who actually did what
I'll
was
be right
asked of
back.
them.
My
Now the
dog.
government's trying to chisel them out of that full reward.
That's how it always works.
So what is the incentive for people like that worker at McDonald's who actually does the right thing because, you know, he sees that there's a reward or she sees a reward, and the government's chiseling him? I mean,
Listen.
come on. Do they need a union?
they definitely do. But maybe if they did have a union and that person wasn't so worried about the $50,000 because they were getting significantly better pay, they might not have even snitched.
So you know what I love about the whole thing?
Yeah.
Right? I love about the whole thing. Look, snitching is unacceptable from where I'm from, right? But it's funny because McDonald's is taking a tremendous amount of heat
Yeah.
for this person.
Yeah,
Do you know
they're
what I mean?
review
And,
bombing it.
and so you see on social media, it was hilarious. Taco Bell has an ad and says, "We don't snitch."
Yeah.
Home run, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I mean, but it's true. It's like that person, even if they didn't have their claim denied, I guess the $50,000 reward that they are never going to get now. Let's say they got it. Next time they don't have insurance. Next time they have a medical problem, they're going to use that $50,000 immediately on that. That's at the heart of the problem to begin with.
No.
Like, Luigi Mangione should not exist, right? In a normal functioning society, there is no guy who's like, I am so angry that I'm going to go and kill someone in broad daylight. Like, that is the final act of desperation, right? So that's why I try to advocate for fixing these clearly broken systems, so that people aren't experiencing
people aren't
that
going to act.
level of anger.
People aren't going to act on their anger. I get it. Now, speaking of crazy shit, you're from New Jersey.
Yeah,
What's up with these drones, man?
I think, ironically enough, I think they're working on it to displace your guys for the most part. I think that there's Amazon and Walmart are working on drone delivery technology. There's other crazier companies that are working on like possible autonomous transport, like these helicopters. I'm like, helicopters are dangerous enough. Now you don't want to even have a helicopter pilot in there. I'm not getting in that shit.
Right.
But I think that originally it was probably like a defense contractor that was like working on some technology, right? And then people saw it and then they freaked out.
So what do you think would happen if your neighbor in your neighborhood you grew up with saw a drone and was a license to carry the bearer of arms, and he shot that drone out of the sky? What do you think would happen to them?
I mean, I think that they would probably
would find out who's behind them, number one.
Yeah, but they probably get punished for it, because I don't think you can just I don't think you just like shoot drones like that. There was a guy in Florida that even got in trouble for doing that, if I'm not mistaken. But I do worry a little bit, because people apparently in Staten Island are like beaming lasers in commercial.
I'm getting on a
commercial
plane
flights.
at midnight tonight, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, I mean, not to freak you out, but like, there's so much. I think there's a lot going on up there, and when you don't look up normally, and you're not like skeptical of it, you just kind of take it for granted. But the moment that you look up and you're expecting to see something, and you do actually see shit, stars, planes, helicopters, drones, you start freaking out. And I think that's kind of what happened, where there was this like mass panic over relatively innocuous drone activity. It's gonna get more frequent. I think we'll just normalize it, like the existence of drones in general. I think that's like the next step in our delivery, probably.
The problem with that, okay, hold on. Pseudo-left denotes political tendencies that utilize democratic and populist phraseology to advance interests of... Sorry, I lost the comment. It just moved up. Interests of privileged sections of the middle class and defend capitalism against social revolution. Okay, so the problem with that is getting people to want to even join a social revolution like that, or a socialist revolution. Like, that's...
All right, so rapid fire. What is a day in the life of Hassan Piker like?
I wake up 6 a.m., start reading, start writing, start listening to my dailies, go work out, take my dog out to the park, make sure she works out as well, come back, start streaming, take a shower, start streaming 11 a.m. Pacific all the way to 8 p.m. Pacific every single day. Once I'm done, my brain is fried. That's like 8-9 hours of just talking nonstop. I watch a little bit of TV and I go to sleep, and then rinse and repeat every day.
Favorite TV show right now?
Right now,
series.
Well, right now I watch anime, so I don't think you're gonna know.
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm watching a show.
But I'm gonna learn.
Yeah, I'm watching a show called Delicious in Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, yes! That's awesome! Okay.
On Netflix. It's where
It's
they go
it's such a good show.
a dungeon and they eat the monsters.
So let me ask you, are you under the influence of anything when you're watching these shows?
No,
All
I
right,
don't.
good.
I don't do that anymore. I used to. I used to smoke. I used to eat legal shiitake mushrooms and stuff. I don't do anything anymore. I don't even drink.
I've never done drugs.
Oh, wow.
In my life, because I probably would have loved them.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't. That's why I stayed away from harder substances, if you know what I mean.
So you were a soft recreational user.
Yeah, I was, but
you're rehabilitated now and all better.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even like the brain fog or whatever. I'm a very productive person. I didn't like that it was making me unproductive, but also more importantly, I was getting fat. I couldn't stop eating, because when you smoke weed, it's just everything tastes so good. So I was
even the remote control that you think you swallowed with the gummies.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh my God, this guy. Oh my God.
I was eating everything.
What a dork.
In sight. So I had to stop it.
Well, that's good. Well, we're unionizing the cannabis industry as well. So
hell yeah.
It's going to be fun. But again, thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Hell yeah. Unionize the cannabis industry. Oh, look at that. Even got some claps. That was awesome. That was awesome. But actually, you know what? While we're doing this, I just wanted to finish this up. This kind of ties into it. Here. So this is a little update on the situation that's going on with Ethan Klein on with Hassan. Give me 1 second. Okay. So this actually encapsulates it perfectly. So here it's reacting to Ethan Klein while his family is under threat of evacuation, or or worse, can only think of Hassan in the impending video trashing Hassan that he's soon to release. I think we can all safely say that Hassan is not thinking about this, or thinking about Ethan, especially right now. Well, it looks like Hassan is more focused on saving his friends from the fire than thinking about Ethan Klein. Jeez, dude. And that was on the 8th. On the 12th, we got... I'll say this again. This is why Ethan Klein loathes Hassan. Hassan is caring and genuine. Ethan wouldn't step foot out of his basement to even do this. Instead, he prefers to platform gross men who sexually harass, or SA, employees. He uses Hassan as a deflection tactic. I have 2 kids and a wife to worry about. Ethan Klein screams at his employee, forgetting he has 3 children. Sorry, that's kind of funny. All right. So needless to say, this isn't going away anytime soon. So, God, Ethan really is just brain sick with this guy. At some point, just admit that you're in love with the guy and you're scorn lover. At least that's how it looks to me. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was, I gotta say, that was a really good interview. Thought that, yeah, man. It's gonna bring a lot of eyes onto the, onto unions and the Teamsters even, than, you know, interviewing any of the, like they were saying, any CNN anchors, any mainstream media, like mogul. No, Hassan is going to be the one to, like, that was a very, very well thought out move on their part. So, gotta say, there's nothing more annoying than someone so stuck in their own head. This is why I don't like engaging with people on the left. Yeah, see, okay. Honestly, Kirk, what you're saying there, like, you're kind of an example of where I'm like, oh, so, again, somebody who, part of this community who's very open to the ideas that we have been talking about, but then it all, like, again, so steeped in theory, so steeped in just being, like, again, negativity too. Like, let's call this what it is. Like, a lot of, like, whenever I see these people that break it down, when I, like the way you are, like, just, you lose people with this, man. I generalize the left. It's much more complicated than that. Yes, I mean, so, again, I'm getting better with that. Duke, I actually really appreciate the fact that Duke calls me out as much as he does with that. Because, yeah, it's easy to then become your own enemy, where I'm not trying to, like, do that. It's literally the antithesis of what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to bring us together, but at the same time, recognize, like, hey, you know, maybe don't get so bogged down. Like, I hate saying it like this now, because it really does kind of just sound like I'm being like, oh, academia, so bad. But, dude, for real, just preaching theory does not get people to come to your side. I'm sorry. Like, I'm glad that you can see the problems with our system. I'm glad that you can see that there are ways to apply these ideas, but yelling at people about why they don't get it maybe isn't the best way to go about it. You know what I mean? Just saying. Like, as far as bringing more information to the table, shouldn't be scolded. For all you know, I could be part of the pseudo left. It's all okay. It's not about scolding you. What I will say, it's and it's not for all we know. No, because you've been, like, it's reactionary at this point, because every time that he says something, you have more theory to add to it. Which, again, I'm like, dude, I'd be so open to having these discussions more and breaking it down, but, like, it always comes in the face of when I was even saying it, where it's like, yeah, I would like to break this down practically in a way that most Americans can, digest. But I'm reactionary. He just called me a yapper, and I didn't even reply, dude. Okay, well, my bad. Didn't mean to call you reactionary. You are reacting. So what is that? Jesus. Then when you get people on board, you can recommend books. Exactly. Knowing damn well they're not going to read them. No, this is why you got to make your literature much more palatable, and also just like break it down for the simpletons. Because honestly, man, like, why do you think TikTok is so popular? You think people with 4 or 15 seconds? I'll be generous. You think people with 15-second attention spans are going to go read Karl Marx or just read a bunch of theory? Like, God, this has been my problem. Just as somebody who, like, I am speaking for myself. Whenever I see, like, have these types of engagement, I kind of feel like it's getting bogged down, where I'm just like, nah, man, like, I feel like it's great. And I'm more than willing to be receptive to any of this, but in the broader conversation about bringing people together in this, I don't see it. I don't see how it helps. I appreciate you, Mr. Pepper. I was worried you would react poorly, but it says a lot about your character. You didn't get mad? No, why would I get mad? No, you don't want to hear me. You don't want to hear it. Don't ask me. I'd rather listen to what everybody else has to say. Oh, again, I appreciate, as I said, man, I appreciate you. I do. You literally corrected me saying that Marx wasn't prescribing. He was analyzing. Like, see, there you go. Like, I'm glad that people in chat have some examples, but... And Stanky, dude, I'm not trying to attack you, bro. Like, I hope that you're not, like, I'm not. And if that's how this is coming across, I apologize. I'm not trying to put you, like, on the hot seat or anything. You just, like, what you're saying here in chat kind of encapsulates where I'm just like, nah, like, I just feel like this is where... just because you don't like my answer doesn't mean it's acceptable to call someone a yapper and pile on. Oh, my bad. Did I call you? I didn't call you yapper. Did he call you yapper? Who called you yapper? My bad. I might have missed that. Also, okay, so you're chatty. What's wrong with that? I'm a yapper. Like, oh, shit. Did I just use something can be clipped against me because I didn't understand that that's now a new, that's being used as new slang? New slang. Because most people do get mad and reject any criticism. You were yapping and not listening. That's a perfect description. Yapper is not a slur. You are speaking word salad about theory you don't understand. I wouldn't call it word salad. I perceive it as word salad because immediately I'm just like, cool. I don't know. Again, I look at our country and I'm like, there's a reason that, listen, I'm gonna be the best president. You don't understand. There's a reason that guy, is our president, and you have to kind of play to that. I hate to say it, dude. Like, I don't like that we have to play to a stupid country, okay? Like, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I myself don't have the patience to, sit down and actually, read books. No, that's actually being not fair to myself. No, I just literally, I get, especially Marx. Marx, the way that he writes is just, ugh. It's a lot, man. And I'm sorry to overuse Marx as the guy, but Still have yet to attack your views yet again. I'm getting dogged. It's great. I'm not dogging you. Am I dogging you? I mean, you might be getting dogged in chat, but like, you do realize that, like, that's just the nature of engaging in chat. It's kind of like me understanding that that's the nature of streaming, like understanding that people are going to have, you know, opinions of me. So, the thing with theory is there have always been a lot of sides. I try not to say people are fake leftists and such. Exactly. No, see, then that's kind of where, that's a good point right there, Duke. Like, you think you're going to win people over just by being the pseudo-left? The pseudo-left. Just doing that kind of thing, where it's just like, okay, man. Like, you do realize that that's just division. Again, like, just division politics. That's all that is. You said I'm incapable of understanding something. Yes, that's very clear. Kirk. I said you were misunderstanding. Or... Stanky, here's something that I do. You could just let it go and just go, misunderstanding. Because I don't see him attacking you. I didn't invent this shit. Just bet. But bet. Don't Google it. Just take it at face value. Unfortunately, you're receptive to chat explaining theory, so you're going to have it happen more. Well, yeah, I mean, again, I don't... What am I supposed to just be like, shut up! Shut up with your stupid theory and just so stupid. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. The only purity test I have for other leftists is not dehumanizing others. Yeah, and there you go. There you go. That's literally like that. Yeah, I think that I've made that abundantly clear, is not dehumanizing. You know, that's why I have my hard line here where it's like, I will entertain any discussion, but the second that you're just like, trans people shouldn't exist, I'm like, bye. I mean, I'll even, like, to a degree, tolerate the I don't get the trans thing, kind of like our chatter yesterday, but they even said, but I don't think that they shouldn't have rights. It's like, okay. If you want to blab incorrectly about theory, expect blowback. Honestly, in the current environment, I don't even mind people that are radical liberals calling themselves socialists. It is beneficial to normalization. Exactly. That's kind of where I'm like, thank you, Duke. You're so much better at articulating this right now. That's kind of where I was going with this. Like, you're trying to normalize your ideas. It doesn't help you when you're just like, oh, you don't understand it. Oh, yeah. You know what? Just because you don't understand this, that makes you stupid. And you know what? You're not left enough. Like, that's how we perceive it, man. At least, like, or I should say I'm playing devil's advocate for, like, the normies of the world. Which, I know, hot take. I think that we have to placate to. At Kirk Music, yeah, sir, yes, sir. I will let you know when I'm actively listening, sir. Please tell me what I should believe, and I will only believe that, sir. What, bro? Like, way to like take that and just be like the most hyperbolic you could possibly be with it. Nothing wrong with the blowback, but insulting someone's intelligence like chatter is simply out of pocket. He wasn't out of pocket because he wasn't insulting you, bro. Like, what? No. Saying you're wrong, he didn't call you stupid. Like, dude, you're kind of doing the thing that, like, toxic girlfriends do, where it's just like, but you said I was stupid. It's just like, I said you didn't know that. It's, you said I'm stupid. Like, no. Or toxic partners, I should say, not just toxic girlfriends. I'm just... had one of those. Because you're more receptive, it's going to create a simple sample bias in which you encounter people more frequently that are looking to explain theory. Oh, I mean, by that merit distracting, then I just need to quit. I mean, because, yeah, I'm pretty receptive to ideas. like not Joe Rogan receptive though, where I'm like a sponge and I'm just like, yes, that's now mine and I made it part of my identity. That's bullshit, dude. Okay, no. You didn't call us pseudo-left, but you implied it. Like, you kept going pseudo-left, and then going, like, dude. Okay, so you see what happened there? Because you may not have directly called anybody that, but it was easy for us to take it that way, the same way that you took it as this guy calling you stupid. Yeah. So this is more of a, hey, man, just... Look, brother, still throwing insults. It's wild. Wait. Kirk, you're not helping. What the fuck, dude? Now you are overtly calling him stupid. Okay. Yeah, I did not insult your intelligence. It's easier to articulate in text than verbally. Also, I'm autistic about politics, lol. Marx's writing is beautiful to me. I mean, again, Shakespeare is beautiful to people in the King James Bible. That's like, I'm one of those idiots that's just like, and thou is out of this. He's kind of stupid. He can't comprehend when somebody's calling him stupid. Dude. LOL. Okay, that was a bad that was a bad joke. Okay, so you sorry, I only read that. Look, brother, he's still throwing insults. It's wild. Yeah, he even admitted it was a joke. Apologize. You need to say sorry. That was a bad joke. Come on now. Distracting the pseudo-left and fake leftist thing reminds me of when Dave Rubin was going around calling people regressive leftists. Exactly. No, I think that's what that reminds me of too, and that's why I like have a little bit of pushback to it, where I'm just like, how's this help? How does this help? What are you talking? Like that's kind of making you like the Jake Uger a little bit like of that, where it's just like, I'm the best, I know everything, but and they get mad at everybody who disagrees with you. In the context of speaking about how the left does anti-communism too, so I disagree, man. I didn't imply. Oh. Well, I mean, I think you made your point known. Like, anti-communism is perfectly fine. I would argue it's healthy. I mean, that's also where I'm kind of like, I feel like some of the nuances of communism, when like argued too hard, you kind of end up running into these walls. Guys, this is why I keep boiling it down to just like, guys, can we apply some like little bits of socialism first? Sell the American populace on that and how well it works, and then kind of just go, all right, now do what the right does as far as repackaging ideas and just reselling it, like, and selling them as something where it's like, here, you just spoon feed it. You want this? You want this? It's good for you. And then they're like, what is that? It's like socialism, and they're like, Pah! Listen, I like communism kind of the way I like Pokemon, but I never want it to be reality. Well, see, I'll argue with you on both those points. Especially the Pokemon one. Excuse me? You're gonna rob me of a world that I could ride, have a Charizard and actually ride on a Charizard? Are you kidding me? Also have, like, protective fire abilities? Because I've always wondered about that. Communism is a broad thing. I think there is too much anti-communism in the Western left. Yeah, well, that I was saying that already, like how it's been so effective since like what the late 1940s all the way to now, like Red Scare politics. Like, dude, the problem is you would think that in what the 70 years almost that we would have been able to combat that a little bit and be better about like seeing where they like, how are we always on the back foot when they're just like, see, communists, and we're just like, yeah. Like, what the I think that's more like what it is the fact that we've never realized like embracing the whole like comrade culture and just memeing it to death on like that doesn't actually have like a effect of changing the minds of, you know, the normal class who might actually be receptive to coming towards that side. Instead, they're just like, look, see, they are communists. They're calling each other comrades. Which, yes, at its face, is one of the dumbest things ever. I get it. It's just accepting the reality of which we live. Yikes. I mean, dude, for real. Me saying that I support Palestinians, like, was conflated by somebody in my life just going, so you are pro-Hamas then. It's just like... I'm a mixed economist. How's that mean? All right. I don't know. This is the weird part about like agreeing with all of it and just being like, yes, I do think this would be a better system. I do think that we would be able to like build like, unfortunately, I see it as like maybe fourth generation we could maybe get there and actually start instituting these ideas. But instead, I feel like we're always bogged down online arguing like, well, this needs, well, if you don't think that this is the solution, then why are we even talking? Like, that happens so often, and I'm sick of it. I'm a leave me the fuck alonist. Yeah. That's yeah. Like, live and let live, respecting other people's a bit like just privacy, like that has gone out the door. I'm going to post one of my favorite pieces of Mark's writing it on Discord. Okay. Maybe that's what it's gonna take. Just Marks for dummies. At that point where it's just like, no. Excuse me. That's all I've been saying with the DSA and pseudo left is it's Red Scare. You're bad at messaging. If that's what you were saying, how come you couldn't just say that? How come you couldn't just reduce it down to, yeah, you know what, the DSA and the pseudo left thing is, I feel like it's a federal what do you call it? Oh my god, PSYOP. It's a federal PSYOP to build to still like to keep the Red Scare politics going. Like, I don't know. It's his critique of Hegel's philosophy. I did say that. Not well. Like you did just now. You broke it down to that. No, you said fed up. I think you're missing what I'm saying here. You're not good at just simplifying your ideas. Like, you need an editor. Which I'm more than happy to do. I'm more than happy to take everything that you just said above, reduce it to that, go, okay, so we can agree on that, and then go, cool, now apologize. Apologize, be nice. I think it's best to learn about dialectic and historical materialism and simply apply the scientific method to your personal analysis. You will naturally come towards my side from there. Oh, yeah. The thing is, I'm already... this is the funny part, guys. Like, just because I may not, like, engage with all this doesn't mean that I'm not already there. It's the fact that I'm trying... Like, I'm essentially playing the devil's advocate for a bunch of, like, just normie Americans that I do view as, like, no, we need to win them. We need to win them in order to actually build our movement. and constantly telling them that they're stupid, constantly telling them that they're wrong, and constantly not offering them anything, I think is just a way to sit in a dirty diaper and just go, nobody's changing me. I got a diaper wash. I said it was fed up. You say no, then I typed out with evidence. I didn't say no. Like, dude, I wasn't going, no, it's not a fed up. Like, no, that's, you were missing that. And no, dude, again, you're doing, like, you're kind of, like, good at trying to reframe your argument with kind of a like a touch of gaslighting, because you're just like, here, let's go back to the chat and then see what you said to me. Unless you're a narcissistic sociopath, you will come towards my side. As he says, with no hint of ego at all. I'm the most humble. W receipts. Yeah, exactly. Shit, I'll have to go back on Twitch. Give me a sec. That ain't gonna be worth doing. Here. It's gonna be funny because I'm gonna just probably give up on this one because I don't want to kill stream here. But wait, here we go. Yeah, it's kind of just proving my point. I'll try and watch it back. I get spicy in chat, but I never have an issue admitting I'm wrong. Yeah. Steve, that's why I appreciate you. I mean, I appreciate you, Stanky, like, Stanky Danky. God, as I said, got a great name, but... Also, like, just looking back at this, I feel like it's just arguing to argue, because we're just, like, what? This is like pent-up energy going to the wrong place. Because if you understand the world, you're a narcissist, you won't become a socialist, you will become a capitalist, because you will want to dominate people for your own gain. Yeah, I mean... Maybe not even dominate people. Well, I guess it is in a form, because I was literally just thinking of, like, that keeping up with the Joneses mentality that, like, is so prevalent in, like, the suburban culture. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Gadget prop. Again. Now that Trump is 48 hours away, it's hard to stay positive. Exactly, dude. For all you know, I could be the shit prop. Again, just the for all you know, for all you know. Just argue, just say it clearly, dude. I mean, are you trying, like, I don't know. At this point, it's like, what? What do you want out of this? Either way, I'm moving on. Alright. All right. A mixed economy is an economic system that combines private enterprise with government intervention. It's a mixed capitalism. It's a mix of capitalism, and that's what I thought it was. Yeah. It's literally what I see happening before you can even get to communism. So there is that. So it's like almost like I've been saying. It's kind of like, oh, we have a vision of like a finish. Like, I like seeing a finish line that I can actually achieve instead of looking down the mountain and just going, there's a finish line and knowing damn well I'm never going to make it there. It's like the end scene in the first Terminator with the storm rolling in. Yeah. The people keeping up with the Joneses are often workers, not capitalists. Too, they just see themselves as capitalists because they have no class consciousness. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they have class consciousness when it's like their factory or whatever. I mean, Duke, you could actually probably talk on that. Like, do your coworkers kind of feel the way that you do? Like, do you ever talk to them about this, or do you ever catch them talking about this kind of stuff and go, oh, they kind of get it? Generally, when I'm talking with people that I don't agree with, I take the yes and approach, and unless they're particularly reprehensible, I'm coming over to the cool people, no offense. No offense taken. Or given. Honestly, my only problem with YouTube chat, like, not even like the chatters, it's the fact that the chat is for some reason like damn near 5 to 6 seconds like apart from the Twitch chat. So, oh guys, I've officially made it. I just realized it. Like, I have a chatter that like uses Pepe memes. Like, guys, I did it. I did it. Believe it or not, Stanky Danky, like, you are far from what I would consider like an annoying chatter in any way. Like, dude, you're I at least appreciate you like trying to engage like what I would consider in good faith, because you're coming from a good place. You want us to all see from where you're coming from. I just I don't know, man. I kind of feel like you're coming fresh out of like, you know, college, or like you're like literally walking out of your college course into the courtyard, and we're all just sitting here smoking by a tree, and we're just like, yeah, man, yeah, it's cool. And then you're just like, and blah 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 blah. So I think that's honestly the best way that I can equate it, because that's realistically how I feel. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it again. I've probably influenced some of my coworkers, but no, they are largely normal dudes into conspiracism, not political or right wing. Well, you do know why people go towards conspiracy theory, right? Like, because it's that whole feeling of powerlessness. So it's like them reaching and feeling like they have more power than they actually do, because it's like they understand something that the general public doesn't, man. You don't see it, man. Base Gen C. Yes, we were talking about Marxism in the analysis. Even calling for communism is not a prescriptive system. This is my favorite part. Just say prescriptive system at the grocery store to anybody and watch their face. I know. It's frustrating. I argue for conversing with idiots a little bit too much sometimes. To the point where even I kind of like, I find myself looking at me going, shut up. It's like, why are you fighting for these dipshits? And then I'm like, oh yeah, because we technically need them. Like, that's the thing the right realized, that they could actually manipulate these people and they could make them do what they wanted if they said the right thing. And then it was like, oh, so like, you tell me brown person is the problem? What? And then they're like, oh, well, I guess that's what's going on. He was talking about Marx's prescription, not analysis. Marx directly called for his prescriptions in their manifesto. Do you have methopristone? Sorry, bad joke. All right, so we got 20 minutes until the until that time. So which is a perfect amount of time to watch this and find out about the insurance debacle that's awaiting California. All right. All right, let's learn about the major insurance nightmare that's awaiting California, especially within the direct wake of the wildfires, on top of the fact that you have Republican politicians coming out and saying directly that they're going to withhold aid. So this is going to be a disaster.
Wind gusts expected to reach up to 70 miles per hour.
6 different wildfires raging right now.
Damage is already estimated in the hundreds of billions.
Several of the state's largest insurers either stopped or limited new policies.
These wildfires could be one of the most expensive natural disasters in U.S. history.
The deepening home insurance crisis. Insurance crisis.
Insurance crisis.
Insurance crisis.
We are witnessing the most expensive natural disaster in the history of the United States, as 5 active wildfires burn in Los Angeles County, and it's an insurance nightmare. The Palisades fire alone has consumed about 42 square miles, nearly the size of the entire city of San Francisco. The scene in Pacific Palisades is apocalyptic. The fire incinerated at least 1,000 structures in the community located about 20 miles west of downtown Los Angeles. The before and after photos of this neighborhood are heartbreaking. You can see from this video from CBS correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti, that's the Palisades Village Starbucks, originally constructed in 1924, which now looks like someone dropped a bomb on it. And this is only a few city blocks from Santa Monica. Historic locations like the Will Rogers Ranch House and the Topanga Ranch Motel, built by newspaper tycoon William Randolph Hearst, are gone. And on the other side of the city, the Eaton fire...
Oh, too bad. Oh, yeah. It's because we needed to glorify William Randolph Hearst anymore.
...is only 10 miles northeast of downtown LA. This fire burned more than 10,000 acres and has burned an estimated 7,000 structures in and
By the way, Citizen Kane, overrated.
around Altadena. It seems like the entire community of Altadena is just gone. The iconic Rose Bowl has been repurposed as an evacuation shelter for large animals. And near the center of the metro area, the Sunset Fire got within a few hundred feet of Sunset Boulevard, forcing motorists to abandon their vehicles and run for their lives. And before you write jokes about LA traffic being the death of us in the comment section, you should know that in strong winds like there are in Southern California right now, the searing heat from the wildfires can suddenly burst outwards at the speed of Olympic sprinters and suddenly trigger a sudden ignition. Not to mention the embers can travel up to 2 miles. And that's why the fires have forced at least 180,000 people to evacuate, and an additional 200,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. Statewide, over 1.5 million people don't have power, and the wildfires have caused at least 24 deaths and a high number of significant injuries. Thousands of firefighters are struggling to keep up as 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts are literally fanning the flames, reducing entire neighborhoods to ash. And for the moment, while we can't stop the fire, we can talk about all of the legal implications, because there are a lot of them. Now, the first is who pays for the wildfires. In 2020, we talked about who's liable for wildfires started by arson, negligence, and gender reveal parties. Yes, you heard that right. The El Dorado wildfire started when a couple set off a smoke bomb during a photo shoot for their gender reveal party. As a result of their negligence, the fire burned 36 square miles of land in San Bernardino and killed a firefighter from the U.S. Forest Service. Refugio Jimenez Jr. set off the device in dry grass on a scorching hot day, and he eventually pleaded guilty to manslaughter. Obviously, Jimenez did not have enough money to foot the bill for all the damage, but sometimes the perpetrator does have deep pockets. For example, in 2018, a wildfire known as the Camp Fire destroyed the town of Paradise, California, and decimated large swaths of Butte County. State investigators determined that a major utility company, Pacific Gas and Electric, was responsible for the blaze. At the time, California was in the midst of a drought, and PG&E failed to maintain faulty equipment and didn't repair downed power lines, so when downed trees came into contact with PG&E property, it started the fire. The Camp Fire was the costliest wildfire in California history. It killed 84 people, destroyed over 14,000 structures, and led to industry losses over $14 billion. Approximately 70,000 people suffered extensive losses to their homes, property, and businesses. Now, PG&E should have known that its equipment could be dangerous to the community, especially in light of the drought conditions, but also PG&E has been saddled with equipment that's sometimes 100 years old. So sometimes they're doing the best with what they have. But PG&E filed for bankruptcy and eventually settled with plaintiffs for a record-breaking $13.5 billion. The company's Chapter 11 reorganization plan established the PG&E Fire Victim Trust to represent the interests of people who suffered losses, and the trust sued 20 former PG&E officers and directors for negligence. PG&E pleaded guilty to 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the deaths of the people who died in the Camp Fire. And while the PG&E Fire Victim Trust Fund was responsible for helping a lot of the victims rebuild their homes and lives, a lot of the victims were stunned when Uncle Sam sent them a big tax bill just because they collected a settlement. So what happened there? Well, you might recall the first Trump administration's Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Among the many corporate tax cuts that the TCJA included, one tax increase was that it removed attorney's fees as a tax-exempt expense. And that rule change had a big impact because it meant victims had to pay taxes on money that the lawyers collected. So if you got a settlement for $100,000, you were paying taxes on that settlement. And then you were paying taxes on the amount that your lawyers received. This effectively meant that the IRS was double dipping on settlement money meant for victims. However, recently, President Biden signed the Federal Disaster Relief Law in December of 2024 in order to fix that problem. The law prevented disaster victims from being taxed twice on the same settlement funds. For example, if the funds were already taxed when paid into a trust, they wouldn't be taxed again when distributed to the victims. And that legislation is retroactive, meaning that the federal government will give funds to the fire victims who had already paid taxes before the law took effect. The IRS will return about $512 million in taxes back to wildfire victims and survivors. The bill also shields payment recipients from losing many of their benefits because the government interpreted payouts as windfalls under the TCJA. And that means that people who lost insurance coverage subsidies through the ACA, veterans whose copay rates went up, and students who didn't qualify for student loans will now find relief. The fires are still raging, and no one knows if a corporation with deep pockets is responsible, let alone if there'll be settlement funds to compensate the victims. However, there are signs that the Eaton fire might have started near an electrical transmission tower in Eaton Canyon. Early photos and videos from residents show flames near the base of the tower before fire rapidly spread due to strong winds. SoCal Edison officials say that they have no information indicating that their equipment started the fire, but lawyers have already sent letters demanding that they preserve evidence. And look, if it was possible to sue Mother Nature, you'd know about it already. And many people have lost everything, and naturally they'll want to rebuild. However, people who
Mr. Pepper should read Einstein's socialism paper.
live in areas at high risk of facing
How long
natural
is it?
disasters are also up against surging insurance rates. And in California in particular, home insurance companies like State Farm are pulling out of the state altogether. Now, a standard homeowner's insurance policy covers destruction and damage caused by fire, including wildfire. After a fire, the insurance company will pay to rebuild or repair an insured home and remediate smoke damage. And this generally includes the outbuildings of the property. And a good policy will also provide people with a place to live by covering rent if the home is uninhabitable by a wildfire, plus additional living expenses incurred as a result. But all that depends on what's in the policy itself. And the amount of the insurance payout is determined by the terms of the policy itself. Many policies will not cover limits beyond $1 to $2 million unless the homeowner paid for more coverage. And climate change is intensifying weather events, leading to more frequent natural disasters. And as a result, the scale of the property destruction caused by natural disasters, including hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and earthquakes, has gone up exponentially. And the insurance industry is struggling to keep up as the cost of claims rise. And as a result, homeowners and businesses are now paying higher premiums. Now, before you pull out your pickaxes against the insurance industry, remember that if they pay out more in claims than they get through premiums, then they'll go out of business. And if climate change makes it impossible to make a profit by issuing insurance, then the insurance company will just simply pay out because they can't afford it. Which is what a lot of insurance companies are doing. They are increasingly pulling out from high-risk areas altogether, finding the potential for catastrophic losses unsustainable. And in the state of California, State Farm, Allstate, The Hartford, Miristar, Unitron, AmGuard, and Trans-Pacific have all refused to renew policies in the state or have closed up shop completely in 2024. This in turn reduces competition, leaving consumers with fewer options and often higher costs. Months before the disaster hit, thousands of people in Los Angeles were dropped from their home insurance policies with few reasonably priced alternatives.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's not just California. Across the country in Florida, homeowners face some of the highest property insurance premiums in America. Rates have doubled and tripled between 2020 and 2024. And the potential for catastrophic...
Yeah, they're not talking about how like the payouts are only going to be a quarter of what like they thought they would be.
Catastrophic losses from hurricanes is so great that major companies like State Farm and Allstate have reduced or completely stopped writing policies in Florida. But obviously, not everyone can afford to pay such high rates, nor bank on the goodwill of others. So what happens when homeowners can't get insurance? Well, some states, like California, have state-run insurers of last resort. In Florida, Citizens Property Insurance has seen a dramatic increase in policyholders as private insurers exit the market. And while this provides a safety net, it also places a heavy financial burden on the state. In California, when homeowners are rejected by 2 or more insurance companies, they can apply for a California Fair Access to Insurance Requirements Plan, or FAIR. FAIR has doubled the number of policies it issued over the past 4 years, but FAIR plans typically serve as insurers of last resort, and those plans come at a higher cost than regular home insurance in California and only offer limited coverage. And the FAIR plan's website says its exposure is at least $6 billion in Pacific Palisades alone. Now, FAIR isn't meant to be a complete insurance replacement, though. It's limited to a max of $3 million per house. And while that might sound like a lot, in West LA, that probably covers just the value of the land alone. Now, additionally, since 2018, California has also had consumer protection laws, which allow the state to declare a 1-year moratorium on an insurance company canceling or refusing renewal of an insurance policy in certain areas after a fire. The protection from cancellation or non-renewal lasts for 1 year from the date of the governor's emergency declaration. Governor Newsom has already declared a state of emergency and will most likely invoke this power for the 1-year moratorium. Now, if an insurance company is underpaying you or refusing to pay you altogether, whether it's for a fire, or a car crash, or a personal injury, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my firm, the Eagle Team, help. We can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's absolutely nothing up front. So click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. And then there's a question of why is this happening and how did it happen so fast?
Good marketing.
Facebook and Twitter are flooded with lies and distorted information about who's to blame for this devastating fire and how it even got here in the first place. Which is why I think it's important to go straight to the source and ask the Californian fire itself. So fire, what are you doing here? Devin, what are you doing
What the hell?
Hey man, look, I'm the one
They're actually doing a bit.
the questions here. How were you able to travel so fast? That's easy. I was crackling down a trail in Temescal Park when I hopped over the 27, then went down PCH towards Santa Monica before popping up on a toll road near Mount Wilson and went towards the 210 where it becomes the 134 West. Then popped up again at that one place where the 210 meets the 5 in Silmar. But then I was like, since I'm here, I might as well get off the 101 at sunset and burn the hills. All right, I've had enough of you. You're in incredibly bad taste. Now, what the fire didn't tell you is that in early 2024, unusually warm oceans led to one of the wettest storms in LA history.
Others, though, did require rescues, and we're going to show you one in about a minute. But first, I want to show you this video of the Sepulveda Basin. And the sheer volume of water there gives you an idea of how much rain has come down on the greater Los Angeles area.
Which then led to a vegetation boom, which made the region look basically like Hawaii. But the rest of the year was unfortunately one of the driest periods on record, turning LA into a tinderbox. Then, a few days ago, the seasonal Santa Ana winds began to howl, setting the stage for the perfect firestorm that we see today. Now, Donald Trump has long blamed wildfires on the government not doing enough controlled burns or removing dry vegetation, but he's half right at best. For over a century, the US government has prohibited indigenous peoples in the region from doing controlled burns, which are meant to remove dry vegetation that could act like kindling. But California ended its ban on controlled burning by 2019. And California state officials started working with indigenous tribes to manage the forests. This was a positive step, but in the fall of 2024, the federal government stopped controlled burns in California. The US Forestry Service feared that in such dry conditions, even a controlled burn could spiral out of control. And the warmer weather and drought severely impacted the water levels in Los Angeles County. And the right wing has accused LA Mayor Bass of lowering the budget for firefighters. The left wing has blamed her for sending more resources to the police. And they're both probably right. Bass's budget raised
Weird. See? Weird. It's almost like, yeah.
salaries for firefighters.
It's like they're trying to muddy the waters. Oh.
But the overall budget decreased by about 2%. Meanwhile,
Guys, I know. Gay frogs.
These budget went up by about 7%.
They're trying to divide and conquer.
But of course, natural disasters amplified by climate change are increasingly dangerous and difficult to prepare for. That's why residents and insurance companies are scrambling. Now, under the California Fair Claim Settlement Practices Act, an insurer has 15 days to acknowledge it received a notice of a claim. An insurer has 40 days to accept or deny a claim in whole or in part. If the insurer doesn't deny or accept, it has to explain what additional information the company needs from the claimant. If the insurer continues to investigate the claim after 40 days, then it must provide you with a written update on the status of the claim every 30 days. An insurer has 15 days to respond to every communication from an insured that reasonably suggests a response is necessary, and the response must include facts the insurance company is relying upon. And the insurer is required to provide as a complete response as possible. And once an insurance company and the claimant agree to pay a claim, the company has 30 days to tender the payment. And if you're in this situation, make contemporaneous notes about all your conversations that you have with an insurance adjuster, local first responders, and local government. Take video and photos of the contents of your home to make it easier to prove what you own. Obviously, you have to do that before the fire strikes. And if your photographs have been destroyed, ask friends and family for photographs they've taken inside of the home which will help you identify the elements of the home, which should be covered under your policy if you want to rebuild. Now look, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, looking to acute causes and looking for someone to blame, but given the overall conditions, I'm not sure that there's anything anyone could have done, but you know, I'm just a lawyer, so don't take my word for it.
What's up, Squish?
I'm sure there will be new facts and new theories as things progress, but what we know for sure is that the damage is immense. AccuWeather chief meteorologist Jonathan Porter said, quote, the total damage and economic loss
It took me a second there.
from this wildfire disaster could reach nearly 4% of the annual GDP
All right, we got
of the
5
state
minutes.
of California. Analysts project total economic losses of $50 billion to $150 billion, and that's going to make the wildfires the costliest fires in U.S. history, and there's no end in sight.
I'll be right back.
As of right now, none of the 5 fires have been contained. Now, it goes without saying that California needs all the help that it can get, and I hope you'll join me in donating what you can to relief efforts. I've already donated to the Larry Ellison Malibu Beach Home Relief Fund because it was the billionaires who were hit the hardest. Obviously, I'm just kidding. I've already donated $10,000 to the California Community Foundation, which is providing immediate relief and will continue to provide support on a long-term basis. If you'd feel like donating as well, there's a link to that down in the description. And none of this would be possible without support from today's sponsor, Nebula, but more about them in a bit. Now, not only do victims in California need all the financial help they can get, the state needs all the manpower it can muster to fight the fires, and hundreds of firefighters from Canada and Mexico are crossing the border to help. And even Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky offered to send 150 firefighters to help out. But the volunteers that might be the most shocking of all are the over 1,000 prison inmates on the front lines fighting the blaze, many of whom are risking their lives for as little as $5.80 a day in a state where the minimum wage is $16.50. Now, how is that legal? Well, you can find out in the companion video to this one, which is exclusively available on today's sponsor, Nebula. On Nebula, you can watch all of your videos ad-free and early, because our videos always go up on Nebula first, plus there's tons of exclusive content. And for limited time, you can get a lifetime membership. You can buy once and then never again. It's the greatest deal of all. And we were so fascinated by the incarcerated firefighters that we made an exclusive separate video about them. We felt like it wouldn't work here on YouTube, especially since we keep getting
I love you guys. We love you too, Kurt.
demonetized.
I'm surprised that you didn't go to one of your burners for that.
Nebula was the perfect place to host it. So you can sign up and go watch it now. And if you're new here, Nebula includes tons of exclusive videos from me, original series from your favorite people, movies, plays, classes. What's really special about Nebula is that it's a creator-owned platform built by me and other YouTubers.
Okay, so they gave him a 3-minute ad read? Holy crap. That is unnecessary. Oh, man. Yeah, you know what? My sponsor only requires me to do a 1 to 90-second ad read. I know they prefer the 90-second, but oh my god, I can't wait to get this new camera. Sorry, I'm screwing with my light and the resolution because everything... I wonder how much of this is tied to that Windows update, because man, it screwed everything up. Like, so fucking bad. So bad. Gotta make money somehow. Yeah, trying to stream. Entertain the masses. Nah, somebody, actually, I appreciate you guys, being really cool about that, and also just like, you know, kind of helping me along with that too, because I've had enough of you guys be like, no, don't, we're poking fun. No, get your bag. Like, come on, man. We understand that you need to, I mean, man. All right, we're at a minute away. Let me, find something that I can just put up on the screen here. Nope, that's not it. Time ain't always free. Well, as I said, that's why like some people end up going into like traditional broadcasting just because they're like, yeah, I just want the salary. I don't even want to. But I love the freedom this allows me, man. Like, it's awesome. So, there we go. You know what? I'll just use this. I don't know why I didn't think to do this before. There we go. All right. Cheers. Whoa. Okay. Oh man. Huh. That took me right into the fun half here. Oh, this is fun. Here we go. 14K? Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, guys, like the stream if you haven't already. We'd really appreciate that. God, I gotta figure out something here. I gotta do like a collaboration or something. Oh, probably, you know what? Probably Radical is live tonight. Why are you judging me there, Pepe? God. Is it bad that every time I see a freaking, like, a Pepe meme, I'm just like, it makes me feel so freaking old. Because I'm like, I've refused to even try to engage there, because I legit feel like, oh, fellow kids. It's uncomfortable. Alright. We are in the 420 fun half, guys, so... Puff the Magic Dragon, hell yeah. One of the most underrated jokes in a movie was that, Meet the Parents. Yeah, I love the song, Puff the Magic Dragon. It's okay, Unc. Bro. Oh no, I'm back to being Unc. I thought I had bro for a minute. No! I've reverted back to Unc status. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm getting the twinge. Uh-oh. Of course! Ugh. Now I'm gonna argue about you on everything! Don't you know that I'm the king of the left? Hey, Lex, what's up? How you doing? That movie was good. That movie is good. That movie's great. Like, I've watched that recently where, I watched that one and Wedding Crashers where I was like, I forgot how funny these movies were. It's just the name of the dragon, Greg. What are you insinuating? L left. Yeah, I mean, dude. I cannot overemphasize how messed up it is that Cenk has just gone as far down that rabbit hole as he has. Because, dude, he's getting worse, like, by the week at this point, where, you know, that's bait. Ah, no catch, damn. Alright, we got a segment that I wanted to cover here because I haven't actually covered much Tennessee Brando, and I enjoy his content, so. Ah! That's not what I was looking for. There we go. L shaky. Shaky Gurga. Chunk Yogurt is probably the best one. Duke of Bread in here introduced me to that one. I like that one. Alright, let's see what Tennessee Brando's got to say. About Elon is losing it. And it's actually great. This is about the Elon getting caught lying in video games. we already kind of covered it, but
file this video under videos I never thought I would be making in 2025. This next story is absolutely ridiculous, and I'm going to go ahead and let you know up front that this is my second or third take on this video, because every time I try to read this article, I bust out laughing. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that if I laugh, you're just going to have to laugh along with me, because, folks, this is absolutely one of the most ridiculous articles I've ever read. The other day I did a video where I showed Sam Harris talking about Elon Musk, and Sam had a pretty brutal takedown, saying that he was up all night on ketamine, just tweeting into madness. And a lot of people said that that takedown was pretty harsh, but after you read this article with me, you're going to realize that Sam actually took it easy on Elon with his critique. This is absolutely crazy. Elon is up at night arguing with a gamer online, a gamer who accused him of cheating. And no, folks, I'm not making this up. We're going to read a little bit of this article. I'm going to try my damnedest to get through this. This is so out there. I never thought this would be
okay, this is what we need more of. People just looking at this and going like, what?
our reality, but here we are. The world's richest dude is arguing with a gamer. So here we go. Elon Musk versus Asmongold, the gaming feud explained. All right, so Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is in the midst of a heated feud with gaming streamer Zach Hoyt, better known as Asmongold, who is accusing Musk of cheating at Path of Exile 2. Asmongold is not the only gamer who is accusing Musk of cheating, as the larger gaming community, particularly Path of Exile players, believe that Musk is paying people to play games for him, leveling up his characters and arming them with powerful equipment, a practice known as boosting. Now, first of all, before we keep going, I mean, are you shocked at this point? Do you think this is out of the realm of possibility with Elon? I mean, considering everything that he's done in this election, I mean, so let's see. After Musk played Path of 2,
I got secondhand joy from this.
Path of Exile 2 on live stream, gamers quickly noticed his actions did not. I've already read that part. Commentators responded in bemused belief. One wrote that Musk doesn't seem to understand why he can't pick up items when his inventory is full. It should be noted that Path of 2 Exile is a very difficult game that requires
Path of Exile 2.
a serious time commitment to reach the level that Musk's character achieved.
I hate correcting people, but that one I'm just like, that
level 97 on
not letting that one go.
Mode. A man who
I don't even really care about the game,
businesses simply does not have time to do this. So what happened with Elon, this gamer? Like many gaming streamers, Asmongold watched Musk's live stream on Path of Exile 2 and came to the conclusion that Musk did not know how to play the game properly. Asmon took it a step further and challenged Musk to prove that he had reached level 97 by himself. If Musk could prove this, Asmon promised that he would stream on X for a full year. Once the news of Asmon's challenge made its way to X, Musk didn't take the criticism very well. Musk, who had been following Asmongold on X, quickly unfollowed the Twitch streamer. Asmon then reacted to Musk in a video titled "Elon Musk Has Lost It," stating, Elon unfollowed Asmon. He's probably not happy with the PoE video. There's no way he played that account. It's so obvious. You cannot get mad at me for bringing this up. Everybody was talking about this. Come on, man. So now Musk responds on X. And folks, God, this is going to be hard. Asmon behaves like a maverick, independent, but in reality, he has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. So here is their feud playing out on Twitter. It wasn't clear that Musk was referring to until Musk leaked private DMs between himself.
It's funny when Elon is like, sucks that this is the hardest difficulty. It's too easy for me.
Asmon. So he literally leaked this dude's DMs. And here's this. Elon Musk removed Asmongold's checkmark and leaked their private DMs and the criticism of his game. Like many Twitch streamers, Asmongold also has a YouTube.
This also just, it's kind of that thing that you can use anytime somebody does say how smart Elon is or how they respect him, or like they actually buy into the propaganda that he has anything to do with the creation of anything that he invested in.
Channel that posts shorter edited clips for streams. The editing is done by others and the revenue from the channel is shared between them. Elon Musk appears to have misunderstood the role of a YouTube editor and presumed that the editor translated to a journalistic editor who decides what kind of stories a publication should cover. Then Musk seemed to be suggesting that Asmon's content was being censored to some degree. Musk then criticized...
Wait, Elon Musk is having a fight with a streamer who looks like he should be selling a VW bus?
Asmon in another X post writing.
No, this is just a guy covering the thing. No, he's getting it. I forgot the streamer's name, but we covered him yesterday. Actually, like calling him out live, like just being like, this doesn't make any sense.
No other way to say this, but while Asmund is good at caustic commentary.
Oh, no. This one's Asmongold. Okay, now my bad. I thought he was going after for a second there. He was also going after the other guys that called him out on
making fun of people. He is not good at video games. Folks, this is just too... It's so out there to me that, I mean, it's really hard for me to sit here and read this and take it seriously.
Isn't this the second time that this has happened? Because he also got called out for like playing Diablo and being like really bad at that too.
This really should just be... I love the show Mr. Show with Bob Odenkirk and David
that's
Cross.
a good one.
It's one of my favorite shows of all time. I wish there was way more seasons of that. This should just be one of their skits, and it would be epic if Bob Odenkirk was playing this character and David Cross was playing the gamer in the chair. It would be epic. But this is real life. This guy just won an election. This guy's pulling the strings down for Donald Trump, and this is what he is involved in. So Asmund responded to Musk, writing, "Leaking my DMs is one thing. But this is absolutely uncalled for." So here it is. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. After watching the feud, some of Musk's fans in the gaming community seemed disappointed, with many expressing that the world's richest man had lost their trust. One commentator wrote, "As a gamer, you have a lot of pride in your rank and level. Trying to fake that while also being the richest guy in the world is just absurd and unnecessary. I would say it also makes me wonder if he's willing to lie about this. What else is he willing to lie about?" Well, yeah, that's the $1 million question that was sitting there going through my mind as I'm reading this. Others pointed out that there was absolutely no need for Musk to pretend to be a skilled gamer. The man has accomplished more in the real world than in the digital realm. So here, this person says, "Elon is like 50 years old. It would be hard at his age to be a top gamer. I get on by 12-year-olds in Sparking Zero regularly. This is a fact of life." And that is a fact of life. My sons absolutely beat the hell at me. That's why they beat the hell out of me. That's
Remember, for 1 month, I am the god of chat.
I'm not a gamer. But
congrats on your 1 month sub.
The tweets that other people posted. I'll stop reading right
and
there.
Thank you for being a sub.
Because you guys definitely get the idea.
That's a weird thing to say.
What that article really
thank you for subscribing.
Really didn't tell you, and what I was dying to tell you, what that article really didn't tell you is a little bit more about Asmongold, or however the hell you say his name. Apparently, this guy has had video.
I think that's a wood carving behind him. That's really cool.
In the past,
like
where he has had cockroaches crawling on him while
what? Streamlabs still won't let you donate? What? Hold on. This is ridiculous.
I'll go ahead and give you a trigger warning for those of you that find something like this disgusting. This is just an image. It's not a video. But yeah, here we go. There the guy is with a cockroach crawling on him while he plays. There's also a video about him claiming to have a dead rat for an alarm clock, finding a dead rat in his house. I mean, the guy's definitely out there. And look, whatever type of content you consume in your life, whatever you find entertaining, the world has gotten so far out of hand and so crazy that I understand sometimes we all look at train wrecks to get through the day. Watch whatever you want to watch, but that is the type of dude that Elon is up arguing with about his gaming skills. And just like the one user said, if he's going to lie about something like this, if he was so thin-skinned and so weak-minded that he had to have someone else play for him and then take the credit, it shouldn't shock anyone, because the truth of the matter is the man couldn't be president on his own, so he decided to buy one. That's basically what happened. And you got people like Steve Bannon in the MAGA world, and a lot of other people in MAGA that are very upset at the idea of him having an office in the White House and having control. And have you noticed how he has been right next to Trump ever since? He's not. I mean, this isn't. They always sit and accuse the left of all their campaign donors. I can't imagine what would have happened. Can you imagine if George Soros had an office? If Kamala had won and he had an office in the White House and he was seen with her in every single video and picture, people would be outraged. But they're perfectly okay with Elon, which some of them aren't. Bannon's upset, and a lot of them are. But so many people are okay with this, and they don't see the absurdity, and they don't see that letting a man like this anywhere near our government is dangerous. It truly is to have a man like this.
You had issues with Streamlabs the first time I tried donating? I tried 2 credit cards and my debit all coming back as fraud. What the hell is going on with that, dude? Okay, this is... I might actually have to call about this. This kind of
Someone
sucks.
sitting up late at night arguing with a gamer who has cockroaches crawling on him. Where do we go from here? Where do we go, and how do you put the toothpaste back in the tube, and how do you rein this thing in, and how do you get any control? Someone is going to have to be the adult in the room in MAGA, okay? Because we can sit here and call this stuff out all day long. But until sensible people on the right, and I do believe there are some, I'm not saying that everyone on the right is blithering idiots, but they definitely prop up blithering idiots. And they are going to have to be the ones to step up and call this stuff out and put a stop to it, because it's not normal, and no world is it normal. And again, this should just be a funny skit. That's what it should have been. But instead, it's the reality we now live in. This dude, the richest dude in the world, that's
Okay,
pretty
give me
much
a
pulling the
second.
strings on everything, is up
No,
late
don't
at
do
night
that.
arguing
Just give me a
with
second.
And when I sat down and thought of the videos I'm going to make today, I was thinking, dang, I've really got a lot on my plate, because I've got this one, and I've also got the one about the dude down in Georgia getting arrested because he was banned from the room and tried to force his way in. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a busy day, but I'll have that video out a little bit later. And let me know in the comments what you think of this crazy story and the fact that this dude is pulling the strings. And if you haven't already,
This is so weird that it'd be coming back fraud, because it, like, I'm looking at the history too, and it's still it's letting you do it here.
The like button.
Man.
I truly appreciate your all support. Leave a comment and get in on this crazy conversation if you want to. If not, just leave a blue heart or a smiley face or a laugh out loud. Those things just helps too, or a sad face, depending on how you look at it.
I mean, I am sad. I'm sad about this. No, dude, Brando's cool. I always appreciate his videos. He's one of the few guys that I'll watch in like the short format. All right, so I have to figure out what the hell is going on with my tip method here. It is connected. All right. I can't remember if you had my actual card or Apple Pay. Yeah, man, like, sorry guys, I hate the fact that I have to deal with this, but I do have to figure this out, because yeah, when they reinstated all my stuff, I'm just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me, because it's saying that I can create a payment link. Here, let's do this. Let's see. Maybe this will work. Hopefully. Give me 1 second. There. We'll try that. All right. If that comes back as fraud, then I just got to call these assholes. Have I ever checked Tennessee Holler out? No. Here, let me check that out. Let's see what it is. I always like checking out new, Tennessee Holler. 3K. Okay, I'll I'll check out their content. I have this kind of rule where if they have under like your like even under 50K, I tend to want to get a hold of that creator and ask if I can use their content. So yeah, I will definitely watch it and then put out a ask to see if I can use their content freely or, well, fair use. You know what I mean? Just trying to be good about that. Hopefully it worked. I did it on my side. Let's see. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this has been happening. You gotta be kidding me. Give me one sec. There it is. Got it. Okay, well that at least works. I'm gonna have to fix my Streamlabs link. There might be something wrong with that. Alright, so yeah, for now, if you guys want to donate, use the PayPal link. That just seems to work right now. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to hide the bar here because I can't adjust this, it looks like. You gotta be kidding me, man. All right. Technology, LOL. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Between the Windows update, screwing with my Streamlabs and YouTube, like both of them have been having the consistent issues. And it's literally, it was yesterday. Like I saw that my computer updated and I was like, oh crap. So I also turned off automatic updates because yeah, I'm done with that. This sucks. I at least want the choice. So I can just like go on Reddit or wherever the hell just to make sure like, hey, Streamlabs is working, right? Why? Why stream? Why? Okay. So that works then. All right. Cool. We're back in business, guys. Quite literally. And Kirk, thank you for the $200 dono. Holy shit, dude. Like, holy shit. This sucks. Like, I had a whole little chime lined up. I got a little pepper picture doing like this. And when I go, I mean like this, he's got like confetti. So I'm actually working with my buddy. He makes the little animated ones. Told me that he's got some good ideas for me, so I'm looking forward to hopefully getting some more of the like little animated stuff. And yeah, I only donated for the confetti. Ah, crap. Well, here, I need confetti. I was about to throw like it's one piece of confetti. What constitutes confetti? Damn it. Also, if you guys can share the stream on social media. I kind of figured out that that works. I had some decent hits from that, so yeah. If you got people in your life that are also interested in this kind of content, definitely share. Trying to get my name out there. Speaking of which, yes, got some updates on the channel as far as some things that are cooking. We're just waiting for DebateCon to happen, because once that happens, then I know that they have some stuff lined up, so I'm looking forward to that. Got a few interviews coming up with some larger than me streamers, but yeah. And also, I'm going to be opening up the channel for some Discord conversations tomorrow might be the first one. I have a I have one of those situations where if this plan falls through, then I'm gonna be able to do this. So. Oh, I'm getting that glasses pain. I can't do it anymore. Let's have a philosophical conversation. What constitutes confetti, please? Well, I think that it's something that... No, because that would not constitute confetti. Like, if I'm going to be dead serious, it's got to be like shredded paper where you just go, wow. And it flies in the air and has a moment of just breaking the gravitational force and going, wow. Man, if this isn't the post 420 hour, I don't know what is. Woof. Sweet meat. All right, hold on. I have got to figure this out. Oh, did you just type in sweat meat? Ew. Somehow that's gross. All right, where is this going? Tip goals. I can probably change it there. Oh, ticker settings. That's where it is. That's what it was. All right, guys, I figured it out. All right. Oh, that's a whole thing. Hold on. I'm not going to do that. I'll do that off stream. I thought I had it here. Okay. And then... Here we go. I think I can... As long as it's consensual confetti. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're not talking like funfetti. You're talking icky sticky fetty. Alright, man, I think I'm gonna just reset the goal and it'll just pop up just as $200 already. Because it's technically $215. Why does it say that it... Alright, technology's being dumb. I'm done. It says that it changed on this side. It did not. I don't know. Whatever. Either way, Kirk, you're the man. Just pretend, just pretend I didn't dono. You'll make more money. Oh. I feel bad for that, though. Because, like, I don't know. I'm doing that under false pretenses. I don't like that. I like people to know. Plus, I mean, dude, I want you to have the credit. That was awesome. Like, I'm literally not going to have a potato cam because of this. Although, I just noticed that one of my lights went out. Like, it completely burnt out. Oh, damn. I didn't realize that until just now. Man. That sucks. It's one of those things, too, where I'm probably going to have to hire an electrician to get that thing fixed, because whoever decided to put that in, they were like, I want one of the most specialized lighting units that I've ever seen. Oh. Man. Dude, I got ripped off that. I'll walk you through it. Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot that you could actually do that. You know what? I'm gonna take you up on that. I'll just we'll do a video call on Discord. Yeah, no, actually, cool. Save me some money on that one, man. Although, you know what? I've done some stuff. I replaced all like the plugs, made them all up to code. I don't know why I went up to code, because now they are up to code. Before they were up to code. Dude, I just had to do some work on my dishwasher. So I pull it out and I'm expecting everything, you know, have a nice little plug in the wall. Nope, it's got this like little just janky plug sticking out of the ground. I'm like, what the? I'm a master electrician by default of being in my field. Oh yeah, then hell yeah. Damn, dude. You're like one of those friends that would be very, very great to have in this area. Like living in an area where it's just like, hey man. Unfortunately, me and like my entire friend group, we just not good at trades. Actually, my best friend, he was going to be an electrician, and then I'm thinking that he just had like a guy that it was like a shady apprenticeship, because he told me, he was like, yeah man, I was getting bad vibes, and on top of it, like he had a feeling that he wasn't going to get his certification through him. He's like, he said that he was going to get me my certification, but that might have just been his way of being like, nah, not for me, which I understand. There's just a, you know, you can be honest about it. Just say it, you know, not for me, man. I think that trade schools do need to be, you know, brought up a little bit more, and like, not brought up, propped up is what I meant. Sorry. Because honestly, man, like the fact is, we as Americans, we like even shit on trades. It's insane. You know, it's that whole college myth that if you don't buy into it, like, and I speak that because dude, I did one semester of college and realized if I continued, I'd be in debt for something that I wasn't going to use, because I knew it. I knew it at that very moment. I'm like, okay, so I could either get my art degree, my poli-sci degree, or I could, you know, take some business opportunities and just build from there. Which, yes, you know what, that's where I also think I have a little bit of my politics, where, you know, having a leg up and realizing just like how hard it is to actually start from the very bottom, and then seeing everybody's attitude that, you know, has that, especially, dude, there's nothing worse than second generation business owners. I met so many that, dude, they literally had like the adult equivalent of, my daddy will take care of it. It's like, whoa, what the hell? I started my company, I don't know, screwed up there, Suring College. So I haven't worked for someone in like 20 years. Nice. 10, okay. During college. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's kind of, I had a similar thing. Like, again, I hate doing this because I hate even teasing it, but without saying too much, I owned my own business. I can't say it right out of college. I started it when I was 22. And I sold it when I was 28. So. Me too, same business. Eventually. I mean, they're like, yeah, again, I just don't want to put it like on my YouTube stuff. But yeah, I worked in a field that had to deal with some of the worst human beings on the planet. Like, I met just some of the worst people. And I mean money too, because like there's money, like this is how I know the difference between people who think they have money and people who have money, who like legit, they looked at me like I wasn't even there. Like I was just a fixture of whatever they were happened to be doing. I was not a person, which is so messed up, dude. Like, and what was even crazier is like the jobs where I would have to deal with like just upper middle class. They were the ones that were, you know, tipping out the waz, and just they were just like, no, so appreciative. Like, ugh. It was frustrating. Very frustrating. Honestly, I just had a master I knew signed off on most of my hours, not because I didn't have the field experience, but because I wasn't under a master's payroll. My hours didn't technically count. Oh, see, I think we have a situation here where they are kind of like, they really like, they look at that stuff, or they claim they do, but it keeps people a little on edge. Also, I think the apprenticeship program here is a little bit longer than the average, like around the country. Oh, thank you for following. T-kaboom. T-boom kaboom. It's actually nice. It's one of my favorite parts of my job is reading out the fun names. But then also just going like Jeff Curry, I avoided poli-sci at all costs. Everyone said it was hard. I really thought it sounded like some chemical science class. Oh, that's funny. I mean, I avoided calculus like that. Oh man, did I avoid calculus. I took geometry and God, what was it? Algebra 2. And then eventually I was just like, I am so not good at this. Dude, I am so bad at math. I am so bad at math. But I mean, I hate to just reuse the joke, but they did it to us. They literally said, oh, you're not going to have a calculator everywhere you go. Bitch, what? What? Jesus, it's NyQuil, me too. Same, oh, sorry. I just caught up with your comments here. Because I got Twitch and YouTube going at the same time. Oh, Dead Inside. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm glad that you are able to pop in. It was good seeing you on, what was it, MR? Yeah, I saw you in MR. That's always funny when I run into one of you there. I'm just like, oh, hey, what's up? Speaking of, I ran into one of the more problematic chatters, who then proceeded to get kicked out of MR chat. So, yeah. I'm in school to be a teacher right now. I'm excited to finally get to join a union. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Worked landscaping before now. Hey, that's also, you know what, useful. I get the union, but the union guys here make like 45 hours with 10 years experience. In your field, yeah. I finally took it junior year, realized what it really was, and wish I had majored in it. Oh, God, yeah. Man, that was the one thing that I wish I would have, like, even not for, like, a degree or anything. Just, I could still technically do it. I might just take, like, a debate class and a poli-sci class. I'm so bad at school, guys. You have to understand. I'm one of those guys. I'm one of those really just bad students. I have such bad ADD. I'd rather just draw. Like, that's the other bad part about me is, like, I'll be doing anything besides what I should be doing. And it's just, I don't know why. It just takes it. I'm just so ingrained in it, man. I hate school. I just hate school. God, I had to go take a traffic course And I had the same thing. Oh, it's so funny because they give you a cigarette break here. Like, I don't know why, but it's mandated that they have to let you have a cigarette break. They call it like, you know, just a break, but everybody knows what it is. And I end up going out with them anyway, where I'm just like, I don't care what you're smoking. Give me some of that secondhand nicotine right now. Kirk, is that more or less than they would make non-union? Oh, hey, awesome. Yeah, dead inside. Pardon, less than a union. I pay my 10-year guys 55 and 65. Damn, not bad. Actually, my lead tech in Northern Maine is making 65 or 67.50 right now, and he has 12 years in the field. Jesus, dude. Wow. Congrats. Yeah, I had a situation where it was a continue my venture, or and maybe be able to maintain the value of it, or yeah. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I made this decision I did, but there's parts of it I had just, yeah. God, I wish I could talk about it. I really do. It's the one part of my life that I'm just like, oh, God. There's just yeah, stuff. As I said, I kind of insinuated it. Just lots of NDAs were signed. So. I hope nobody ever has to sign one of those damn things. Because that was the one thing about the Biden administration. I was kind of like, he wants to get rid of NDAs. That is based as, like, based as fuck. I feel like I have to do that now. Every once in a while, I'll catch myself about to swear. I'm just like, yep, I think I may have already hit my quota, so. What? Shit. Yeah. Sorry, I'm done. Freshman year, took a class that taught speed reading and also how to take tests without knowing shit. That was a very helpful course. There's a course that teaches you on how to test, and just like, what? What test did I take, damn it? That was the one thing that, like, that's what got me by in school, was the fact that, like, I would have so many, like, bad marks as far as, like, you know, assignments and, you know, presentations, but, yeah, tests, I was fine. I'd show up and I'd piss off teachers, where they'd just be like, what? My favorite one was literally the ACT, where, like, it was such a problem for me. That ended up getting me, like, a parent-teacher conference, because they were just like, hey, we don't know how, but we think he cheated. It's just like, no. I will never forget that, dude. My school counselor looking at me, do you know what an underachiever is? Yes. Yes, I do. I think that was, like, probably, like, my main mark, like, throughout all my schooling, was just chronic underachiever. And if it was chronic, like, if chronic was in there, then yes. Words are important. Oh, already restarted. Damn. Yep, we're gonna go there. Oh, by the way, Kirk, you might find this interesting. So I tried to play dude's music. It came back with a Chinese copyright, so I think that he actually might need to check his stuff, because I think that a Chinese channel is trying to collect his monetization. So sent him an email about it. I hope they... I mean, if he checks his email as much as I do, that could be an issue. It could totally be an issue. I need to get better about that. Oh, Squishmallow, I didn't see your whole thing. Hey, what's up? Jeez. So many cats. I love the cats. Speaking of, where the hell is my dog? He actually, so like, out here, I got a little, like, couch for him. Well, for him. It's a couch for me, but, oh boy, did he take it over, because, but he likes to, like, sprawl out, you know, Superman style, which we've measured him. He is 5'8", when fully sprawled out. He is a tall dog. But not like, I wouldn't say like toes to head. It's actually like toe to toe. But, yeah, dude. He's one of those dogs that, like, when he he just sleeps in the middle of the bed and it's just like, oh, okay. Oh, hey. He does, one of the, like, my favorite things that he does, though, is, he'll, like, nook his head, like, right in between my knees. And it's like the cutest thing. Like, I just hear you. What you doing? Doing, bud? What is he doing? What? He's in something right here. Sound like you were in a trash can. Found him. What'd you find? Let me look. You're still good. Yeah, he had a little bit of a inflamed ear. Had to keep an eye on that. Because every once in a while, he'll just, like, scratch too hard. My poor baby. He's a people, he is. Red Note, you got a post pic of a cat if you want in. It's called Cat Tax. For real? Like, are you kidding? Oh, that's a way to get me to use Red Note. Wait, guys, is that like a real thing or is this like a troll thing? Because, like, I've seen, like, that it's got, like, the most wholesome content, the nicest Chinese people asking, you know, wholesome questions. I feel like it's... God, guys, I hate to do it. Yeah, okay, frogs. I feel like they're coming for us. I feel like they're trying to separate us. This is the way to get us. We think we're trolling, but they're actually doing the thing. Just kidding. Bandit, good night. No, is it good? Wait, so many, learning thing you can do in community college for fun. Yeah, no, I know. I did see that, actually. No kidding, it's cool, bro. You know what? Alright, fine. I'll just download Red Note. Screw it. I will download the Red Note. I like how I was at one point just like, I'm never getting a TikTok account. Boy, how wrong I was. I don't use it, though. Like, I'll post stuff, but I don't actually use it. It's wholesome because it's heavily censored. Oh, is it? Like... Okay, so is this actually run by the Chinese Communist Party, then? Like... I'm confused about it. I really am. I mean... Ugh, God. Someone somewhere is watching this and they're like, who lost their dad? It's like... Or your stoned uncle. Currently using Red Note out of spite. I don't like social media apps. Nah, I'm good. I don't need to share any more of my data. I'm just so overwhelmed with that too, man. Because like even TikTok, man, like sends me so much crap on my like email, like it spams it almost. I forgot to shave today. Sorry. I got that like little bit of itch starting to come in. Just be cool. That's bad coming from me. Wait, Dead Inside, how the hell are you functioning on that? That's I didn't even think about that until I saw it come. It came from you, or I'm like, oh wait. It is interesting to look at for sure. I don't see myself using it a lot. Yeah. W dog, W red, no, W UCP. Yeah, they got their own problems. See, like I hate that shit. I hate that shit where it's just like looking at other modern governments and then just being like, yeah, base and then America bad. Like, come on, dude, they're all fucked. Dude, the Chinese government has its own issues. Trust me. You think labor situations are bad in America? I'm sorry, man, but no politic talk, no controversial stuff, no violence, stuff like that. It's not bad per se, just censored. So no politics talk. No, and I might not even want to. Why would I bother if I can't promote my channel? It's like the whole. Well, I don't know. You know what? I like how now I'm talking like that because that's exactly how I structured everything. You know, I'm so smart. Ugh. That's one of the dumber things I did. Was I was like, I'm gonna make shorts about my cat. That won't backfire at all. Where, oh god, is it bad that anytime that I post? This is why I haven't posted a new cat video in a while. Is because when I do, I'll gain like 5 to 10 subs, but then I don't know why, but like it usually takes me to upload another video or like a live stream, and immediately they're just like, politics. What? And then they just go. That's true, but you need to see it over there. I don't care. I mean, dude, I'm literally trying to delete all social media like stuff. I never got on Instagram, even though by all means I probably should be there. What happened? What do you mean what happened? Like, sorry, I'm just curious about it. I want to talk to Chinese people as much as I want to talk to everyone else. Well, that's cool. I just, again, all cats are commies. That I will give you. All cat. I don't know. All cats are, I don't know, little spawns of Satan that I love. I mean, for real, my cat is. I literally have a nickname for him where I just call him El Diablo, because it's like he will go from so sweet, so cute to just immediate vicious. I have a video, actually I do have a short of that where he's attacking it's my wife's hand. So the whole TikTok ban has me interested in learning Mandarin. LOL. I don't even use TikTok. The TikTok ban is Bloodstone. Just download TikTok now. We've established that they're not actually banning TikTok. What they're banning is the download of it and then the updates of it. So the one thing we have to figure out is technically, like, can we update it through a VPN kind of situation? I mean, eventually it is going to go dark for us. Like, it's just, yeah. It's going to become unusable, but for, next few months, it looks like it's going to be all right. I just don't know. I don't see, like, what... This is just going to sound old as fuck for me, but I don't care. Like, so I don't see why, like, people care, but... if you're 555... Man, I got that old Christian in me. I'm uncomfortable when I see that number. I hate to say it. Like, I got that old school stupid thing. It'll be kind of like Flappy Bird then. Yep. Yeah, it's exactly what's going to happen. So. It sucks, but whatever. As I said, for me personally, it's not like the biggest deal. What's your take on the Satanic Temple then? They're fine. They're more based than other religions. I think that it's funny because they did it to troll and it just took its position. The 666 Mark of the Beast thing, it really does have. I mean, that's one of the things that has its institutions from the Book of Revelation. So, like, whatever. Again, man, I came from a pretty intense sect of Christianity that was very involved in the Book of Revelation. So I wonder if I can update it using my Thai eSIM. You actually might be able to do that. That might work, but I don't know like how that affects your other stuff. So again, I'm so good at tech, as you can see with this live stream today. God, the thing. It just, as I said it, my YouTube studio just went blank again and gave me a green screen. You guys, like, the screen's not going green for you guys, is it? Like, please let me know this, because if that's happening, then I might just have to call stream and restart. Speak of the devil. Yeah, right? No, I just reset it. Yeah, now it says everything's fine. Yeah, did the screen cut out? Because I know Twitch is completely fine. But YouTube, what is... No? It didn't? Okay, good. Okay. Whew. No green screen for... Okay. Whew. Okay. Then it's all on YouTube Studio. Good. Good. Okay, so that's not my actual live feed that's doing this. That took like... I'll be completely honest, guys. When that happened, I felt my heart start pounding. Where I was just like, no. I thought that my stream got canceled, and if it goes like that, and I don't even get a warning, that could be bad. I was like, wait, what'd I do? What'd I say? Okay. Everything's all good then. Good. Yo, Stanky, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm too high for that right now. No. What's up, my star? Same here. Okay. Can we just rejoice over Biden? No. What? Oh, stop it. I'll rejoice over the fact that he's just whatever, but I'm not. No. Dude, honestly, no. I'm not going to sit here rejoicing over the fact that we're about to tip. We're going into a new era. I'm not going to just be like, bye, old man. Hello, chaos. Like, dude, honestly. The fact that so many people were so invested in making Joe Biden a bad guy is kind of hilarious to me. Like, the far left did it, and the fucking, and like just the right in general did it, whether like it didn't matter who you were on the right, but there is a part of me that feels bad about that, and I have a feeling we're gonna reflect on that a few years from now and just go, yeah, maybe we treated him a little bit harshly. Because I'll be honest, I look at that the way that I treated Obama a little, like I was a little too harsh. I was. Because, like, I was so invested in looking at the bad that you don't look at the good. And that's kind of part of the problem. Damn, man, even Trump went out last summer. And it's still It's still the president. Yeah. Joe Biden is a master bad guy. No, he's not. Dude, if he's a master bad guy, then legit. Like, then any Weekend at Bernie's thing can fool you. It was funny to me because, like, the report came out that legit, he was, like, not just senile, but he was losing his mind and he was getting really bad. Like, the grandpa jokes, they were legit. And the whole, like, hey, he forgets things and he's kind of losing it, you know. I think he might have dementia. And instead everybody went, you know, even I did this. I am guilty of this, going, don't be ageist. Like, that's kind of like, that's silly. Don't be ageist. But and I do still hold to that. I still think that the ageism thing is messed up. Because, like, that kind of plays into, like, where I think as an American culture, we have a huge problem with burying our old people and just being like, get out of here, old. Like, honestly, that disgusts me. It disgusts me how we treat our elders. I will be completely honest with that. This goes back to the way, like, that my grandma got treated. And then when one of my friends was Japanese, and after seeing how, like, his family, how they all interacted, cool. Dude, he's corrupt as F. Like, dude, they're all corrupt as fuck. They're all corrupt as fuck. I don't care, dude. I'm so done with this. They're all corrupt as fuck. Who isn't? Seriously. We have one person that we've been able to name today. AOC, that's it. God damn. You're never gonna find a politician that's not corrupt as fuck. Go back to Roman politics and look at that. This has been in it for as long as human history. I am not arguing for corruption, but what I am going to say is expect it. God, you guys act literally shocked Pikachu face every time. Fuck. Rubens trained Bernie. Yeah, no, you know what? No, Bernie Sanders doesn't. No. According to Stanky, he doesn't pass the litmus test, guys. Lost its fun. I like that Bernie guy. Yeah, me too. But apparently, you know what? No, doesn't pass the litmus. Yeah, none of them do, Stanky. Seriously. Get the fuck over yourself. Or seriously, go run for office and prove just how moral, how perfectly fucking moral you are. Whoa. I've had it. I really have. Because this is the thing where it's like, oh, you can't mention anything good. You can't mention the thing that it's like, you know what? No, he actually was pretty decent on unions. He like, none of it. You know, and then you can use that as ammo, though. You can go like, oh, well, the Democratic side didn't do a good job with its messaging, even though they did some really good things. It's like, what? No, you don't get to do that because you didn't celebrate him. You sat there going, next, please, not good enough. Oh, what do you mean that he only did this? That's exactly how that goes. Look at the way we were receptive to the ACA. Look at it. Not good enough. Wasn't it? It couldn't even look at it as a step in the right direction. But then when they threatened to take it away, immediately every single one of us goes, oh, what do you mean you're going to make pre-existing conditions a thing again? You mean that we had it better? You mean you're going to make it worse now? You mean that now we're going to actually take 2 steps backwards? God damn, dude. The precious corrupts all. Sorry. All right. Whoa, this is my jam. Politicians not be nice. Little troll frog. I'm just calling him troll frog right now. Many are not corrupt. It is often their ideology or the system that they are forced to work within. Yeah. Yeah, weird. Stuart Kalinsky 2028. That's actually a base. Listen, for me personally, that's a bomb. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. You don't get into politics for good reasons usually. No, nobody does. No, this is why I was yelling about the shocked Pikachu face, where it's just like, dude, this goes back to the pretty much dawn of politics. And the thing is, in the almost 2,000 years that we've been practicing these systems, we still are doing the same thing. Like, that makes me laugh. Is the fun that, like, oh, okay. You'd think that in the 2,000 years, the proletariat would have actually figured out how to become the power. Oh, what do you mean? So it's that thing that when you become the power, you become the boot, and then you start, and then they kind of do that shift? Yeah, that too. Sam Cedar had a great piece on that. About how the word anti-establishment is kind of dumb, because no matter what happens, once you become the power, then you become the establishment by default. My dispensary is like 10 minutes away from me, lol. I live in the NYC metro area. Yeah, I actually mine is a little closer, but yeah, it's awesome. They know. Well, anytime I walk in there, I just get the. I've been offered a job there a few times. Yeah, rockin' Pikachu, nice. Nice. I always like a. Speaking of, you know what? I'm gonna just go on this little rant right now. Today, you want to talk about like just something ruining? Like, I kind of brought this up earlier, but like having your hobby ruined. Like, dude, scalpers. I gotta say, these fat motherfuckers who are, they're always like, you can see them a mile away. They're wearing they're big, nah, screw it though. I'm gonna be mad. These fat mother effers who wear shirts that like legit they suck in, like they're way too, like they look like they're trying to burst out of them, but they're also wearing one of those cross body bags. Yeah, one of those guys. Definitely runs like either a car chop or he is just a straight up scalper. Yeah, those guys. I don't seek to become the power. I want to just I want workplace democracy. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, see, again, I see that as something that we can obtain. Like, that's where, yeah, man, like, I'm all for that. Also, everybody over on YouTube, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. Sub to the channel if you haven't already. And over on Twitch, leave me a follow if you haven't already. I appreciate it. And donate to the stream. I think I still got the link right here. Nope. I'll put it in over here. This is ridiculous. Oh, it only lets me do it one at a time. That's why. There we go. All right, I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. All right, cool. They actually had penny pre-rolls today or yesterday. Got a few of them. I got a bag of Mike Tyson Mike Bites. Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, Ric Flair actually has his own stuff too, which is good. It's just, it has couch lock. Like, Duke, I actually think that you were the one who pointed this out to me, that they're taking the CBD like out of it. They're breeding the CBD out of most of these buds, and it's causing people to get like psychosis. I have looked into this. You're 120% right, man. Yeah, so I've actually like made it a point to start taking some CBD pills. I have to say it like that. If you don't get it, then sorry. YouTube. Literally the only reason to ever defend Joe Biden is if the election is about to happen and if there's no other choice but the fascists. Once the election is over, gloves come back off. Whatever. No, dude. No, I'm just not gonna ignore like the good that he did. I can do that while also bringing up the bad. And like, I'm not saying he was great. I'm not saying he was my favorite by any means. But when you actually look at the policies, he's enacted more like leftist policies since FDR. Like, that's good. That's a good thing. Man, this is what I hate. Because, like, I think that part of it, too, is, like when we are in these cycles, and we're in a cycle now, like, dude, it's just so easy to get bogged down in, like, negativity and then just go, well, then no one's ever good enough. And then we turn into frickin' Stanky Danky's, like, whole thing where, oh, well, he's corporately bought. This and that. And it's always something. It's always something. Tired of it. As I said, you want a perfect politician, then be that perfect politician and convince us that we need to vote for you. And I can hold that opinion because I don't have that. I don't think I'm the right guy. But if you think you're the right guy, do it. I must serve Elgato. BBS Solidarity Chat. At Pep Talks, do bongs. Yeah. Bangers. Call them bangers. Bloodstone last time, not Tyson, but Smokey's $16. Ooh. That's not bad. Yeah, I do like 12. I think it's like $12 for the 50s. So that's not bad, actually. I always love like learning how much you guys have to pay like in your states, and then I always do get like that little bit of like the jealousy where I'm just like, it's less than I have to pay. It doesn't matter anymore, does it? MAGA won, and now we need to prepare for the fight. Exactly. But part of that is also just being able to like have solidarity with like some centrists and go, okay, fine. No, I want better than Joe Biden. Yes, I want better than Joe Biden. But you can still acknowledge what legislation he helped with and all the good things that he did, and also acknowledge that he just was a bad, I'm not even calling him a monster, dude. The people who kept pushing that legislation in front of him made like, dude, no. Like, again, this is why I do the week, like I am saying he's Weekend at Bernie's, because when you read that report, bro, like, I think that he was signing legislation thinking he was in 1970. I don't think he was doing it with the actual conflict in mind. I may be giving him a little too much credit here, but for real, after reading how bad it was, I would not be surprised by that, especially when you read exactly the shit that he would say, because he would always go back to like random times that like in his political career, and you're like, I don't know, I know somebody with dementia. That's what happens. Like, I have to watch this unfortunate thing happen to somebody that I know, and I can't say I really. I mean, it's a relative of a relative, but it's heartbreaking. It's literally heartbreaking, and they're at this point they're aware of it too. They are just like, why is my brain doing this? Like, that scares the crap out of me. I'll be completely honest. It's one of the most terrifying things like ever. I pay around $70 to $100. Not bad. That's about what we do. Yeah. Actually, I just got a 14 for a hundo, so that was nice. I always like that, where it's like, ooh, get a good deal. Things have been getting significantly cheaper by us, though. He's actually a monster, man. His whole career, he was a grifter. Again, as a president, he did more he did more good than other presidents. That's all I can say. He was technically better than Obama on certain things too. Because funny enough, like that, like going back to it, yeah, Obama being the deporter in chief, like that was stuff that I had a big problem with. Like the fact that he kept capitulating, and ironically, it was always during that upcoming election year. You know, like trust me, like it was problems, but again, progress. Not being able to recognize progress is also like a problem in itself. Al Obama, yeah, I'll give you that. I will give you that. I'm not gonna like, dude, I don't stand politicians at all. Like I don't. As much as like somebody would sit here thinking, oh, look at him glossing Joe Biden. It's like, no. No, if you're actually like seeing that like this is me glossing Joe Biden, then it's like, no. Then I guess you can never admit when anybody does anything good. Like even you cannot. That's like looking at. I hate to use this analogy because it's overused, but that is like looking at a broken clock and just saying it's never right. Like never right. Did he do more good, or did he sign stuff without knowing anything? Well, even if he signed stuff without knowing anything, I'm just saying, like, in general, his administration, because now you're arguing semantics. You're trying to do this thing that a lot of people do, where you're trying to proxy me, where you're trying to make me into like a proxy fan for this guy, where all I said was that he did a few good things. This is the shit that pisses me off about the fucking internet, okay? Like, I get it, man. But I think that everybody's a little in debate mode right now, and everybody's just like, go to Facebook, guys. Like, honestly, if you want to get this stuff out, go to Facebook. Like, and just see what kind of boomer hellscape it is, and then get your arguments in, because that's what I do. Instead of doing this on YouTube with like-minded individuals, I do this with people that I genuinely think are reprehensible pieces of crap that I want no business, like no association with, and just constantly checking them on how just backwards they are, how wrong they are. Also, it has been fun because, like, you can also tell how insecure they are this time. Because guess what's really fun to realize? How they don't even believe that Trump is actually going to do good things for them. They are all worried that he actually might do the tariffs thing. And they are shit. Dude, they are so terrified that what if the left is actually correct? Uh-oh. Bloodstone, yes, it's still good. I had some the other night. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, the Jeff. Yeah, I love the fact that just a few of you are like, oh my god, you just did that thing where it's like I'm ranting at a party, and we're all standing in a circle, and we're all, like, and you guys just started your own little conversation because you're like, how about them Bears? I appreciate that. That's funny. To be fair, you compared him to the GOAT FDR. Yeah, because like if you look at the actual legislation that was put into place, it's the closest thing to FDR that we've had. Listen, yo whippersnapper. I lived through the last part of Reagan. I was cognizant of what was happening with George Bush. I was totally aware of the political situation with Bill Clinton too, especially. And then I was more than politically active during Bush 1. So I really do get sick of that too, because like this is where a lot of people they kind of find themselves in this weird scenario where you're like arguing with a college kid, and then immediately, like, I had this happen to me recently where somebody that's like in their 20s was arguing about 9/11 and telling me that this was not how it was, where I'm like, you're trying to gaslight me into, like, because you watched a documentary on YouTube, you're just like, no, your lived experience is not what you lived. It's like, I hope more people are receptive to that. We're just stoners looking for a good time. LOL, keep venting. CHIPS Act, marriage equality, 2014. Yeah. And it's kind of like weird. Like the Democrats actually, gay marriage. I didn't see, like, dude, you think gay marriage, like, yeah, man, I'm telling you, 2003 was a wild time. Because what was it, 08? Yeah, I think it was like, no, it was even later than that. I think it was like 2010. When was gay marriage actually signed into law? $2010? Really? Wow. Okay. That's a lot. Wow. I sworn it was sooner than that. But it was just, you know what? Sorry, that took me a second there, but it also brings me back to my point, like marijuana legislation, even on the state level. Like I never thought we'd get that, especially in Illinois. I'll be honest, man. Like if this guy Mike Madigan was still in power, who do you think the corporate candidate they shoved down our throats? It's gonna be Newsom, and if he can get out of this wildfire situation unscathed. I didn't even mean to do that one. No, but for real, if he can. And if the other thing is, if the Republicans politicize the wildfire more than, and actually lose the American public, then yeah. Because the guy's a good communicator. You have to give him that. Like, I did watch that debate that he did with DeSantis, and honestly, got to give him some credit, but giving credit where a guy can speak doesn't mean that he's actually, like, a good politician. And he's not the one that I would, want at all. Like, at all. No, this is kind of our failure, man. Like, this is... Like, I would love to run AOC, but realistically, like, Kyle Kalinske has brought up some really good points to why Jon Stewart would be the candidate to use, because, man, like, there's no way that the DNC could bury that one. Like, I know that what they did to Bernie is definitely left some scars, but, scars are there to remind us of, like, the pain that it caused, so we don't do it again, right? Well, that's where I think a Jon Stewart would be the smarter candidate there. Because also then it makes it, like, so apparent, like, if they even tried to do that crap. Plus, you know what? Realistically, like, Zelensky is a great example of why that could work. Because yeah, Zelensky was literally he was a comedian, and he was the host of, like, Ukrainian Daily Show, and then he became the top politician, and look at the way he's leading those people. So I'm telling you, man, like, there's merit to that. I feel like it's a lot of pressure to put on him, and it's not fair to do that, because, like, if that's something he doesn't want to do, like, I don't want to be a politician, so I get that. Damn those super delegates, yeah. Otherwise, Brandon's mid. Yeah, call him mid. Even mid. I'll take mid. It's just for everybody just being like, let's celebrate the old man being gone. No, because then then just by, like, literally opposite, just by the laws of opposites, then you're literally just welcoming in the era of Trump, like, with some open arms at that point. Who do you? I think it'd be Newsom or Kimberly I'd like to see Newsom and Kimberly's wedding photos. Were they married? I don't think they were married. I think they only dated. I'm 99% sure they only dated. So I will wait to defend Newsom until after he wins a primary and is facing a fascist. Then I will swallow my disgust and coalition with the libs. Yeah. No, that's usually how that goes. That's usually how that goes. But honestly, Duke, I think that John Stewart would easily beat out a Newsom. I'm not going to call him Newscom just because, like, dude, whatever. This is also part of it, dude. Like, contributing to the just childish nature in which we fucking, like, engage with politics now. Like, we're really going to see Donald Trump on his level? Like, what the fuck? Come on, what are we doing? Like, I get memes, but no. It'd be great if it was funny. It's not funny. It's a played out joke. It's an old bit. It's something, honestly, this is the thing I hate about Donald Trump is, yes, he's funny, but he's at that point of his comedy career where he's relying on the hits, where he doesn't get the reactions he wants, so he goes to the old bits. But the thing is, everybody's already heard him. You know, only the biggest idiots are still going, look, he called him new scum. Get it? He's a scumbag. Or. And I love how these are the ones that are just like calling us like sheep, meanwhile screaming goats. Oh, man. All I know is that, yeah, I'm preparing for Monday. It's going to be... I think it's going to be a jolt, guys. I think that, honestly, like, enjoy this. Enjoy this. Because we can look back at this live chat and then go, oh. Like I said, I hope that we're in a position where we don't have to look at the Joe Biden era with any form of nostalgia. I would love that. I would very much love that. But that's also acknowledging, like, the weird thing that, like, I weirded out my dad with this, where he was just like, oh, so yeah, you're cheering for Trump to fail. I'm like, no, honestly, I would love for him not to tank this country. And honestly, I would love for him to surprise me. Like, the ceasefire thing, that's actually when we had this discussion, is because he thought he was trolling me with that, where he was just like, oh, did you see that Trump accomplished your ceasefire? I'm like, well, no. Because he didn't. Like, technically, you could argue that Biden did it too. Wow, you know, like the second that you say that, what do you mean? He knows the pressure of the incoming presidency. Whatever. Executive orders and pardons are gonna reign. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the executive orders for sure. The pardons, I don't think so. I don't think he's doing day one pardons the way that he, because he already came out and said he's just like, listen, I'm not going to be able to really do as much as the January 6th protesters. It's a little bit more complicated than I thought. We're going to have to go through it on a case-to-case basis. Maybe on my way out, I'll be able to break it down, but right now, it's going to take some time. When he said that, I went to r/conservative on Reddit, which that's like the only thing I ever like actively search out Reddit for anymore. Although I did okay, buddy. I actually checked that out recently. I was like, wow, it's still here. But yeah, that was funny. Everybody was flipping out on him, just like, gosh, it's one thing for him to with the immigration, and you know, I thought they were making a bigger deal about that, but he has, you know, we're already ceding ground with Elon, but now we're actually, I feel like that they're tricking us, guys. I feel like he's really tricking us. I don't think that he actually is gonna help us. And we can just sit here and enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Oh, what am I at? Oh, damn. We're almost at 6 hours a day? Holy shit. real quick, also, appreciate anybody that is just hanging around here. I really appreciate you guys being on the stream. Yeah. Okay, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it too, because I know that this is, I mean, just within the last hour here, I got a little shouty. My voice actually hurts. Yeah, I get to take a day tomorrow where I just get to kind of chill. I want to stream, but if my voice hurts tomorrow, then I'm just going to take the day off. So, blizzard conditions at the moment. Yep. Chunk yogurt, good Newscomb. Bad. You hurt my feelings there, Mr. Pepper. No, it's just using... No. It's using the Trumpisms. No, chunk yogurt's hilarious because that one's objectively not old and, like, tired. Like, let's see. It's like one of the most tired insults that you can have. Funniest part is it's actually hard to think about. Or just even his... It's like saying fake news at this point. It's just... Fucking kill me. Like... Oh, look, it's the troll president. It's funny. Sorry, not as jovial as I usually am about this one because, like, dude, realistically, come on, guys. Literally, Monday. Monday's the start of it, guys. Cool. That's kind of like the broader consensus of this whole stream today is like, hey, maybe we, like, Stanky. Like I was saying, dude. We gotta stop micromanaging every piece of, like... I don't want to say the left, but it is the broader coalition of the left. It is. Because I'm even going to include even the center left. You need to start welcoming these people. You need to start shifting your narrative to bring them in. Trick them. Do whatever you can to bring these people to our side. Don't constantly push them away and then, again, shocked that they are going towards the right. Like, dude, that's the biggest one that got me, especially during this election, was how many people were just shocked. Like, especially with the Latino vote. That one really got me. I will refrain from the jokes when delivering my arguments from now on. No, don't do that. No, I'm not trying to say that, dude. No, I'm saying if this is going to be a rule in the chat, then just don't, like, if you're gonna repeat Trumpisms, put a quote there, because at least then you don't have to own the bad joke. Like, no, right there, what I'm doing is I think I'm just more ashamed. Like, dude, I know you're better than this. Like, I know you're better than just Newscomb. Like, you could even come up with your own, like, your own burn. No, this is comedy class. This isn't even political anymore. This is literally like, this is how we don't reuse bits and become hacks. So, because even the chunk yogurt one, I gotta say, like, I might be burning out on it because it's not as it doesn't get the reaction. Like, again, if I'm not going every time, then then it's kind of losing its thing, you know. Brother, I campaigned for Kamala, who tried to capture the people you're talking about. It doesn't work. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You know what? It was working. Stanky, it was working. Like, I don't care about internal polling or anything like that. No, when she pivoted right with Liz Cheney, she lost a lot of people. It wasn't Gaza. It was that. And a lot of people are just... They want to chalk it up to Gaza because they want that issue. Like, I don't want this to be the issue. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what issue it was. They lost. But realistically, that's what did it. Because you had enough millennials that were like, Dick Cheney? What? She lost more than that, of that demographic than Brandon by 2%, man. I know. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, that's you're actually kind of making my point for me. As a Latina, it was not that surprising, but people didn't want to see it. You know? Again, but now, shit shocked. Oh, Jeff. Actually, this is important. Your son's band. I tried to play a little bit of it yesterday, and I got a copyright flag from a Chinese company. So you just tell him he needs to check who owns the copyright on his stuff. Because somebody might be doing something where they set up what's called a topic page that will start like taking his revenue from his YouTube page. And it'll also flag him. Like, it'll flag it as like he's the one stealing the content, even though it's his original content. It's one of the shadiest things that is being done on YouTube right now. But just yeah, I wanted to make you aware of that. And I tried to email him, but I got nothing back. So actually, I haven't checked that yet since I last checked. Give me 1 second. Never. We'll ask. Okay, thank you. It was offhand. My bad, dude. I didn't mean to chastise you that bad. Don't feel that bad, dude. Oh, now I feel bad. Now because you're doing the thing where like it was an offhanded joke. It's like, no, dude, it's fine. It's fine. Oh man. Yeah. I think that the whole thing with Kamala though is yeah, just going back to that real quick. Like, I can almost pinpoint like, dude, it was the second week of October where, like, she started really, like, when they announced the Dick Cheney endorsement, and then you had people like the Bulwark, Joe Walsh going out there. Like, you had all of these, never Trumpers that all of a sudden, and then CNN, like, the mainstream media was heavily focused on that contingent. Like, the mainstream media was the one pushing that, and honestly, it did hurt. Like, that was enough for all of us. Like, I didn't not vote for her, but I know enough people in my life that saw that and went, I'm just staying home. Like, they didn't care. They're just like, nah, I don't feel like they're not doing this. They kind of like it. A lot of the whole thing was they deserve to lose, and they don't deserve my support. So, and how do you think I felt about that? Because I'm like, they do, because I mean, they're technically right. What's the quote from Winter Soldier? He's out of line. He's right. No, dude, I also just thought about this. Yeah, as I said, my big thing is again, original. Like, if you're gonna call him like Gavin something, like, I don't know. I don't have anything good for Gavin. I mean, Newscomb is good as far as like creating a like off the cuff insult, but as I said, it's just been overused so much, and like I don't want it. Like, maybe this is just the comedian in me. I don't want to prop up a hack comedian. Jeff Dunham that's how he has a career, okay? A bunch of stupid people literally propping him up going, look how funny he is. Ew. I couldn't vote for her because of Gaza. That's fine. This is the thing. This is the big difference. I don't blame you for that. No, I think that this is nice. Like, this is good. They needed to lose. they needed to lose this badly too, where they lost the House, the Senate, the judiciary. Like, guys. But that's also where I'm like, you know, I know this is an unpopular opinion, but if the American populace sees them as the left, and if, just think of this, if it's so easy to sell the American populace on Joe Biden being an extreme leftist, it's like, you don't think we need to pivot? You don't think that we need to maybe, I don't know, work on a new sales pitch, something? You know, as I said, man, like, I know like enough right-wingers in my life that if they just read any of this chat tonight, they would use it almost to just be like, see? They can't even get along with their own. Meanwhile, they're having their own civil war, like, totally ignoring that. Because, you know, how there's any, you know, fairness or any actual, you know, real perception. What is my cat doing? He's like sitting outside the door and he's just going like, like, okay, oh, they're fighting. I just heard my other cat. What the fuck? All right, there's nothing funnier than hearing my cats chasing each other, because I'm not sure if you guys have cats like mine that are like super heavy-footed. They do not have those ninja kitty paws. My guys stomp into rooms just like... I was typing very fast. I don't think about it. I'm not doing a bit. I feel like this completely derails my point. Oh, sorry, man. I've been debating politics for a decade at this point. I see the future battle coming. Yeah. No, and that's exactly it. I think that's also where I'm kind of at, where I'm just like, I see this, where I see where we're going with this, and to see like how okay. It's exhausting. I might need a break. Yeah, honestly, dude, that's kind of like, I was thinking the same thing, which that's why I've been trying to make the streams a little bit more chill. But of course, this does end up happening. I mean, I did make a political stream for this reason, like, but I also think that, like, dude, this is like, it kind of plays into why I also like the chill aspect of this and being able to prepare together for the upcoming battles, because that's another thing. You can't just like throw your hands up and be like, I'm done. I don't want to do this right now. When literally this is the time to do it. God, actually, yeah. It's weird when I surprise myself like with a good point like that, where I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? 100%. But I will give you that, man. No, Duke, take your own meditation advice for sure. Definitely, you know, practice that more. I've been doing it. But also, allow yourself to like not be in a political mode like all the time. The nice part about doing this is that I don't like see things on YouTube after I get out, like after I get off stream here, where immediately I need to watch it. Like I'll put it on the back burner, or I'll put it up for like watching on stream, or I'll just ignore it entirely because I'm like, I am politicsed out. Pre-stream, I actually kind of have a rule where I like will only do like show prep. I won't like fully watch videos outside of Majority Report, and then I just listen to music, or like I'll read or do whatever just to clear my brain and then get into the politics with this. Like, this has actually really helped me with that. This has been super healthy for compartmentalizing it a little bit. But also, this has been super healthy with making me realize that I'm like, no, I actually have more hope. I have more hope, like, talking about this with you guys. On top of the fact that, like, you know, we do kind of have a good idea of what we need to do. It's the rudderless, like, actually, hold on. I think did I have a, no, I didn't. Shit. It's just the fact that we don't, like, have a leader right now that we can just go, yeah, you know, Bernie was really, like, the guy for that after 2016 and going into 2020. Like, at least especially going into 2020, where we kind of had an idea where we're like, ooh, this could work. But going back to that, what we need to do is make sure that we can push this past, like, because we got so close. We got so close with 2020. We got so close. So, you know, let's learn from that, build on that. And also, you know, try and be better with this community, dude. Like, and I mean, like, the leftist political online community. We have to be better about not just dogging on each other for small disagreements, or like not knowing us, like, again, I'll just say it, like, not knowing theory, or some people, I'll even say, like, not being open to it, but also like wanting to have just kind of more like baseline discussions or whatever the fuck. I'm not articulating this well, but what I'm trying to say is, can we just kind of be nicer to each other and, like, maybe agree to disagree on certain things? You know, like, that's again why I have my hard line with, like, trans stuff, but, you know, I'm willing to be open to more discussions and not just be like, I can't even engage with this moron. Like the guy yesterday, even though that guy was like, I thought about it, kind of pushed it a little bit, or like the whole I don't get the trans thing. That's awesome. Somebody just informed me that there's a video going around about the Pokemon drop today, where somebody literally punched a dude and took the box from him. Awesome. Leftist communities like this give me hope. Thank you, Ruben. That matters a lot. That actually means a lot to me. That means a lot to me, because honestly, like, sometimes I kind of feel like I am getting a little bit attacked for not being leftist enough, which, dude, that's where I hate that. I hate that purity test shit. Like, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's so just, it is just so ineffective. And, like, again, that's why I was doing the thing where I'm like, what is this accomplishing? Like, what are we getting out of this besides just, like, that quick dopamine fix of, yeah, look how right I am. While simultaneously going, this is what, see, and cap. Or whatever the fuck you were saying. Or agitprop, and cap. All right, I have my Sam Cedar moment. Prop clipping. Prop clip it. There you go. Prop clip it. Knowing that people want the same things I do is hopeful. Yeah. Exactly. And we could argue the finer nuances of it, like, when we start winning, when we start when we're in a position of power where we can just be like, okay, here's how we can improve on this, or like, but we're just blanket doing this. The system broken. This is how we fix it, even though this is not how we fix it, because it'll never be instituted. Because again, nobody can think, small scale. You think that's what I'm doing? No, Duke. Duke. I'll call Stanky out on that one. No, Duke, you're fine. No, Stanky was the closest thing I've come to, like, kind of like being called out by what I would call your average leftist chatter. Although that was funny. ANCAP. The fuck is ANCAP? I feel like that's something. Agitprop. Which, by the way, were you insinuating that I'm technically agitprop? Like, yeah, I looked at the fucking meaning of it, whatever. This is how we oldies do it. It's literally just like, no cap? Who lost their... Oh. And then like that, that's when people stop using it. It's 10 o'clock. Great. Oh no, dude. I'm sorry. I'm saying DSA is agitprop, not you. Oh. Oh. Corporate feudalism. Oh, that okay. ANCAP is something. That's why I was like, wait, did my brain just do that thing where it was just like, whoa. Someone's asking me now, what did you mean? Okay, so Jeff, when I played his song, I ran it through a copyright check where I made a video about it essentially, and I put it through the checking system. What happened is it came back like to some song that was just Chinese kanji. It's not called kanji in China. Oh, what's it called? Chinese symbols. But yeah. Hold on, guys. Okay. I love trying to make dinner plans on the fly. You also gotta love when it's like, oh, I was gonna make something. Oh, I don't have one of the main ingredients. Great. All right, but yeah, Jeff, just let him know that, and just to check his the copyrights on his songs to make sure that none of it. Oh, and mention the topic page. Mention that it if it goes back to a topic page, he has to contact YouTube over that, because that means somebody's stealing his content. And that's usually how it goes. It'll usually just be like a random account from wherever, a bot account, and it'll just be like kind of like under. They'll try and fly under the radar. The thing that got me is the fact that they attacked, or like they went after him for that, because they usually go after like lo-fi pages. That's the other place that I've had this come back like that. Excuse me. All right, so you're saying DSA is agitprop. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Because, like, from what I was reading there, is agitprop a bad thing to you? like aggressive propaganda for the left, because that's essentially what it was saying, right? Here. Agitprop. Meaning of agitprop in English. Spreading of strongly political ideas or arguments expressed especially through play, art, books, etc. Smart vocabulary, related words and phrases, blah, 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 blah. The term agitprop, abbreviation for agitationia propaganda. Agitational propaganda was first used in the Communist Party in 1920. So yeah, I'm just wondering. That's the other thing, man. You start buzzwording, like, because, dude, that's what it is. Like, let's be fucking real. Like, I get it, man. If you're doing a college dissertation or whatever the hell, yeah, great. But, like, dude, I'm just gonna be completely real with you, Stanky. Like, how long have I been here? And how long have I been online? And how long, God, how long have I been watching this kind of content? That's the first time I've ever had that literally said to me. Ever. By anybody in chat, any of it. So, I don't know, man. I don't want to insult you, but I want to literally, like, you remind me of myself when I was, like, in the 9/11 truth movement. And, like, I started learning, like, all the, like, alternative shit, like, whatever. I'm actually kind of, like, I'm burning out a little bit. I can feel it. I'm getting hungry. They were formed by not-so-based origins and have clear policy to protect the state and very anti-communist. Also, that's not from what I was reading. That's not it at all. It was established by the Communist Party in 1920. So, are you saying it was co-opted then by... This isn't something I've come up with. No, dude, I know. Way to conflate. You know what I'm talking about. It's not about DSA, dude, in 1920. I'm talking about the way... Oh, my God. The term agitprop was used by the Communist Party in 1920. So it was co-opted by the DSA in the 1980s, then, right? See what you're doing right now? And what you're doing is you're also kind of doing that, what? 1980s, DSA in the 1980s, idiot, dude. Seriously, does anybody listen to you when you talk to them like this in real life? For real? Like, do you have good engaging, like, debates in real life? Because if you do, then I'm shit shocked at it. Idiot! I never said. Oh my God. Oh my God. You must be a joy to have arguments with. Like non-political arguments. Ugh. The DSA's top leadership, including Democratic Party luminaries among the union bureaucrats, such as Dolores Huerta, who supported Clinton over Sanders in the Democratic primaries, and celebrity intellectuals such as Cornel West and feminist writers. Former CIA collaborator Gloria Steinbaum is who I'm guessing that you're bringing up. Cool. Cool. So they co-opted something that was based before, now not so based. Cool. Whatever, man. At this point, I'm just so fucking over it. And that's why I was kind of getting to that way, man, where I'm just like, dude, really? Like, for someone who literally has the name Stanky Danky Ziploc Baggy, you are like... You definitely do not engage like the normal, yo. You want to know about this? I don't know. That's where I was going with that, man. The funniest part is it's like I was gonna say like you're what's a good word for this? Because I almost said exhausting, but it's not exhausting like that, because that's not fair. No, I literally just felt like I've had a spirited debate for the past almost 5 hours. So for no reason. It's jargon. That's all it is jargon. It's literally look at me, I know the jargon, look at me, accept me, aren't I so cool? Theory, theory, theory. Like again, great. We get it. You don't like the DSA, dude. We get it. We don't need any more. I don't need any more TED Talks. We're good. The TSA explicitly states that its vision of the democratic state... Jesus. It should be remembered, however, that like every other form of society, democratic socialist society cannot produce total social harmony, the statement declares. Yeah, you know why? Actually, I kind of figured that out, and you're not going to like the answer, because it's kind of what I've been telling you right now, is because they realize it's not practical within the reality that we fucking live. Like, dude, you're doing the thing that, like, so many young leftists do, where they fresh-faced out of college just are so amped up to change the world, and then shit-shocked when the world's not bending to their whim. And that people aren't they're not being open to their ideas. Trust me, I was there with you. Wow. Sorry, I just learned something great. Oh, what I was just saying, kind of flies back to the collectors and everybody just being reprehensible pieces of crap. Because, yeah, it looks like a bunch of scalper bots got busted on certain sites, too. Like, dude, ugh. That's another thing, man. Like, just, yay. So these soul-sucking capitalistic assholes and opportunists are now coming and ruining another hobby. Woohoo. You know, you gotta love anything. Like, dude, I hate anytime there's an online trend that involves, like, whether it be Pokemon or any, like, Stanley Cups or whatever the hell it is, because I just know. It's like, God. I would not even doubt that somebody, like, within the Pokemon company was just trying to get, like, these TikTokers to make it a thing where it's just like, yeah. Because, like, now all of a sudden it's opening packs is just it. That's all these guys do, because they technically make money on their pages for having all this. So, like, it's insane. It's insane. And it's soulless now. It's just, it did the thing where I'm like, oh, cool. Well, now I'm not as interested in participating in it, so. Which sucks. Like, this is how I've been pushed out of other hobbies, too, where I'm just like, ugh. If I'm not mistaken, it is decentralized. I try to never discourage people from organizing. It can be DSA, it can be a lot of things, including the Democratic Party unions, especially if you can. Again, that's why I was also asking Stanky Danky to actually, like, what's the alternative? He could not offer any alternative. Like, what's the actual, like, what are we organizing with then? Instead of just pointing to everything and going, that's not it, that's bad. I'm definitely not discouraging anyone. Just know who you're organizing with. Oh, Oh. I'm a pluralist, my friends. Just don't be Nazi. Really? Well, then, by that merit, then you can interact with so many different communities. Like, then what? Then what? Oh my god. Because that's also just like, I'm going to give this comprehensive breakdown of why DSA is so bad, but maybe you should organize with them. Spread thin like some Jif. You spread Jif thin? Damn, dude. I like a nice thick peanut butter sandwich. What's wrong with you? How's that dog sleep with you talking? I breathe hard and mine was on top of me. Nah. I don't even eat Jif. Oh, him? I don't know. Maybe it's like living with himself because honestly, dude, like, guys, I think you might have heard him bark just like maybe a few times, but for real, it's one of the loudest damn dogs I've ever had in my life. Nah, I don't even eat Jif. Yeah, actually, I've gone to Good and Gather peanut butter. It's actually really good. Pretty sure it's Skippy. Like, I'm 99% sure that it's coming from the Skippy factory. Because it tastes just like it. I prioritize anti-fascism over everything else. That's a good priority. I mean, that is a damn good priority. Trust me. Wish more Americans would have actually taken that priority. Why is it so cold down here? I'll be right back. Easy. Because my thermostat was turned off. So. Yeah, I forgot that I did that. It actually got kind of warm here today, so turned off the heat. Do that occasionally. Also, I encourage people to interact with all communities, especially fascists, so you know. I mean, I do. Like, the thing is, I won't do it here. Like, I don't do it online, because I don't want to mess up my, or on YouTube, because I don't want to mess up my algorithm. Trust me, it gets pretty close to getting messed up anyway with all the content that I watch, but, yeah, realistically, I do most of my, like, fascist interactions like on Facebook because that's where you can find them. That's where they're everywhere. Or on Twitter, like they're not hard to find. I mean, shit. Make one comment about trans people in sports and there they are. All right. Hold on one second. What am I at? 6:30? Cool. It's weird. I just like going, what am I at? It's not like, I'm not even... I feel like sometimes people misconstrue that I'm like looking at my watch just like, all right, I want to end this, guys. It's actually the opposite where I kind of get shocked where I'm like, oh, it's only been this long? Like, I've been having fun with you guys. Also, like, I apologize for the earlier, like, bits of stream. Today's just been one of my... I feel like it's an off day. It's just like, yeah, you know what? Yesterday was an odd day. Today, not so much. A big part of it really is the fact that I can't figure out why the hell everything is just so messed up as far as like the Windows update. Oh yeah, no, you know what? No, I just realized. Yep. All right. It's because I never updated. I never restarted my computer. Guys, don't be like me. I used to watch Steel Toe in the morning, bunch of Nazis. Oh, and Benjamin. I've actually seen him. Like, yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. Outed that to a local community. Yeah, I mean, usually, funny enough, like, even in some of their communities, like, the way that I usually interact with them, I hate to say this, is through, like Nextdoor, right? Like, the Nextdoor app. Actually, I'll be completely honest with you guys. That's, like, 90% of where, like, I have my arguments now. Because they're just... It's every day. It's every day. Can't tell you how many times I have seen some Karen out there I just saw a bunch of black kids walking. They were right by my house. It's just like... Great. Ugh. Ugh. The spinning chair. Nice. All right, that's hilarious because it's pretty much like dead onto my chair too. All right. Gonna make me self-conscious again. Gonna give me a urinary tract infection. Actually, should have pissed when I went upstairs. But whatever. By the way, Stanky Danky, I actually do appreciate you in chat, man. You're definitely one of the cool, like, chatters. Sorry if, like, I might have seemed like I was getting pissed off at you. I was just getting heated. My next door is crazy too. Call the cops, how dare kids be around. Oh my god! Dude, we had a situation like that last week where this lady called the cops on these kids playing basketball. Dude, they booked the courts. So it turned out that she's out there yelling at the cops, and I'm just sitting there watching this whole thing go down. It was one of those few times where I was just like, I really wish I smoked cigarettes, but I took my vape. I just was like, it's fun. We appreciate you, streamer. Oh my god. Thank you, Squishmallow. I appreciate you guys. Also, shout out Kirk. Thank you again for the $200 donation. That was insane. Like, thank you so much. Literally just got me the new camera, so hopefully I will have that by Monday if they have it in stock. Oh crap, that's what I forgot to do. Ah, crap. Ah. I meant to do that. Uncle's about to DoorDash a camera. Wow. Damn it. I've officially earned the moniker Unk. Oh no. Crap. Well, it's happened, guys. I was bro and bruv for a hot minute there. Well, looks like I've just lost it all. Oh no. Guys. Ooh, yeah, you know what? Okay, so usually, like, my wife will send me something. She got me a present, and I can't wait to debut it on stream here. It's gonna be awesome. Hopefully, also, I will be able to do it with that new camera that I just said. Sorry, I was just trying to see if I even had the link. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Anybody here know of a decent 4K cam that about that price range? Because I was looking at a Logitech one. I'm not exactly like thrilled like about, but I do have like the proprietary stuff to run Logitech equipment, so I don't know. I found a Canon one that's like $600. I was like, no. Because I'll be completely honest, man, I wasn't expecting to like. Oh wait. My next door. Oh, sorry. I just realized that that popped up twice. Yeah, one of the funniest next door things that I've seen outside of the basketball court one recently was so we had a Karen that was essentially just like complaining about this homeless couple that was going from like the library by us and just taking all their stuff with them, right? Turns out that this is one of those situations where I hate to say this too. They are they're actually scamming people out of like lots of money. And they're not using it for housing. So it makes you think, because like somebody made like it was like a $7,000 donation to these guys, right? To put them in an apartment. They didn't go to any apartments. They disappeared for a while, but then they came back and they were asking for more money, and this guy was just like, do not give them a dime. Not sure how funny it was outside of just like, ooh, drama. God, I couldn't imagine being a teenager now with everybody having like, well, yeah, Ding Dong Ditch is pretty much gone because now you just got Ring doorbell cams, and then on top of it, you have everybody thinking like, I gotta protect my property. Everything is so scary. No, it's not, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's so freaking crazy. I've also, like, dude, have you guys noticed just, not just on, oh my God, why am I blanking on it? TikTok. On Twitter. Twitter has gotten definitely red-pilled, right? And I've been saying it about, Facebook too, but that's where I was going at with TikTok is, TikTok is one of those things where I'm just like, it has its own right-wing algorithm. Like, if it's true what they say about it helping Trump and that he like somehow pulled in 32% of the 18 to 34 demographic, that's kind of crazy. TikTok had the door knock challenge. I got hit with that. 6 teenagers at night, all masked. Oh, really? Yeah, now that again, mass. Now they're dumb. That's dumb. You might no, because you might as well be asking to get frickin' shot at. Going to somebody's house masked, showing up. Oh, that's a special level of stupidity. Yeah, you don't just hand random people money to house them. You give them housing. Yep. Mass hysteria. Well, dude, that's kind of where I'm going at, like, with this, is because what scares me is just how many people interact with that crap. Like, just seeing how many, like, these posts go viral about that stuff. That reminds me, God, was it? It was one of the Trump things, but she was just like, oh no, it was the cats and dogs. So she reposted that on Facebook, and then it went viral from the repost, which is insane. You know, we've all had that thought, like, repost. I hope some people like that. How crazy would that be to just do a repost and just be like, I'm viral? Like, what happened? And then also, how shitty would that be to be the person that did the original post and like have 7 likes? Wait a minute. Hate to say that with that one specifically, that is kind of funny. But yeah, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Like, God, that happened. That already feels like 10 years ago, doesn't it? Like, man. All right, give me a second here. Pee, and then I'm gonna do this. Okay. I just figured out a way around that. Wasn't the kitty litter in schools the same thing? Yeah, except that was literally Joe Rogan just regurgitating that. And also it was like false premise too, because yeah, I mean it turned out to be just there in case the schools, had to go on lockdown. Which now let's not talk about the reason that it's there and also how just disturbing that is. My stepdad, when I was a kid, people would sneak onto our property and try to get in his garage, so he put a string between the trees with cans. They trip. So they come out shooting in the air. Nice. They never came back. Bands. I mean, did you guys even, could you guys see? Like, I don't know. I felt like there was a reflection there, so I was just like, maybe. We stage gory car accidents with a headless mannequin. What? Holy crap, you guys had way more time than, well, okay. Not time. You guys, I'll call it creativity. You guys had way more creativity, that's for sure. Give me one sec. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's see. I mean, we used to do like harmless pranks, the ding dong ditch. We played kick the can. You could see pretty clear. Well. Let's hope that that doesn't get picked up then. It shouldn't. Let me see. No, we're all good. Cool. Even though yeah, it's kind of funny. Even dude, if YouTube dropped right now, my heart would go to my stomach. I'm on 240p. No, what? For real? Sorry, I got sidetracked on the Lamb of God rabbit hole. What'd I miss? Oh, nothing. I mean, I took me a little break. But, no, we're just literally talking about, like, stuff that teenagers do and like kind of what we did as teenagers. And I'm just thinking back to it. I'm like, you know, like we did some bad stuff. Like I did things that I don't want to talk about because they could. Yeah, no. I wasn't a bad kid. I was with a bad crowd. I will say that. Where I just wanted to please them so badly. I wanted them to be my friends. I wanted to be cool. So I just did really dumb shit. Like, I was that guy. But, you know what? It kind of worked out for me a little bit because it did also make me realize I'm like, oh, well, you know, if you then start smoking with everybody, kind of become everybody's friend. Let's see. No, nothing wild like that. My shit's not documented. I definitely FA and FO. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of FA and there was a lot of FO for me. Dude, one of the funniest things my dad ever said to me was I got picked up by a cop when I was like 12 or 13. I was doing something, whatever. And my dad, when he comes and picks me up, he's shaking his head and he's laughing, right? And like, that was kind of scary because I'm like, all right. Usually when he's mad, he's just silent. And he just looks at me and he's just like, you know, I never thought that my kid would be the one that if you could F it up, you're going to. And the thing is, you're gonna get caught. It's like, yeah. Yeah. This reminds me of when Vosh let his balls and his dick fall out of his shorts on the stream, but it's Mr. Pepper hitting the zong. I mean, mine's a little, yeah, wow. Then, yeah, wow. He did that? I didn't know that. Oh my god, man. That's like my nightmare. No. Oh god, when the summer hits too. I do love me some shorts. Night All Hang is headlining the Rockfest tomorrow. Dude, I'm so glad that, dude, you're such a cool dad. Oh my god, I had to tell my son that. I was just like, you suck at lying and hiding shit, so don't. Dude, your kid sounds... I think your kid... he might be a little proto-me. Oh, no. Well, hey, he might be a really good streamer, so... Oh, man, that's funny. Yeah, Jeff, take care, man. I hope that you have I hope you had fun, and I hope you have a good night. That is just too funny, though. God, my dad, I'm gonna tell him that, too. I'm gonna just be like, dude, I got a chatter that actually has a son that's just like me. It's like, you suck at lying. He totally he said that to me, too. It's like, you know you're really bad at lying? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you're really bad at lying. And, okay, this one hit me, too. He's like, you lie about dumb shit. I was just like, thanks, Dad. He was coding in middle school, teaching high school kids how to code in coding club. That does not... Yeah. It's funny. I think that I would have been, like, really into that. Just so you know, if you ever slip up, I will be the one that screen caps it. Well, it's either going to be you or it's going to be Kirk, because Kirk also has all the audio files on pretty much every slip up I've ever made. Which, God, I haven't even been here 6 months, and I have a lot. Man, I guess the benefit is the fact that I do, you know, over 6 hour streams, so they're kind of hard to just go do the playbacks on, but after seeing Hassan's clip channels, though, I'm like, oh boy, this could be bad. I mean, I get it. It's kind of weird, like, lately I've been doing damn near the same hours. I'm wearing a heart monitor right now. We have to see what crowd surfing does. Oh, that would be cool. Man, I hope you have so much fun. That's going to be awesome. Actually, you know what? Jeff, I might have you, I might have to figure this out, but I might have you send me a, one of his shirts. I have to get a P.O. box. Actually, you know what? I'll look that up real quick. Get a short-term P.O. box. Dude, I have got to fix the screen's brightness. I have tried. Again, everything reset, man. I had it perfect. I had it literally, what was it? It reset yesterday, so Tuesday. Yeah, everything was like literally perfect Tuesday. That's such a good stream that day, too. I feel bad, like, they'll use AI algorithms to clip and ship soon. Oh, really? Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Because I tried to use the AI editor where, like, it'll go through your audio and cut out the swears. Yeah. That was laughably bad. He's now in junior college at KU on the dean's list, and every seminar has smoking hot girlfriend, so I did my job. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Smoking hot girlfriend. God. You remind me of my dad. First time he met my wife. Like, no bullshit. Like, she's standing in the dining room, and he comes around the corner, and he does one of these, like, turns the corner, and I'm right there, like, walking into the dining room, and he's just like, I approve. Little did he know, she heard and saw it. So, she's just like, not sure how to feel about that. Oh, man. That was funny. Then one of the first times I snuck her into my house, or into my room, I was dumb. I was so dumb because, like, our family is one of those, like, take your shoes off in the house. Like, so, you know, we have like take your shoes off. And I was so dumb. I had her leave them there. We wake up in the morning to 2 shoes getting thrown at us by my dad. Let's say, you dumbass. Oh, man. There's a lot of those. A lot of those. God, I want to, one of these days, I wonder if I could just, like, sit him down and make, like, a video of him telling some of my dumb stories. Because, like, the dynamic between me and my dad, man. Good, she knows he approves. Yeah, right. No, one of the funniest things that, like, with my dad is just how open he is with it. Where just everything, like, he has no mental, like, no brain to mouth filter. Like, I got a little bit of it. Like, that's why I'm able to kind of do this. But this is like what he said to me about doing this, where he's just like, so you're talking. I can talk. Which most people would just be like, that's shitty, which it is. It kind of was. But very polite when you rat on yourself, when you rat yourself out. Oh, man. Yeah. As a dad, you want the best for your kids, even relationships, and this is a potential mother of grandkids. We don't want ugly grandbabies. All right, good point. Very good point. Yeah, I mean, dude, like my dad, actually, this one kind of plays into that, where yeah, just thinking back to the shoe one too, plays into that, because he's just like, why are you so stupid? Because we had one girl that me and my buddy, we had a sleepover, but like it was pretty innocent. But it was one of those things where we didn't know that she like ran away from home. So cops show up and they're like, did you know that you get charged with harboring a runaway? The way my dad did one of these, where he's facing the cop, right? And he just did this. And I knew I was screwed. Oh boy. My dad wasn't a violent man by any means. But oh boy. That look was, I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. I got myself like, I screwed up so bad. I literally like, I got caught stealing at a store, and it was right before I turned 16. I screwed myself out of getting a car. And that's what he even said. He was just like, what is wrong with you? Because like for some reason every year I would screw up right around my birthday. So yeah, good times. Good times. I mean, I'm reading your comment back, Bloodstone. God, I really was. Like, I was such a narc on myself. I was so bad at it. Like, you don't even, like, oh my God. Like, there were a few things that, like, I guess I was so bad at it that, that I would learn from my mistakes. I was at least one of those kids where I would make so many mistakes. My birthday is in the summer. I seem to get around my birthday all the time. Dude, having a Christmas birthday, like, it was always like late November. Always. Like, always. Like, right around Thanksgiving, right around, like, between Christmas. I would just do something just so dumb. Our parents train us well. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I look at my relationship with my dad, and like, I appreciate it for what I have with him, and also just like because of how I grew up. Like, we're like the first time he said he loved me, just like after a phone call, it was after his cancer was in remission, and I'll never forget it. We were just like, "Love you." I'm like, "Is the cancer back?" And he just was like, "What have I done to my child? What have I done?" I'm like, "Well, this is what happens when you don't tell us until we're 28. Getting grounded to your room was punishment back then? Yeah, because I didn't have anything. Oh, I mean, no. Actually, getting grounded was more work for them because I had a TV in my room. So, like, another like perfect visual for me is my dad in his tiny whiteies grabbing this big old tube TV, just taking this away from you. But he had to cart that thing upstairs. I lived in the basement, so it was so funny, man. I do remember like thinking I got one up on him on that one. I was like, whatever. He took my phone though, because like I had my own like dedicated line, and I was really like into talking to my girlfriend at the time on there, and that hurt. That was a bad one. Because she was also mad at me. She was just like, "Why would you do that? Why would you like get grounded? Like, didn't you know that he wouldn't let us talk?" I'm like, no. Good times. Good times. I also, me and this kid, the first time I smoked a cigarette, I kind of talked about it a little bit, but this kid, I'll say his just first name. His name is Ryan. He's just like, "Hey man, you smoke?" We're like 13. What? No. God, no. I had to be like 11. I was like 11. Yeah, 11 or 12. But I was like, my mom does, and he's like, "Can you steal some of her cigarettes?" I was like, I don't know. And like that was one of the times that like I got that adrenaline rush, or it was kind of like a Ocean's 11 heist. Like we made a plan where he just "Hi, Mrs. Pepper." Just doing this thing. And I'm just like, run to her purse. And then I remember grabbing 2 Virginia Slims and a lighter. Which, dude, it was the lighter. I swear it was the lighter that got at me. Although my mom, you know what, she might have been counting cigarettes because I did too. I did it like not even just like thinking people were stealing them. It was one of those things like just I needed to know. I also did the lucky. But yeah, we steal 2 of them, and immediately Ryan's just like, "Oh, hey, Mrs. Pepper, we're gonna go play some baseball." And it was like almost dark at that point, and I'm like, baseball. Because again, one of the dumber things that we did then, like we accidentally like told a sliver of the truth was where we were, and we went to where we said we were. We went to the baseball fields, and dude, we're standing by the gate, right? And like Virginia Slims, again, if you're not in the know, like they're cigarettes for women. Like, God, it was so weird. But they were like so long, man. They were like comically long. Because they were Virginia Slim 100s. So like we look like Cruella de Vil. And we didn't know how to smoke either, so we were going like doing this whole thing, right? Fast forward to like not even halfway through our cigarettes, we get the shining light of the cops, and we do that thing where we look at each other and they're like, "Hey!" And they're like, we were about to run, and they're just like, "You better not run." And we didn't. We just stood there. This fucking officer comes up to us and is like, "Smoking?" again. No. We didn't know how to put out a cigarette, so we just threw them on the ground, and there's literally two Virginia Slims just still burning. He picks one up and it's still burning. Like, I think we're in trouble, man. Yeah, we had our bikes on us, so that was the weirdest part. He's like, "I'm gonna follow you home." Like, okay. He rode with his lights on, like behind us, and it again, we were so good about it. Like, we just were like, ugh. We were so like nervous. So we pull up, and just like, dude, it was clockwork. My freaking mom's boyfriend was pulling in, and he was kind of a dick, but yeah, man. Oh boy. He's just like, "What's this?" It's like, crap. Great. All right. Well, I got in trouble. Because that's what sucked, is my mom wouldn't talk to my dad, but he would. Especially because he was one of those dudes that's just like, "You need to know what your son did." So, yeah, and I got to have a long lecture about smoking. That was... I got to sit down with the chief of police for my local town. And it was one of his off days. He shows up in his golf shirt. Yeah. It was so funny. It's just like, smoking's bad. It's like, yes. Man. Thinking? You thought I was thinking? Yep. I had the cop follow me on my dirt bike once. I think they wanted me to stop. I don't know. Didn't stick around to ask. Dude. I mean, okay, so, like, yeah, I had a few of those moments, where I had the FA and I didn't FO. And yeah, man, most of it was tagging, though. Like, it was, but you tag for, ooh. Hell yeah, I'm having grilled cheese and tomato soup. Oh man, we just, like, the cold snap just hit us. It's like perfect for that right now. Wait, did it hit us? Oh no, it's 36 out still. I think it's hitting us tomorrow. I know it's like hitting the entire, like, all of the US. 1990 Suzuki Dr. 400. Nice. A little Honda dirt bike. We got I wasn't super into it. Like, I wasn't like tuning it up or any of that crap. I would ride it around the neighborhood and have fun with it. The four-wheeler was way more fun for me. Dude, I used to actually used to like do snowmobiling, like semi-competitive with my dad. Like, we did we rode as a team for Ski-Doo for a little bit. It was fun. Until I had an accident. And it was an embarrassing ass accident too. It wasn't even like on a course or anything. Like, well, it was on the course, but it was on the it wasn't during a race. I was just hot dogging and thought I could keep up, and yeah, ended up in a creek. That was fun. That was fun. The cop showed up at my college dorm because they thought it smelled like weed. I guess my baby face convinced them otherwise. You're just like, what do you mean? I don't know what you're... I mean, it's a college dorm. It smells like a sock. Maybe it could be anybody. It's probably the people downstairs, right? Yeah, I'll talk about it on another episode, because I don't want to... Honestly, I gotta go eat here soon. But, yeah, I had a situation where I had a bit of an arrest. I think I've talked about it a little bit. Because, yeah, I got raided, and you want to talk about not fun. I've also had a home invasion, which that's not fun in the slightest. That'll traumatize your ass. I think that's the reason that all of a sudden I went from like being a oh yeah, you know, I don't like guns. I consider myself a pacifist to I like the Second Amendment all of a sudden. Yeah. Also, you don't want to be caught, you know, having the right wing being the only ones with the, you know, stuff. Ooh, I just realized Kirk sent me a new song. Hold on, guys. Nice. I got rated in college. Oof. Oof. Aw, thank you. Thank you for the 1-bit inverted mystic. I really appreciate that. Oh, jeez. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Dude. That was one hell of a way to do it. Here's 1 bit. So, nah, just kidding. Here's 100 bits. I love you guys. You really are. I have seriously the best chat. I've been like telling everybody this. Like, for real, I do have the best chat on YouTube and Twitch. Like, I love my community. So I hope you guys have as much fun as I have with you guys. You guys are awesome. Oh yeah, but less than cash. All charges were dropped in legal search. They didn't have a warrant, dumbasses. Yeah, that's what happened to me. I pretty much got off of it because I had a good lawyer, which I gotta talk to somebody and just make sure that it's like, it's always good to see if people get mad at 1-bit. No, why would I? Dude, the fact that you're watching, like, oh, thank you. Like, anything, any interaction to me is good, but dumbasses, you would think that they would know not to do that. Well, no, because what happens, I know how this goes, because they think that they, number one, can kind of cover it up, like, because they can usually do it through probable cause. Actually, you know what? Screw it, Bloodstone. I'll just say what happened to me. So what happened is, because my apartment complex had a double door, right? The security door was left open by the person that they had wired, their informant. So technically, even though I opened the door and I had like something in my hand like this, where I was just like, and they just pointed to it. They're like, probable cause, and I was just like before I could even process what was going on, I was already slammed against the wall. I was like, what is happening? Yeah, it was crazy. And my buddy who was getting deployed like the following week was with me, and he was completely straight edge, and he was just like, and they were just like, do you have anything to do with this? And I just kept saying, I'm like, no, he has nothing to do with this. He has absolutely, like, I took that fall. Because I was like, I'm not ruining this for him. But yeah, man, like, it was freaking crazy because, like, when they slammed me against the wall, they, immediately, they had, you know, a bunch of plainclothes guys just going through my stuff, and I'm like, oh, God. I'm sorry, I just got off work, my brain hurts. Oh, well, appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping by and just, like, I'm sorry your brain hurts. Mine's gonna hurt after this one. I'll admit it. Because I I did get a little heated during this episode, but you know what? I think that we just need to be better about being welcoming to people that don't agree with everything that we agree with. Still need a warrant if a cop sees a pipe in your house from the outside. Needs a warrant still. No. What happened to me, Rome, is like I opened the door because I was expecting a friend, and I just heard boom, 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 and my what sucks is that my friend knocked like a cop, and he thought it was hilarious. So, I mean, I had no reason to think that it was not him. And yeah, that sucked. That sucked. That was such a bad day, dude. Such a bad day. But I do remember just looking at the security door and wondering, I'm like, how the hell did they even get in here? Like, and that's what lost them the case. My lawyer was just like, no, because he got a statement from like my, I guess my landlord, but it was technically like a corporate company. But yeah. Yeah, I had a really funny one happen where my buddy, he lives on lives actually, he's currently there, but he has like a farmhouse that's like on kind of like a back, what do you call it? Like a rural street. Like it's a pretty rural community. But because of that, they actually do have like really strict cops because they have like such a small area to patrol, but they for some reason have like this huge budget, so like, you know, cops galore. Yeah, like this cop, he sees us like smoking, right? And like we pull into the driveway and he pulls behind us, which we're like, oh, what's going on here? Like, and he does this thing where he already kind of had a history with us. Or no, sorry. No, this was actually, I don't want to mix up my stories because we ran into this guy a few times. This was the first time that we ran into this guy. He was fresh-faced. Like, he was definitely a fresh-faced cop. Because he didn't know that, like, most the other police, like, the cops knew my buddy, and they knew his family, so they were just like, yeah, you don't screw with that. You don't go on their property. Because, yeah, it's entrapment or whatever the hell. So what happened is, cop comes up, and we're both like, and he's just like, step out of the car. And my buddy, like, I love how he tells the story because he's just like, yeah, man, cops are such assholes. Yeah, AMG 982. Yeah, Atomic Mass Games. Sorry. Yeah, I had this really, really nice piece that it had like a spider web that was done like Spider-Man's web, but it looked so awesome. Like, it was so well done. And we had just cleaned it. And it looked perfect. Like, we boiled it. It was perfect. And this cop is just like, all right, I want you to break it. And I'll never forget that. So, like, here I am. I'm just like, no. And this is my friend just looking at me, just like, he just chucks it and it bounces, right? Perfectly fine. He's like, again, and they just like wails it, just explodes. I'm like, oh. So then the cop with my buddy standing outside the car is just like, how are you related to these people? And he's like, I live here. And I watched this cop go ghost white. Just and he had just called for backup. So his backup shows up. He tries to call him off, and you see him start sweating a little bit. I'm like, because even I'm noticing, I'm still in my driver's seat. I'm just like, huh, what's going on with this guy? Because like he keeps looking at me, like too. He's just like, what is going on? And then he's just like, get back in the car. My buddy gets back in the car. He's like, we roll down the window, and he's just like, don't either of you say a effing word. We're just like, sir. They come. Like, what happened? He like made up a reason. He was just like, oh yeah, I thought they were speeding, but it's no big deal. Nothing. False alarm. False alarm. They're like, okay. And we're just kind of sitting there with shit-eating grins on our face, just like, we could get you in trouble right now. Like, we realized that we had a little bit of leverage. Yeah. Obviously, no warning or anything outside of the fact that, you know, he made me break my peace. Which, hey, Anna, what's up? Glad to see you. Sorry, I just I was in the middle of a story. Just telling a good old rest story, you know. But yeah, no, it was really funny because fast forward a few weeks later, I'm going to my buddy. He lives in the same neighborhood, right? And I was working a job where I had to drive, like I was driving different cars. So I was driving like an old Buick that I guess looked exactly like the car of somebody that that was going after him. So we pull up and he's sitting in his car, but he's got the light, like he's got the lights like on bright, like shining right on us, and we're like, what's he doing? And then all of a sudden the cops light up right behind us. I'm like, what is happening? Cop comes out, and dude, I had a Binger that was like bigger than this. Like this was just like the base of it. Like the thing went like it was like this big, and I had it in my back seat, just like under a bunch of coats. And the cop comes up. Oh, and this is also important to the story. I didn't have a copy of my license at that time. I had a copy of my passport. That was tied to my license, so like it still read. It was so funny, dude. He cop leads down. He's like, "You two." That's just like, Cop's like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "Well, this is my friend, and he's expecting me." And he's like, "Is he? Why would he call me that?" I'm like, I don't know why he would call you. He goes and talks to my friend. My friend, he does this where he's like hanging out of his door. He's like, "Oh." And you and me, dude, that cop, he's just like, "I don't want to see you guys again. Here's your passport." Bye. Oh, man. That was so funny. Just you two again. And then my buddy was just like, "I am so sorry. Oh my god, dude. Like, I thought you were someone coming after me." Oh, I'm like, well, who'd you piss off? Okay. So my last interaction with a cop was one off-duty ripping my ID out of my hand outside of Dave & Buster's to check if I was of drinking age. It's like, dude had no chill. Yeah. Yeah, they trust me. Power trips. Aw, yeah. Oh, I've got my fair share. Yeah, I've got my fair share. I have interacted with police a little bit too often. It's always for the dumbest reasons. It was just like, again, like what I said about my dad, like commenting on me, where he's just like, if anybody's gonna get caught doing the dumbest shit, it's gonna be you. I remember like reading a Spider-Man comic, and when he's like, "Yeah, I have Parker look," I'm like, "Oh, it's Pepper look." Okay, that makes sense. Ironically, if I did that to someone, a cop might arrest me for assault. Yeah. Yeah, no, he actually would. If you pulled your ID out of his hand the way that he did you, yeah, he'd just be like, "Hey, hey." Yeah. We used to play hacky sack in the gazebo in South Park in Lawrence, Kansas. It's across from a cop shop. We also pull rippers off a tall glass right in front of the cop shop. We had no F's to give back then. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, dude. That's the thing. Like, I kind of insinuated where it's like, yeah, for every time I got caught for something though, like there were 20 other times I didn't. So, whatever. It's more so I think I just pushed my luck. I mean, especially like paraphernalia charges. Yeah. My fair share of those. Also just had my fair share of confiscations. Like, I'll never forget the first time I was in Colorado. And got a pipe confiscated from me. I was just like, what are you doing? Like, I thought it was legal. They're like, no. Oh, I was in Boulder, Rome, actually. Oh, it's too funny. I just realized that. I've gotten away from the cops way more than they caught me for anything. They aren't very good. Nah. That's one thing. I learned that I have sprinter speed. One of my favorite memories at that barn. We were having a party where it was getting rowdy. Like, literally, we were drunk and we had boxing gloves and we were just like throwing fists, and somebody called the cops. And dude, when they turned that corner into his driveway, they were like, "Hey, Pat," and I was already gone. That was funny. Wild stories growing up in Asheville. You just burn on the sidewalk. Dude, that's crazy. Legal in your home. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's... I see. I was a dumb kid from Chicago on vacation seeing his cousins, and the thing is, I didn't... My cousin doesn't smoke, so she didn't know. So, what you gonna do? No, dude. Pre-legal? Oh god. See, that's also the thing. Like, I remember having this conversation with one of my friends in high school, where one of my black friends, and he was just like listening to me talk about like a profiling experience where I was just like, yeah, man, like, it's like I should probably just not always look like a stoner. Like, always wearing hoodies, just legit. Like, I was so stereotypical. I mean, I still am. I pretty much dress the same way. Like, I have not really changed how I dress since I was like 17. Come on out, I'll show you around. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Get some bomb-ass tacos, drive around a mountain. Hell yeah, dude. I did the Pikes Peak trip. That's scary as hell. I did it in a old busted-ass Jeep. It was a 1993 Jeep Cherokee that is one of the two-seaters. It kind of reminded me of the Jurassic Park, one of the Jurassic Park cars. Still not legal, it's chalked. Literally in a hoodie right now. My goofy. Roll of it. Aw, nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's my favorite thing is like if anywhere has like a nice hoodie, especially like good material, like if it's a restaurant, oh, I'm buying it. Yeah, I love hoodies. Like, I absolutely love hoodies, graphic tees, you know. I'll never forget when, like, this girl we know, she doesn't come around anymore. She was really shitty to me, and this was like, I was like 28, and she's just like, "Are you ever gonna try not dressing like a child?" I was like, "What the wow." And I kind of remember like that moment just going like, "F you." No. I'm a Toys R Us kid. It's because you grew up and you lost the ability to actually find joy in life. Joke's on her. Hey, Phoenix Rising. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Actually, you know what? Maybe tomorrow I'll do a cozy stream. Like if it gets really cold, I have like this giant UGG hoodie. Somebody's tried to call it a Snuggie. I'm like, it's not a Snuggie. It's an oversized hoodie that just happens to go almost to my feet. But it's the most comfortable thing on the planet, guys. Like, I'm dead serious. It does just look, it looks a little ridiculous. So I'll probably look like a giant teddy bear just sitting here with the hood up, just, hi. I'm cozy. I hope you guys are too. Yeah, it's one of those surprise things that I got for Christmas from my sister-in-law. Like, she nailed that Christmas present. She also got me those socks, the Bombas. Man, like, yeah, I gotta say, it's all about comfort for me, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah! And moon socks. If you guys have not tried a pair of moon socks, oh, they're the best. God, they got like the soft padding on the bottom. They're honestly like one of the most comfortable things that I own. I'll post a pic in Discord. Nice. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna go cozy to the max. I'm gonna eat some grilled cheese. Actually, I'm gonna have 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm gonna be a fat ass tonight. No, I shouldn't. I can't break my diet like that. Guys, why? Funny part is I'm not on a diet for my weight. I'm on a diet for like just like cholesterol. Because yay, I hit that magical age where my doctor's just like, yeah, you have very high cholesterol. I'm like, oh, wonderful. You are cozy to the max. Holy crap. Jeez. You look like it's as cold as like it is here there. Cause man, it's getting cold. Like the temperature dropped for real. Like yeah, it was about 74 down here when I got down here. 72 right now. Which my basement retains heat like a mofo, by the way. So I do not set my home to that by any means. Well, any means. I mean, I set it to 72. A comfy 72. I know people that are just like 68 all day. I'm like, what's wrong with you? No. I also have friends that like during the summer will live in a terrarium. Where's my other Alright. I've been outside all night. Oh, well, I mean, I'll never forget the one time I did actually make that mistake. Like when I went to Florida, I didn't bring a sweater. I was so mad about that. This is like, oh yeah, I forgot. It gets freaking cold. You just don't think about it. Although the worst cold I have ever experienced in my life, Boston during like the dead of winter in the middle of January. No. No, thank you. The fact you have the ocean there too, that is a different type of cold. Dude, it's like blizzard conditions on and off. Not seen this in a long time. Is that the one that's coming? Wait a minute. You know what? Here. Actually, I have somebody I can watch for this. Please Please be live. Please be live. Please be live. Damn it. Storm. 17 hours ago.
Two winter storms are likely in the United States over the next week, and one of these could be a rare winter storm that impacts areas like Texas and Oklahoma, back along the Gulf Coast, and even into the southeast, where there could be some snow and perhaps even ice accumulation as we go into early next week.
I'm about to cozy to the max, but all my energy for chores suddenly appears when I'm sleepy. Yeah. Doesn't that suck? I have that thing. Bloodstone, that's funny. I have the same thing. Like, when I'm just about to, like, head to bed, that's when I'm like, I'm gonna go do the dishes real quick.
For some of the coldest weather
that's
that we've
crazy.
seen in
Yeah,
years,
that's
east of the Rocky Mountains.
I'm glad that, you know what? I'm glad to know that other people are like that. Cool. Yay!
Go into next week as a big Arctic
Yay to the
blast is
weird
coming
energy
to the United
boosts.
States. So in today's forecast, we're going to be breaking down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 10 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country right now. And for the most part, we're pretty quiet. A lot of sunshine out there across the country. There are a couple areas, though, of moisture and as well as cloud cover that are beginning to build. One of which is back over in Texas, and then we have another one in the Midwest. And as we go into tonight and into tomorrow morning, these air masses are going to collide, and we are eventually going to see a big storm form as we go into tomorrow across the deep south and into the Ohio Valley, where there will be a potential for some snow and even some rain. And then eventually, as we go into Sunday, this will move into the northeast.
So I'm guessing that this swooped down then.
Weather event take place back over in the northeast on Sunday before eventually a
Like
large
this.
Arctic blast moves into the United States,
Yeah.
bringing the coldest weather that we've seen possibly in years for much of the country. Now, a dramatic shift in the weather pattern is expected over the next several days, as we are expecting a huge Arctic blast and as well as the potential for multiple different winter weather events and perhaps even some winter storms. So let's begin with what the jet stream looks like, because this is going to be really one of the biggest reasons why we are going to be seeing the weather pattern that we're going to be seeing. This is what it looks like as we go later into today and eventually into tomorrow. Our jet stream is overall relatively zonal here.
You can actually see it. I think this is what's hitting Rome Dog right now. Is this system.
In the southern tier of the country. This is our subtropical jet stream, and then our polar jet stream is beginning to dip back over in the northern plains, and that is where all this Arctic air is going to be coming out
Look at this. This is a real news program. We're even getting a weather report.
of is a northerly flow in the jet stream, which again,
Should
are the
actually
upper
probably
level
institute
winds that are
that.
gonna be steering tons
Do a
of
weather
cold
report
air out of
halfway through the
Canada,
week.
moving into the northern and central plains. On the other hand, we're going to have a low pressure system moving across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, and this will bring the threat for some snowfall and even some showers and
Dude, the East Coast is going to get hammered.
into Sunday.
Oh.
Eventually, as we go into Sunday and then eventually into Monday, we are going to have an expansive area of northwesterly flow across the Rocky Mountains and the northern plains.
Oh, no.
Which is going to feed in tons of Arctic air into the United States, which will
It's
set
gonna be
up
so
the coldest
cold.
weather pattern that we've seen all year long so far, and really the coldest weather that we've really seen in at least a couple of years for much of the United States. And eventually, as we go into early next week, that is when
I watched this guy too. He's one of the best.
there's a chance for a winter storm back
Yeah, I'm a weather nerd too. Like my wife thinks I'm weird. Like,
over along the Gulf Coast or in the southeast.
which by the way, did you guys see Twisters? It's actually not that bad of a movie.
Chances of this continue to rise. We're up near 50 to 60% now on
It's
there
fun.
being a winter storm, and there's at least a 70 to 80% chance that we will see some sort of wintry precipitation
Yeah, his Trump's inauguration is going to be held indoors. He's so bummed.
somewhere along the Gulf
I'm sad.
Coast or even into
I'm being forced to have a snow day. I know. It's very disappointing.
Southeast Texas, which is a very rare event, by the way. We do not
Although he did come out and literally say is like,
That
but
very
what we'll do is we'll have another inauguration. It's going to be a rally to celebrate the inauguration that will bring everybody to the National Mall.
And this is what it looks like as we go into Tuesday and into Wednesday. So we should have a little trough that moves here across the southern tier of the United States, and we should have enough moisture in this area.
I just got back from an arcade bar and won a $100 gift card too. Nice.
For at least some level of
Hell yeah, man.
precipitation, which even if we get a little bit of precipitation, it will likely be in the
I love arcade bars.
form of wintry precipitation due to how cold it is going to be. With the larger weather pattern in mind, let's zoom in more to these winter storms that we are expecting over the next week or so, and we're going to begin by using the GFS ensembles, which basically incorporates a bunch of different
Hey, we're
computer
going with the
models
super
all into
nerdy one, guys.
single
All
run,
right, my
which
favorite
gives us
model.
a better idea of what we could be talking about here over the next several days.
Who throws rallies after they are in power? Donald freaking Trump, because he needs to feel loved. He needs to feel I need to feel the love and adoration. I need to feel the vibes. It brings me back. Come on. You don't want the good vibes? Everybody likes good vibes. This is why people go to concerts.
So we'll begin with what's happening this
Actually,
weekend. We are expecting some snowfall.
Wait a minute. I'm not allowed to make actual good points as Donald Trump. That's something I'm not going to allow here.
Across areas near the Great Lakes, mainly from Ohio, back into New York, and eventually this will move into New England as we eventually go later into the day on Saturday. And then eventually as we go into Sunday morning, we may see another shot of snow back over in the Northeast. Some of the short-term computer models are not nearly as confident with this, but there is a chance if things do progress here over the next 24 hours with a low pressure system that is just a tad closer to New England, we actually could see a more significant winter weather event as we go into Sunday across areas like southern New England and even back over near Maryland. Eventually as we go into Monday, that's when things start to get very interesting. Late Monday and into early Tuesday, we are expecting at least some light wintry precipitation back over in the southern plains, where there will be a potential for both snow, sleet, and maybe even some freezing rain as well, which could lead to ice accumulation. Now, I do want to point out in this scenario that this is a very confined area. It's not very large or widespread, and it's overall very light wintry precipitation, but I'll show you a scenario in just a couple of minutes, and I'll show you a better idea of what we could have on a higher end scenario, meaning maybe a more significant winter weather event with several. This is Monday morning. Freezing temperatures reaching all the way down towards the Gulf Coast, sub-zero temperatures filling in the Midwest and even the northern plains. And by Tuesday morning, that will only continue to increase in coverage as below freezing temperatures are expected for almost the entire country. But one area that's going to be, again, downright frigid is the northern plains, including Minnesota, where many areas will be as low as negative 25 degrees for an actual temperature. With wind, it'll feel as low as 50 degrees below zero. And just a reminder, our 750,000 subscribers.
Oh, really? Well, that's kind of cool. That's a good idea, doing like he has 750,000 subscribers now? Damn, dude. I've been watching this guy for a long time. I didn't even realize that. Holy crap. Texas is about to have an incident like the Republicans will be more eager to send aid there, though. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're gonna, the mass power outages, all that stuff, and then the if the blizzards actually hit them. Yeah. That could be really bad. Oh, man. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go check something. Oh. Sorry, guys. I got caught up telling stories. God, stink. All right, that's officially one of my new favorite memes. Memes. Oh my god, I'm so old. Emotes. Ugh. Enter chat to empty chair, shaking my head. Didn't know I was watching Hassan. Damn, you tell me I can't pee? Uh-oh. Meow. You guys say hi. We're gonna be down here. You guys say hi. You know how it goes. Kitty tax. Yes. It's the kitty tax. Plus, you gotta be good. No. If I let you go, you're going to cause problems. So many problems. You're in Diablo mode, I can already tell. Yes. Yes, that's how you even got down here. There he goes. You just scratch me? No, okay, good. Alright. Nah, he is not really allowed down here very often. Specifically because, yeah, he chews on things that he should not be chewing on. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Oh, man. He's getting into something. What are you doing? Alright. Silly cat. Alright, let's go. Okay. Oh, jeez, guys. What time is it? Wonder. My stomach just did that thing where I was just like, hey, I think that you need to eat. Otherwise, you're about to do that thing. Which I hope nobody has, like, the ADD where you just forget to eat for days, because I saw somebody talking about that. It was like one of those exposés on somebody, but they were like shouting at people just like, oh yeah, well, I forget to eat for days. It's just like, that's not healthy. Like, also, like, what are you doing where you just forget to eat for days? Like, that's crazy to me. I forget to eat for a few hours, and then my stomach finally goes, hey, dude. But at the same time, yeah, my wife is, she actually just got home from a long day, so I think that I am, going to do some shout outs here and hop off stream. Because we're almost at 8 hours, and I love me that even number, but my fat ass wishes I could forget to eat. Well, I mean, then you can do what I mean, even when I'm not streaming, man, like, ADD, like, if you can induce ADD or ADHD, like, for real. Oh, hey, honey vinegar. You're new here. Oh, all right. Well, hold on. I'm not going to hop off then. I think I will stay for this, the next few, for a little bit. Oh, kitty. Come here. Come here. You owe. No, you owe them. Come on. Yeah. He's like, don't snook me. Come here. I'm not ADD or ADHD. I'm OCD, hyperroutine dependent, and environment seeking, but ADD or ADHD, no. Whoa, fat kitty. You're a little chunky, dude. Especially for your size. Oh. Yeah, I got just a tad bit of that OCD. I think that you might understand what's going on with me right now then. Like, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 48 minutes. And my stomach just did that thing where it's like, hey, you gotta go eat. But I'm like, yeah, but I wanted to do an 8-hour stream. So yeah. My best friend is ADHD severe, yes, I do. Yeah, so, okay, you get it. Yeah, I'm gonna go to 8 hours. I think that's a sign. I think that is a sign. Oh, wait, what's up? Somatic. Not your words, your somatic stature and face. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's good. No, I was just about to say though, like the whole mini, like I got that little dose of OCD where I'm just like, I don't feel right ending my stream. Yikes. 8 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do an 8-hour stream. That's like my regular, technically. Like what would you guys say? About 6, like an average about 6 to 8 hours. I do long streams, yeah. And it's not, I enjoy every minute here. What were the main topics? Oh, let's see. I talked about the GOP civil war that's going on. There's literally a fist fight in state Congress, or in the state house in Virginia, which was hilarious. The Ethan Klein crash out is continuing. If you know about that, he is obsessed with Hassan Piker and just he keeps going. Who is my representative? Sean Casten. He's yeah, a good guy. Sean Smith, good. God, sorry, got sidetracked there. I don't think I have OCD, and I have to end at or even 9 hours. Yep, West Virginia. Oh, sorry about that. Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison's. I think I am. Hold on. That sounds. Retention. As you get older. Yeah, I'm going for it. Sorry, my brightness settings reset with the Windows update. Oh, yeah, I know Toni Morrison. Jazz? Yeah, Beloved. I think that was the one that I've heard of. Songs of Solomon. Why do you ask? Oh, so eloquent you love her voice. Oh, nice. I understand retention. Nice. Yeah, James Earl Jones was actually there's a reading of the Bible like that's how I became an atheist, was reading the Bible by myself with the sultry voice of James Earl Jones. Hey, nope. Why do you insist on being a butthead? I love you. Butthead. That's his name. No. Were your parents not Christian? My dad was agnostic, and my mom was super religious. Is super religious. Well, not super anymore. She's actually kind of calmed down on it. But yeah. No, I was in a hyper religious cult, so Catholic. Anglo-Catholic, evangelical, like hardcore evangelical. So, but yeah. But also, forgot to actually just do my thing where I welcome you to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You're not locked down here. What's your deal? Man, you are being kind of a little bit of a tool right now. What? The mom who said your left-handedness would give you a crud life or a crude life was super religious? Say it ain't so. Bow tie? What? What's that? No, is that like a dish? What's that? Oh, Cruel Life. Yeah. Yep. Surprise. I'm kidding. Well, my mom's cool though. So, you know what? I think the reason that me and my mom are still so cool is because she supported, like, even she said the funniest part is it was kind of like if I had come out to her where she's just like, I still love you. I'm like, okay. I'm an atheist, have been since I was 14. I'm 30. Oh, nice. All right. Okay. We're all of a certain age. Well, I'm 8 years older than you, but still. Certain age. I became an atheist when I was officially, I'll say officially, I became an atheist when I was 19. Or, no. I was 18. My bad. I started my journey when I was about 16. And I identified as a Rastafarian for like a whole, like 2 years and a half. Well, 2.5 years about. And that's like the last time, because I just remember, like, yeah, there's a lot. Horoscopes, nope. Ghosts, nope. Demons, nope. Angels, only bays. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm not into the supernatural kind of stuff like that. Even though I did it like Antietam Battlefield in God, I forgot where, Maryland. That was the only time that I've ever felt like a spiritual kind of situation, and it was creepy. It was definitely creepy. And like me and my brother, we were sitting there, and like I swear to this day that somebody must have been fucking with us, or that, like, it was part of like some kind of tour that we just didn't know was there. Because my brother, like, I thought he was like screwing with me, for a minute there, and he's just like, "You hear these drums?" It's like, dude, you hear them? I'm like, no, what? And then I actually heard him. I'm like, and we looked everywhere. We could not find them. So, like, I don't know. It's like the weirdest thing that I've got, but whatever. The only thing that made me not atheist until I was a teenager was because I was scared to death of hell. Family was Pentecostal. Oh, you were Pentecostal. Okay. Actually, you get it a little bit. I don't even know what mine was. Like, I just know that we were evangelical, because they claimed to be evangelical free, which they were not. They were like hardcore Protestant beliefs mixed with a dose of the doomsday. We'll get him onto bed. Lay down. Enjoy this. Well, I mean, I'm almost done, but when I was 12 or 13, a boy in Scouts, I told a kid, I don't think I believe in God, and he was just like, you can't do that. And from then on, I was agnostic. Nice. Evangelicals stole Pentecostal valor. I swear to God they did. I swear, because I remember, like, we used to make fun of Pentecostals, and just like we used to make fun of the speaking in tongues because we didn't do it. But we did weirder stuff, like making us sing Onward Christian Soldiers, like more than any child ever should, saying pledge allegiance to the Christian flag. Yeah, we did some weird stuff. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to loosen my back. Religion is like baseball to me. I enjoy the history, but I'm not going to watch. Yeah, that's actually... Got some banger Christmas songs, that's for sure. Also, honey vinegar reality. You seem like you're really cool, and you fit in well with our community here. So, Drop a follow if you feel the same. What are you doing? No. Do not hop on. No. I'm gonna get you. Causing problems. This is the reason that you were not. You just. Oh, I know what you want. You want food, you little. I just realized it. He is super. Super hungry. He's being a little turd burglar about it. Come on. Is that what you do, you burgle turds? I think evangelicals are more American-centric, but have the same fire and brimstone rhetoric. Yeah, we did. I can tell you that right now. In Japan, it is illegal to force your child to attend church if your child expresses a disagreement to attend church. Oh, based. I think evangelicals are even... Oh, yeah, I've read that. Oh, wait. Okay, that's not the same comment. Okay. In Japan, it is a crime to force another person... Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Oh, regardless of age. Oh, okay. Nice. No. Whew. Alrighty. Alright, we're at the 8-hour mark, so I'll do some shout outs, and as I said, I kind of feel bad that Honey Vinegar, like you just happened to pop in at the back end of stream here. I have done an 8-hour stream though, officially, so I think that I can call it. I also, dude, I gotta go eat, and I'm eating at midnight. My whole, like, this is gonna fuck up my sleep schedule again. The Western world has many messed up problems, but they are aware of the Abrahamic threat to invention and future cooperation in local terms. Oh, thank you. Get a local place. Local? Like, why local capitalize? What's that? Is that like... Seriously, man. Kitty. Also, yeah. I feel like I don't want to pop out. I don't want to hop off yet, but also I should. I really should. Here, I'm gonna look for somebody to raid. Give me 1 second. Also, come on, Honey Vinegar, follow. Join the community. Would like to have another conversation with you. Because also, like, I usually go from like 4 to around like 10:30 to midnight. It depends. I might even go. I've done 10 hours depending on the debate. So, thank you. I really appreciate that. And you got a tier 1 sub. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Wow. That's one hell of a way to end stream. Okay, so this Mexican woman sells burritos out of her apartment window 2 blocks away from me. I go in to her 3 times or more a week. In the morning, she is awake and like 4 a.m. selling burritos. That's awesome. I bet they're delicious. We actually have a place here where you know the food is good because they legit use like their dishes from like their house. And they none of them match. But I'll tell you what, man. Best damn Mexican food in the entire city, and it's Actually, I just realized that I kind of want to go there tomorrow. Riverboat Jack is based. Burritos and not tamales, rare. Ha! That's right. Yeah. It's different every time. Oh, is it? Hmm. I don't think it's you back there. What are you doing? You're about to knock over my camera. Come on, dude. Hey. Hey. It's because you chew on cords that you are not allowed back there. Wish. Sorry. Wife left the door open and now he's just. There's no menu. It's only like one option. Hey. No, I'm just worried because my cat is right near my the pieces that I use on stream here. A rubber item. It's a he. It is a he. Oh wait. I just realized. Oh, that's fine. His name's Pablo. I just realized something. I'm like, wait a minute. No, it's fine. Oh, do I have a receipt? Yeah, actually I do. Be really good advice. Aw, he's going to love it. Baby. My baby. No, the thing... He wants my wallet, is what he wants. He's one of those cats that, like, he has certain items that he's obsessed with. So, and for some reason, my wallet's one. Where he's just such a booger. Also, dude, if you broke this again, stop breaking that. He will hide your credit card under the couch. Yeah, that's if I can even find my wallet. No, he's. I swear he's like part ferret because he. Number one, he can hold things in his mouth that you would never think. Where you're just like, he's taking this. He's literally taking this and just like took off with it. Like, he's insane. We call him Pablo El Diablo because he is a pisser. He is literally the cutest cat, but yeah, he's got a side to him. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna do the shout outs and then take on off. But let's see. Tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow is a check your notifications and turn your notifications on. Depending on certain plans, I might be on at 4. If I do not see you tomorrow, then I shall be on Monday, 4 o'clock sharp. So I stream pretty much every day at 4 o'clock and go till never. So, Honey Vinegar Reality, I really appreciate you stopping by. Also, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Inverted Mystic, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. Stanky Danky. I appreciate all the engagement today. You've been fun, man. Kept me on my toes today. I really appreciate it. Anybody else over here? AMG. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you had fun. Also, if you have not, or if you're still here and have not subbed, please or followed, please do. Anybody else? Squishmallow and Simply Steve. I appreciate it. Squishmallow Dragon. I really appreciate you. Oh, you know what? Actually. I might do a little bit earlier tomorrow. actually, like maybe around 2. So yeah, keep your notifications on if that's the case. All right, Robin B, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sean Baker, thank you. Have a chip weekend, brother. Oh, thank you. All right. Who else we got? Rome Dog, always holding it down, brother. I appreciate that. Anna, I hope you're still cozy. Bloodstone by Stars. Also, hope you're cozy and finally munching on some good foods. Jeff Curry, appreciate you. And then Duke of Bread. You know what's up, brother. And then Kirk, I want to give you a special shout out. Give me 1 second. Ruben's Train. Love you, brother. Thank you for popping by. Bandit. And I feel like I'm missing somebody. Dead Inside. That's right. Dead Inside. Also appreciate you. So, all right, guys. And then special shout out to Brother Kirk for the $200 donation today. You're awesome, dude. I really appreciate it. And hopefully on Monday I will have my new camera and it will not be so potato-y and fuzzy. So, all right, guys. I really do appreciate you. I will see you in the next one.